bridge. At the nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Expensive, you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
Hey yo, the rain was steady pouring, heard the drops and drizzle meant to be. Chilling in my crib, no doubt, peep the scenery. Telephone rang, then it stopped before I could answer it. I heard a knock at the door, so I answered it. And with Jermaine, he had a little situation. Beef up on the block, and orthodox that led the confrontation. He said these cats be acting hard on the block, and they be pumping weight and holding, so Dwayne got shot. Now see, Dwayne was just a knucklehead, but still with his cousin. And I'd be wrong if I ain't help him when his beef, he gon' rush. And he said, listen, homie, ain't no time for discussion. Motherfucking pressure's rising and it's boiling the bustin'. So if you with me, then you with me, nigga, make a decision. Got the bait, you be the hook, cause we's about to go fishing. Now listen, when it's on, then it's on for show. Kiss my girl up on the head and then the wind up the door. Stood up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stood up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stood up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stood up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, say goodnight. Hey yo, we pulled up on the block and it's raining, it's hard to see shit. All I seen is 6 headlights, that means it's 3 whips. 3 chicks hopped at the whip, they had some heaters with them. Walked up on us slowly and told me they wanted to get to know me. Jermaine was scoping them bitches, he peeped their strategy. They took us to a building with children, they watching actually, but naturally took us to the basement instead. I see Dwayne up in the corner, but they told me he's dead. That's when I looked up at Jermaine, he got a smirk that he made. Put his pistol pistol to my back and told the bitches I'm straight. Motherfucker set me up, but ain't no time for discussion. Seen him stalling for a minute, so I started to rush him. Knocked the pistol out his hand and quickly fell to the floor. We scuffled back and forth for minutes, I got snuffed in my jaw. And when I got back to my feet, I saw him clutching his heater. He pulled it quickly like a symphony, get down with Jesus. It's like stuck up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stuck up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stuck up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stuck up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, say goodnight, yo.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. Cause the future is now. Not backing down. Cause the future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big.
I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Your offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and a friend of me. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand.
Hello and welcome back to the APAC South League, ladies and gentlemen. We're here after a week. It feels like it's been forever. Of course, I'm joined by Xenox and Guz. We've got 2 others waiting up in the peanut gallery, way up there somewhere, so we'll bring them in a little bit later. But gentlemen, it was a first week to delight in, and I'll start with Guz. What were your initial thoughts on the start of APAC South?
Well, it was a lot of fun, wasn't it? We saw Chalet for the first time on the main channel. We also saw Southeast Asia dominate over OCE. So a lot of storylines have already begun, and I'm sure those will continue to develop as the stage progresses.
Yeah, Xavier's big win as well. I mean, we can't forget about that one as well over Giants. And as you mentioned, Guz, SEA kind of gave OCE a bit of a lesson, didn't they? Right? You know, QConfirm demolished Wildcard. Of course, a pretty weakened Wildcard nonetheless. Seventh Heaven, though, that was the big one for me. 7-3 over Order. I don't think anyone saw that coming unless you were on the side of Seventh Heaven. Knights ended up beating Elevate 7-4. That was the only saving grace. An OCE team beating an OCE team.
Really? That's the only saving grace we have out here. That's not the greatest way to lead into it. But I think it was a good talking point for Seventh Heaven's matchup. Guys, I'd love to get your thoughts. Are we sleeping on Seventh Heaven as we've come into this league?
I mean, potentially, right? We looked at Seventh Heaven in their form last year where they only just survived through relegations and thought that this year would be a bit of a survival year for them, just try and fly under the radar, I guess, a little bit and just progress through the stages and try and avoid relegations maybe at the end of this year. But so far, they're off to a strong start. And who knows, maybe they could be a real contender. Sure, they're not yet to verse some of the other teams from SCA. Of course, we'll see that tonight. But keen to see exactly what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to cut in there. I just want to cut in there. I literally have written that Seventh Heaven was slept on, right? So I don't know if you've like caught my notes or something. But I don't like where you're going with this one, Manic. That's all I'll say. But I will back up and say, yeah, look, a little bit of sleeping on Seventh Heaven. I think they're going to do a lot better than at least we thought they were going to do.
Yeah, well, I think that's been pretty clear from what we saw. Let's have a look at what we've got coming up for tonight. The first matchup, we've got Seventh Heaven and Elevate. So, guys, I think you're alluding to a Southeast Asian match. I think maybe I crossed my wires there. Next week. We're still got a little bit further away until we see a Seventh Heaven versus a Southeast Asian team. Nonetheless, it's a good opportunity for them to go into. Xenox, what are we expecting from the Knights and QConfirm game? That one should be a bit of a belter.
That's the match of the day. I don't know if it's officially the match of the day, but it is for me. So I kind of feel like it should be match of the day. I haven't seen the tweet out there, but I'm expecting that one to go one of two ways. It's either going to be QConfirm like belting the Knights and really stamping their authority on this APAC South League, or it's going to be a close one. It's going to go down to the wire, maybe even like an OT, for instance. So that's how I kind of view this matchup right now for that one. Order Giants is also going to be pretty huge, and then Xavier Wildcard it should be a win for Xavier, probably. Feels bad, man.
So. Yeah, well, you'd hope so with a wounded Wildcard right now. Let's get into the predictions. Let's have a look at how terrible these have kind of alluded to. I don't know what's happened there. Everyone seems a little stunted, but the guy at the very end, I don't know how you pronounce Manik, 3-1. But Guz, you're looking to back up off the end of last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone with some risky predictions tonight, and I guess the theme for me that's really exciting tonight is all the matches are OCE versus SEA. So we get to, I guess, gauge which of the sub-regions or which of the Oz sub-regions are strongest. Of course, the big wildcard pick, I guess, for me is that Seventh Heaven game, the first one up. I'm backing those boys in. I think they played really well last week, and I'm still not 100% convinced about Elevate. I'm more than happy for my mind to be changed tonight, but I'm still not sure if they are really a serious threat in this league. But I guess tonight I will get an indication of that.
And Xenox, I've got to ask you this. You've gone for, well, I mean, you and your casting buddy there have gone for Knights in that QConfirm matchup. Are you going to stand by that?
Well, that's why it's there, isn't it? Of course I'm going to stand by it. There's no second chances here. And of course, the big one that I'm surprised you haven't brought up already is the fact I've gone with Order.
Yeah.
Hashtag Order up. It's going to be an upset. Giants are going to go 0-2 to start the season. I'm calling it now. That's all I'm saying.
You're going to call as soon as the day has started, the Order's going to be able to back up their performance from Oceanic Nationals because they were off target last Thursday, Xenox. Can you back anything up there?
Yeah, look, I think that they probably came into that one not expecting Seventh Heaven to be as good as they were, or other external circumstances. They got Specker back tonight, though. Obviously, he didn't play in OCN, and I think that they'll be a bit better prepared for this one, right? And I think also for Order's sake, maybe Giants might also underestimate Order, right? And if you do that, and if you're 5 or 10% off in any of these matches, I feel like anyone can then beat anyone, right? Except maybe Wildcard, the way they're going right now. They need a bit of help. I love the boys, but they need a good stage to recoup. But look, Giants are not going to be easy to beat. Giants are an amazing team. It's all about storylines, though, Rob. Everyone loves an underdog.
Especially Australians. Well, coming into this matchup, Elevate and Seventh Heaven, guys, I want to get your thoughts here. You're backing Seventh Heaven to the hills. What are your thoughts on Elevate? Are we just going to see a lackluster performance from them in APAC South?
I mean, potentially, but they did unfortunately lose last week against the Knights. That was a 4-7 over on Chalet, where they struggled a little bit, but they have backed up some decent form in OCN, getting 2 wins. So maybe that was just a blip on the radar. First week of APAC South, maybe a little bit of nerves. They still had, of course, Fish still very fresh in that roster, but also extremely fresh, I guess, on Thursday. Again, I still have a question mark on whether or not these guys can perform at the highest level, because OCN is one thing, whereas APAC South is the next. These teams, of course, are fighting out for that spot at the major. They want points for 6 invitationals, so the pressure mounts even more so in these games.
Xenox?
Yeah, I have to agree. I think consistency is the biggest issue for this Elevate roster, but there's, before Fisher Guy and there's after Fisher Guy, and ever since Fisher Guy's come in, this Elevate roster has taken their game to new heights, especially in 2021. As pointed out, they beat Knights in OCN, but they lost the Knights in APAC, so it's kind of hard. Which one do you really look at there? I guess you got to take the APAC result a little bit more seriously than the OCN one, and they were pushed kind of hard in OCN as well by Bliss, but in terms of APAC, it's just about dealing with those consistency issues, and I kind of feel like they need to win this game if anyone's going to actually take them seriously as a contender and as a team that is on the rise. They need to win this. You lose this and a lot of your credentials go out the window.
I'd feel like both of these teams are on the rise. Seventh Heaven, obviously, the team that they're going up against. Xenox, I'm going to put you back against the wall and go straight back to you here. Guz has already mentioned that he's backing Seventh Heaven here. All 4 of us have gone for Elevate. I think that's more of a biased caster thing than it is potentially a proper prediction. What are your thoughts?
I don't think he's that far off the mark. I really, really don't. Seventh Heaven's a good roster. I slept on them. I think we all slept on them coming into this tournament. And I know in a lot of our secret power rankings, we kind of had them last. Like, we didn't expect a whole lot from these guys. And I'm happy to put it out there and have the egg on our face, because they demolished Order last week, right? And they can easily then do the same thing against a team like Elevate. So they get a really big test. They played Knights, they played Order. They're now playing Elevate. The first 4 weeks, they're playing all OCE teams. So there's a really good opportunity to see how they really line up and how they stack up against the Oceanic region. And I'm going to be honest, I think for their own internal perspective, Seventh Heaven should be expecting to win this matchup.
And Guz, would you, you know what? Not do you reiterate that statement? Is there anything you want to add on top of to maybe pile on Elevate?
I mean, I guess to back up my prediction last week, right, Seventh Heaven, it was a 7-3 win against Order. It was dominant. And on top of that, Souffle had a huge game. He went 12-5, 2 on entry. The entire team had above an 80% cost as well. So it wasn't necessarily a case of just Souffle doing all the work. It was a team effort. And if they bring that to the table against Elevate, they're going to be a headache to deal with. Whether or not Elevate have what it takes to actually deal with that, I'm not too sure.
Xenox, do you have any deep thoughts about where we'd be heading for a map? Obviously, it's, kind of somewhat important as where we go for the vetoes, but is there any particular map that Elevate may have their number picked on?
It's a tough one. The last 3 maps that Elevate played, Chalet, Club, Oregon, right? So they're a bit versatile there. We did see, of course, the 7th Heaven matchup was played on Clubhouse, and we know how much that is a staple in the Oceanic region as well. So Elevate might sense a bit of comfortability there, but the fact that we saw 7th Heaven kind of demolish Order on Clubhouse may make them a little bit wary of that. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see something left field. I don't suspect we'll see Chalet, personally, because Elevate really lost on Chalet, and I don't think they would want to take 7th Heaven to that map. I could be completely wrong. I'm just going to say this. I got no idea. This could go anywhere.
Yeah. Guz?
If I had to narrow it down to 2 maps, probably Clubhouse and Oregon. Chalet, it's unlikely that we'll see that get played just because of the form that Elevate have on it. But yeah, Clubhouse and Oregon.
All right, well, let's have a look. Let's slowly bring these up and dissect a little bit more. Looks like we're going to Oregon. You've hit the nail on the head there, gents. What are we... Guz, are we expecting anything out of the ordinary from Elevate here? I think, it's easy for us to speak onto Elevate. We've seen a lot of their gameplay. We've cast a lot of their gameplay. Are they going to be able to hold their own against Seventh Heaven on Oregon here?
I think the thing to really monitor in this matchup is going to be how Elevate perform on the defense. Oregon is a map that really does assist teams that love that explosive execute style, that super aggressive trading sort of mindset late round. And I'm sure 7th Heaven are going to bring that to the board. They did that against Order last week. I don't see any reason why that would change. So it's going to really come down, I feel, to how strong Elevate are on the defense. If they can hold out against 7th Heaven, then they're probably going to position themselves really nicely to take them out.
And Xenox, I know that you've got your point about Oregon on the defense. Is there any particular highlight you'd like to make mention?
I don't know where you're going with this at all. All I'll say is I think Kid Storms is going to be the site to watch out for in this matchup. Whoever wins that the majority of the time ends up winning the match itself. I like Oregon here, actually, though I am just going to say that. I think this should actually be a really good map. For Elevate's sake, they just played it the other night, right? So they got a little bit of that competitive feeling on it. I'm not sure what 7th Heaven, their history is like on Oregon, but Oregon has become kind of like Clubhouse, a bit of a staple in the Oceanic region. So it does get played a lot, which I think then should be familiar territory for Elevate, and considering I tipped Elevate means I kind of backed them here on Oregon.
I'm not going to lie, I only just saw that Coastline was left in until the very last gasp. Now that may be a little bit of theory crafting here, but do we think Elevate might have had a better opportunity should they have gone to Coastline, Guz?
Well, that's a tough question. I think Coastline at the moment in most regions is heavily attacker-sided, so it probably would have favoured 7th Heaven. That said, we actually did see in North American League not too long ago, it was actually it was DZ versus Mirage, and it was actually very defender-sided. So maybe, I have no idea what I'm talking about, maybe the map now is actually defender-sided and it could have favoured Elevate a little bit more, but if it had gone there, honestly, it would have just been complete chaos. So for me, being a bit more of a purist, I'm probably happy to see this game go to Oregon, and we should see the team that's strategically better come out on top.
Yeah, and Xenox, Clubhouse being banned really is the last grasp from Elevate there. Do you think that's signs of maybe being terrified is what they've seen from 7th Heaven against Order?
Yeah, I can kind of see that, right? Like, from Elevate's perspective, it's kind of like, do you ban Clubhouse or do you ban Coastline? They would have always left Oregon on the board, right? And I kind of agree with Guz. I think they made the right choice here, and given at least 7th Heaven maybe a look into Coastline as a map where things can get a little bit hectic and haywire. Clubhouse has a bit more of that structured approach, and obviously 7th Heaven got some recent good form on that map. So despite Elevate being able to play Clubhouse more than fine themselves, I think this has worked out well, probably for both teams. I don't think 7th Heaven would be too disappointed with going on to Oregon, considering they had the option to go Coastline if they really wanted it. So, man, I said Knights QConfirm was going to be match of the day. This would probably be almost second in line. Like, we got some really, really good matches today, and also setting up really a lot of the season already in just Playday 2.
Guys, do you have any kind of win conditions here for 7th Heaven?
Play yourself. I don't think there's any reason why 7th Heaven shouldn't change the way they played last week. Bring that aggression to the table, force Elevate, like I said earlier, to really hunker down and make sure that their defenses are perfect. 7th Heaven, if they exploit the defense like they did last week, that's the win condition for them. Just play your confident selves. There's no reason really to change anything if it worked last week.
And Elevator obviously on the rise. So Xenox, I mean, from what we've seen in the last week or so, it looks like they're coming into some good form as we hit Playday 2 here. Win conditions from you?
I feel like it's mental. I feel like it's just mental for Elevate, right? They've just got to be in the moment, live the moment, and not get too worried and caught up about, short fallings that they've had in the past many times before. It's a pretty big game up against an SEA opponent, an opponent that's most likely at a very equal skill level, but on a map that they should feel comfortable on. Just live the moment and trust yourselves, trust your teammates, and they can win it. Like, they know they can probably win it, and it just comes down to some of those clutch moments. This could be very close.
Guz, let me dive into your prediction a little bit more here. So you've obviously gone with 7th Heaven. Oregon's come out and you're still feeling confident for them. What are we expecting in this matchup? Is it meant to be close, or do you think that the Southeast Asian team will run away with this?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. I have this pinned down as an 8-6 win to 7th Heaven. So OT, which of course will reward them 2 points. But that is based on a lot of different factors. And I really like the point that Xenox made up there about the mental state. If one of these teams crumble mentally, who knows what the scoreline could look like? Maybe a team will get a strong start, say 7th Heaven come out of the gates really strong. Maybe Elevate crumble or vice versa. That's something that is incredibly important in Siege. I don't think many people actually put a lot of thought into just how important the mental side of things is. You can be the best team in the server mechanically or strategically, but if you're not in the game mentally, you are never going to win. So maybe it will really come down to that factor in this matchup if they are so close.
And Xenox, do you have any final thoughts before we head into it?
Yeah, just sort of reiterating that, right? Just as an example, at least in Oceanic Nationals, OCN, in the last couple of play days, we've seen a lot of comebacks. We've seen a lot of teams go out 3-0, 4-1, and it's the other team that ended up coming back and winning. So if you get off to a bit of a slow start, you've got to have that strong mental fortitude to know that you can come back. Maybe you're on the wrong side, you're going to switch sides of the half, and you're going to be more comfortable. So it's making sure that don't let the game get out of hand, always stay with it. And if you can, try and put some scoreboard pressure yourself, win some of the big sites like Kid Storms, and that's where this match is going to be for the taking.
Good. Well, you know what? Stage is set. We're all done here. We're going to throw across to your casters in Raven and Guts. Guz? No, Dev.
Wow. I'm really feeling thrown under the bus right there, Raven. But we are back, and hey, it has been a damn long time since I've casted with you, so I'm so excited. How you feeling?
Me too, man. I am super excited. If everybody's been following me on Twitter, I tweeted out the last time you and I casted together was the Raleigh Major Qualifiers.
Oh my god.
I forget what year that was. Is that 2019?
2018? 2019,
so
July, that would have been. Wow, it has been a long time, but here we are in APAC South. I'm really excited for this. It is Australia versus 7th Heaven from Southeast Asia. This should be a fantastic game. Here on Oregon, both of these teams have had mixed performances so far. Let's see who takes it.
Yeah, look, I'm really excited to see this matchup just because, as the desk was saying, OS didn't have a great start to APAC South last week. There was some real struggles. And 7th Heaven, they had a good start. Maybe they have been slept on a little bit. They're looking strong so far. But to that point also, the last time they played Oregon at this level was against Scars in APAC North in Stage 2. And that was actually a loss to Scars, who actually ended up being arguably one of the weakest teams in APAC North. So I think 7th Heaven do have some struggles on this map.
Definitely a lot of things to keep in the back of our minds here, as both of these teams have developed quite a bit since that point. Now, kind of an unusual ban coming out from 7th Heaven is the Yana. Now, I've got the stats from APAC North last year when they played this map, and they never banned Yana on Oregon. In fact, I don't think they banned Yana even once across the whole season. So that sounds like a bit of a surprise to me. I don't know if you have any further thoughts on that, Raven.
I think it's just a strong operator at the moment, and particularly helpful on Oregon. You get the info with Yana's Gemini replicator, but also she brings the Gon 6 and frag grenades. So, a lot of utility in that operator. It's something we did see Elevate play a bit in Oceanic Nationals against Team Bliss earlier this week. So maybe that can just be some counter-stratting there. Regardless, I think just given the strength of Yana at the moment, it can be helpful.
Diving into Oregon, though. Laundry supply taken, and it looks like it's a no Thatcher kind of game and a no Mira kind of game. So that really does change the general environment of what you're looking at. Lots of hard breaches on the board, but it's going to be kind of hard to clear all those mute jammers and such. That's why you've got the Maverick brought from Fisho Guy. In particular, it's always that meeting hatch where Thatcher and Maverick are banned. It's just so difficult to get open as long as Qaid's on the board. Not, though, in this case. We do have, however, the Aruni, something that, well, we've only started to see this season, but we've started to get a little bit of an impression of how it's going to look so far, which I'm pretty keen for. I think she's a really good op.
Yeah, bit of a taste so far. I personally felt like we should be getting, a fair amount of play, and we're starting to see it rotate in a bit more. So I'm excited to see what 7th Heaven will do with the Rooney on Oregon, and certainly I've seen a few other teams execute with her really well. Particularly those hatch gates, I feel like are becoming pretty helpful in late game, because sometimes you don't get hatches open in particular until late in your attack phase. And if you still got a gate to clear, you might have to burn a drone, which could be your last drone, so then you have to go into site with no info.
Oh! Ooh. Okay, there was a spawn pick somewhere. Is Ed gonna get out alive? Just barely dodges it, and that's see you later to Digital. We like to rag on Digital a little bit, but oh man, he did not deserve that fate.
That is unfortunate. Looks like it was from Garage there. ED with the spawn peak. Nice and early, making a statement for the Southeast Asian team here of 7th Heaven. And that is going to put Elevate back into a bit of a box and have to think about their approach. And, it's something that doing that in the first round, it means that the attacking team is going to think about it for the rest of their half. They're going to be just wondering, are they still trying to spawn peak somewhere? Are we watching for our peaks? It's going to make that approach to building probably just a bit more slower, with a bit more hesitation.
Bit of work done here on the freezer hatch, though, from Fisho. Now, funnily enough, we saw the Aruni gate, Surya gate, dispatched earlier on the meeting hatch. Nice little way to kind of slow down that attack, even once that hatch is open, which looks like that's Fisho's next objective here, to do this hatch. He's going to use Worthy to do it instead, a bit faster that way.
The good map control and good recovery from Elevate so far to be able to push through. Again, you're going to see that gate on the hatch. It's something that's going to have to be thought of. And now, the meta count has been equalized, Souffle being taken out. So that will make things more comfortable for Elevate. And they've still got 90 seconds left in this round, so they've really recovered to be in a great spot.
And that is one of the best players, if not the best player from 7th Heaven. Triple Lift was his name last season. He's rebranded. He's the second highest rated player in APAC South from Playday 1 and the highest rated on his team from last season.
Definitely a danger player to look out for. So good to have him out. Give him a slow start. These line scans are going to try and help initiate, and Vast follows it up to get that next pick. So Elevate again. Moving forward here, they're going to have that man advantage. God Legion looks set, but no, he doesn't see Pecan hiding in the spot next to the stairs.
That does mean the Aruni has this flank opportunity, and we'll see. Can Elevate punish this? 39 seconds left to go. And what looks to be a strong start is perhaps slowing down now. Elevate, they managed to flood this side, and now it's all on Pika. Looking to flank that Lion gate, or that Lion scan, just keeping him at bay, trying to make a makeshift rotate hole, but time is ticking away. The final E1D does ring on out, and that roar will stop Pico once again. The fuse are likely secured, and it'll have to be a nuts 1 versus 2 clutch here from the Aruni. The P10 Roni in hand. Oh, how do you... what on earth was that? Come on, mates. Fisher guy finally swings the corner, but my goodness, was my heart in my throat. That swing and the whiff. Goodness me.
Jeez, yeah, I didn't actually catch Fisher guy's HP in the end, but lucky to be alive he was. Good recovery from Elevate. They got that spawn peak done to them, right at the start. Not great. Digital being the sledge player, it's vert, it's nades. It's really not a good operator to lose early, and let alone, the first round of this match in APAC South tonight, getting spawn peaked never feels great, but the bounce back from Elevate was really good. I loved the use of the Lion. It just helped them at every instance they wanted to progress through that attack, putting the roamers off-site, or at least allowing them to hard push onto the anchor site, anchor operators, so that they can actually get in that position for the plan.
So it's a good start here for Elevate. Now, we were a bit torn, and the analysts were a bit torn on the pre-show desk. There's been a little bit of a skepticism surrounding Elevate, and a little bit of optimism surrounding 7th Heaven. And for 7th Heaven's side, right, they beat Wildcard, not Wildcard, they beat Order last week, which was a fantastic upset, probably the biggest upset of the day, coming from 7th Heaven, who barely stayed out of relegation, was almost in fact relegated last season. And Elevate on the flip side have just had a really disappointing 2020 overall, and then coming into 2021, they made those big roster changes, bringing on Fisho and Milo, of course, who's a member of the support staff, both from the former Noble or Meloncat roster. Big additions, but we still weren't necessarily convinced yet, and yet there is that first strong attack round despite that early setback of the spawn peak, so maybe things are looking a little bit better for them.
Something that has started to stand out for me is just they look to be a lot more steady than they were last year. Elevate, when things started to go bad, they just went bad. Whereas now it feels like when they've got adversity, maybe it's through the extra leadership of Fisho guy in particular, he's in a bit more of a support role. He seems to be that steady hand that they really needed last year. And so I think as we see their season progress, we will start to see them grow, and they've started to get victories in the Nationals. So searching for that first victory in APAC South tonight.
Map control taken for Elevate. God Legion on the front line. A player that you've had extensive experience with, Raven, being his coach and the coach of this team for quite some time. And God Legion, he's just known for being a really, really hot shot, but he hasn't been quite so hot recently. I feel like 2021, though, is a new chance for him to get back his confidence. We saw him get an ace last week, I believe it was, in OCN. And he's really stepped up his game.
Absolutely. When he's up and firing, he's really dangerous. He's definitely one of the sharper players for the Oceanic region. And, you know, that can definitely be a testament to the fact that maybe the support aspect just wasn't there for them last year, and that was where they struggled. Gold Legion had a bad year, but, you know, it's more than just being an entry player. You need a good support player to be able to get those frags and to have a good season. And so maybe that's really what he was missing. So with that steadying hand, again, going back to the Fisher guy, maybe that's really going to help him pick up his performance.
All the puzzle pieces fit together. Pika on the other side. Just failed that clutch last round, but still dealt some damage. What is that from Fisho? Even with the drone, it wasn't enough, and 7th Heaven take 2 bites. Elevate left reeling at the moment, desperately trying to push blue. Is Digital, the player spawn peaked last round. He may well just got peaked with a nade in his hands. What a fate, the second time in a row. Pika looking to chew off another one. Worthy finally shuts him down, putting Elevate in a 2 versus 4. And things not looking too hot right now.
Yeah, really tough position right now in that 2 versus 4. Fast. He's going to make his position known from the hatch because Worthy has Pillar, but they're very well spotted. And this last E1D will come out to try and get them some teeth into this attack.
Inside the Banshee, Fast hasn't checked the corner in supply yet. That meets his doom, and Ray finds the final 2 kills. And, well, rinse and repeat for 7th Heaven. They couldn't get Laundry on the first go, so they tried again and lock it down.
Lock it down they did. There's a much better defense from them, and I think something that really helped is they never let Elevate get that opening. As simple as that, you know, like Elevate were really hard pushing to answer back to the spawn peak in round 1, and in round 2, there seemed like a little less urgency to actually get that pick. You know, they got good map control, but by the time they really peaked to try and get that Pillars control, they were only giving themselves about a minute as opposed to 90 seconds in round 1. And on top of that, they lost that engagement. And as you were saying, it was a very aggressive pick for Fisher Guy, the Maverick player, and to lose him, it really stunted the whole push, because even if they did get full blue control, losing the Maverick meant it was going to be tough to get those walls open anyway. So it was a hard comeback on Elevate.
Definitely a risky gunfight there for Fisher to take. We've been singing his praises as a support player, and well, he's got a good number of kills so far from the first round, but yeah, definitely all fell apart when he died there. Perhaps the idea was Fisher from blue to pinch and peek at the same time as God Legion from the stairs, but they just both lost 2 separate 1v1s, and there was no way that they could help each other or trade each other off that, so they fell apart. And now we'll see if Elevate can deal with this Dorms attack. Looking good though for 7th Heaven. I don't know about you, I feel like Oregon is a map where you could easily go a 3-3 half, maybe a 4-2 to the defense, but I'm not convinced. I think that if 7th Heaven couldn't get 3 on their defense, they'd probably be pretty concerned though.
Yeah, I totally agree. I feel like if it is a 3-3, that's probably more of a win to the attack. You know, once you rotate onto that defense, I do feel like it is still more comfortable on a map like Oregon. But we do see time and time again 3-3 halves on this map. It can be a really close map. I feel like I've seen countless overtimes on Oregon. So you do know that it can be that even match, and even just the 4-2 halves can be traded back and forth. So I think for Elevate, you know, the benchmark is to really try and get at least 3 of these attacks, and then that's a great spot to be rotating on for the second half.
Aggressive from Pika, and he meets his doom. Digital finds his first kill this game thanks to the line that Maverick had opened up. Nice little way that it's just a line at the very bottom, so it's almost impossible for the defenders to contest that because they'd have to go prone, whereas Digital's got that kind of reduced elevation of the stairs. It really helped him there.
Yeah, really nice play to get that opening pick. It looks like they're going to be putting a lot of pressure into this attic, taking this nice and early. It's going to be up to Ray to try and hold this off as the Malusi, and so hopefully some of those Banshees can at least assist him. Probably hoping that Pecan survived a bit longer, right? So that the magnets could be catching more of these projectiles. Might not be too hard for Elevate to be able to flush him out from that window position.
Oh, speaking of, that second nade missed, but fortunately there are 2 more that are flown on through. So a lot of nades expended now. In fact, none left of the 4 that Elevate brought to the table. Minute 20, and well, Elevate are kind of pushing everything all at once.
Yeah, pretty spread out. So it's a good start. Starting to run out of time a little bit though, you know, like they're really going to want to try and find a better opening here, and it looks like they're starting to push that with God Legion, really putting pressure in towards the games room from Trophy. And this is where it's going to be big for 7th Heaven. They're going to have to try and really repel this initial entry from Elevate onto site.
Ray holding down the lines. Souffle still alive. It's a strong player to keep out for. Ray desperately trying to pre-fire. You can see, you can just palpably feel he's getting pressured, and he knows that they're coming for him. That E1D scan goes on through. Plant going down from Worthy. God Legion makes his entry ready for a second as well. But there's the C4. Vast goes down. Diffuser still going down. God Legion finds another on the entry. Elevate have the objective, but 7th Heaven have fought back just on Ed now in a 1 versus 3, and I think this may be in the bag for Elevate. God Legion's hungry for another, but he's shot down. That's a gnarly shot there from Ed. Only got to find 2 more, but time is ticking away. Just the SMG-11 here, can't go for the long pre-fire. Worthy, after getting that plant down, shuts him down. And Elevate find their second attack win in 3 rounds.
Yeah, really good attack from Elevate. Honestly, they gave themselves a lot of time. They got that opening kill. And then once they cleared out Attic, it was still 90 seconds left in the round. And Attic is just such a power position, especially if you're trying to get that game's plant. So fantastic job from them. 7th Heaven weren't able to hold it off. And if Guz and Zedox are here, you know, they love to talk about it. Top floor being the real critical bomb site when you're on defense. If you're not winning your top floor, in their theory, you know, like it's really hard to come out with the win on the match. So the fact that Elevate have been able to win that is it's a solid sign so far, and they're up 2-1 in their attack half. We're saying, you know, a 3-round half for them would be a great pass mark, and they're only 1 round off that.
Yeah, Elevate's definitely put themselves into a strong position, and you know, looking at last week's game against Knights, while we were a bit disappointed in their performance, they still managed to get 4 rounds on Chalet, which I feel like for this team, this roster basically being pretty fresh, right, with Fisher on board, that's a pretty decent go against what, you know, we at the time and potentially is still believed Knights to be the best team in OC. But then Elevate went to OCN afterwards, and they managed to get a 7-5 revenge story over the Knights. So we're starting to see them slowly getting better and better. And that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. I think the guys were talking in the pre-show. Which Elevate are we going to see? Are we going to see the Elevate from APAC South last week, or the one from OCN last week? And I'm starting to feel like it's the latter.
Definitely agree with you there, Dev. Feels like there's some really good cohesion and team play from Elevate so far. And the scoreboard certainly says so. Just noticed on 7th Heaven, you know, there's still 2 players that are on 0. One of those is Sino on the smoke, of course playing support, but Souffle being the other. Now, you highlighted him as we came in as probably the strongest player on 7th Heaven, and the fact that he has not been able to get that scoreboard pressure 3 rounds into their defense, I think that's really a big factor that is affecting 7th Heaven right now.
Defense is ready! Securing a drone.
Nice strategy here from 7th Heaven. A hard hold of tier 3 here with the Wamai, but in comes the utility. And Pecan is absolutely abused in that corner. God Legion, I believe from below, shoots an Ash Charge, destroys his shield. Now Pika put under pressure. People are watching his every move, and Elevate start to circle like vultures.
Yeah, it feels like if he's going to be prone in this corner, he may be able to get his feet from below. I think that's what God Legion's trying. And in the end, ED actually gets the opening pick onto Bars. They are still trying hard to get Pecan, but they cannot get him out of this position. He's burned almost half the round, and Elevate have lost a man in the process. This is definitely turning into a really solid win for 7th Heaven in the first half of this round.
Surely they can punish him! Oh, this isn't going to work out! He finds God Legion. Fisher Guy did punish Ray in the meanwhile. Still, this Wamai is unpunished and still has magnets to catch out those nades. Finally, Elevate deal with him, but it is just too much, too high a price for such a little reward. 7th Heaven have most certainly won that mid-round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they traded 2 for 2, but I just think that the time and damage on top of that was so important for 7th Heaven, and losing Vast on that line, those E1Ds have been very helpful. And God Legion, his fragging power, yeah, I think that's a really well-played start to this round for 7th Heaven, and it hasn't given Elevate a whole lot to get things working. They did finally you know, clear out Attic. I'm not even sure they know they've got that control because there was a player shooting back, but he did return to meeting. And now it's just going to be a very rough little push to site here. I think it's just going to have to be enabled by Elevate getting an opening pick.
Worthy diffuser in his pocket. Starts to make his way inside, planting very, very far back. That's a C4! But Worthy baits out that diffuser. Very well played from the Hibana. Elevate desperately trying to cover. ED finds Fisho Digital, gets the refrag onto another player, and then caught up. It's all on Worthy. He got that diffuser down, and now he has to clutch against 2.
He's rotated into kitchen though. I'm not sure whether 7th Heaven are particularly aware of this. Worthy peeks out, but no, it's going to be Sino. He gets the shot onto Worthy. Really well played from 7th Heaven there to get that, and that is going to equal out that scoreline at 2-2.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser.
Really well played from 7th Heaven on the retake, despite Worthy baiting out that C4, getting the plant down, and then also putting himself in a decent position for that clutch. So massive credit to 7th Heaven for bringing that back. Combination of the flank, of players in meeting and kitchen. They were always together, right? Even at the end there, when they went for that disable, there was a player ready to contest Worthy and make sure that as soon as they knew where he was, they were going to punish him.
Punish him, they did. I mean, look, the hero was really... was it Pecan up in the tower?
Yeah.
Absolutely unbelievable effort to be able to dodge everything that Elevate was throwing at him. But I really think what failed Elevate there is there wasn't much of a different direction in that pinch, right? Like they were trying to absolutely spam things like the flashes and nades and the ash charges from below to get him out of there. And he kept checking the, you know, the 2 second tier windows, but nobody there. And I just think that was really where Elevate failed in that attempt to clear out towers. They just needed a different direction for him to genuinely worry about, or at least be caught out on. Sure, it's risky, it's a bit more of a direct gunfight, but if you're not doing that, you're kind of just wasting utility in the end anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened, especially because of the nature of the Wamai, right? You can throw in all these flashbangs and flash the Wamai, but then he's going to get another disc pop into his pocket he can throw out. And that's exactly what happened when finally Elevate decided to try and get a nade in on him. It was just too late. Ooh, nice bit of drone hunting there from Pecan. I really don't know what to call him because last season his name was Pikachu and now it's Pecan. So I don't know whether it's Pika or Pecan. I probably need to go and ask him, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I've been saying Pecan, so we'll be corrected. As we were lovely corrected about ED as well. I'm glad that is now something that we know. But look, here we go. There's a lot of defenders still running around here and towards dining side. Souffle tagged up early. Maybe a little cheeky spawn peek there, Dev.
Yeah, just a really aggressive early roam. Now the line is the tool employed by Elevate to try and thwart that. A lot of drones have already been taken out now for Elevate. You'll see they've only got 8 left in total. 3 of which are in the pocket, 5 in the field. Okay, so remember this is basement, right? But all this activity going on offsite, Elevate are really focusing on punishing these roamers. And my main concern is what if all the defenders just get back to the site now without losing a player? It's going to be difficult, but that's not going to happen after all. God Legion does get the injure on Souffle, and Worthy finds ED. So a very, very successful roam clear here for Elevate.
That being said, still a defender on the first floor. Looks like it's classroom based on that outline. So if... Oh no, it's Armory Stairs. This is where Elevate are going to have to be careful, because sure, they've got 2 picks that are on the roam now. But are they aware that Ray's still around? Yep, okay. Question answered, drone just spotted him. And he's about to walk straight into the face of Digital, but oh my god, it's Digital's face that's met with a bullet. And that is going to at least get 1 back for 7th Heaven.
Well, the onus on Elevate to decide, are they going to punish and hunt down this player, or are they going to try and ignore him and push the site, cut him off? The risk of pushing him is if they do it one at a time, they may well just give him more 50-50 gunfights, but fortunately Worthy takes a passive angle, Ray runs straight into him. Now it's 2 versus 4 for 7th Heaven. Nice little gas through the wall will slow down Elevate's push, but it's a tall order now for Pecan and Sino to clutch.
He's going to make it tough, but you know, it's still definitely doable. They've got some really good positions here, and they've been playing pretty well so far. You know, these 2 have been really solid anchors for 7th Heaven when it's needed. The clock will start to work against Elevate. You know, they've only got 40 seconds. They still need to try and get these drones onto site to figure out what's ahead of them. I was still hearing mute jammers in the way, so I'm not so sure they're going to be able to get in and get that info. And it looks like there's going to be some engagements near this rear tower here, and this could get a bit chaotic for Elevate.
There's the first pick, though, in this execute. Vast taking down Peak, and Sinnoh goes aggressive, but Vast punishes him as well. And Elevate dig their heels in at the end of the round. Make sure not to forfeit their lead. They've furthered it for a 4-2 half.
Looking very good for Elevate. We said a few times, you know, if Elevate can get at least 3 rounds in the attack half, that's probably going to be quite the win for them. I have to agree that their attacks have just looked really good. They were using a bit of time on this roam clear, but they really stuck with it. They're committing to what they want to do, and they're following through with it. It didn't work out when they were trying to attack Kitchen Meeting and clear out that tower player, but it's been working out otherwise. So this is where it gets tricky for 7th Heaven. They've gone for the repeat of Laundry Supply, which is reminiscent of rounds 1 and 2, where it did go to Elevate in round 1. On the repeat, though, 7th Heaven got it. So this is a big move for them.
Funnily enough, they also haven't changed up their operator lineups.
Attackers need to locate
the defenders any time that they have defended this up until right now. Pecan, previously on the Aruni, has decided it hasn't been particularly impactful and has gone instead over to the Mozzie, which I think is a good play here. The way that 7th Heaven wants to roam, and they did deny quite a few drones at the start of that previous round, but you pair up the Mozzie and the Mute and go for that roam. You look for those pre-placed drones and start to whittle away at the information available to Elevate, and maybe we'll see a bit more of a successful roam.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at that, and it's Aruni is generally an operator. They were using her gates to site, but if your opponents have such a man advantage when they get to site, it really negates the effectiveness of those gates. So why not switch to an operator that negates the effectiveness of what Elevate's been doing early rounds, which is the roam clear? So I totally agree. You know, the Mute Mozzie combo, proven many times to be really effective at slowing down the intel gathering on attack. It's something that's seemingly been going very well for Elevate. So I think this is a really good adaptation for 7th Heaven in their last defense round.
The one thing, though, is Elevate have been a lot more cautious with their prep phase drones, and they haven't lost a single one so far. Whereas previously we saw 7th Heaven hunting down those pre-placed drones. That means while there are mute jammers and Mozzie pests to impede those drones, Elevate still have them all, at least for now. Pecan looking to make an aggressive C4 play, but he's liable to be droned out. There it comes.
Reloading.
He's going to rotate back on, though. I was ready to call that the Tower of Pecan there, Dev. If he was going to get a couple of picks, it's definitely his zone. But no, he's just dropped back. So 7th Heaven, again, clearly aware that losing bodies early has been hurting them. So they're not going to commit too hard to this. In fact, there's 4 players on site now. It's only ED in Garage of all places on this roam. So Elevate, got to be careful of this one.
Yeah, this is ED really just hoping, hey, I reckon I can be extra sneaky back here and they'll never drone me out and I might be able to make a serious play. But it's a big risk, right? Because as soon as Elevate drone him out, he's a dead man.
Yeah, not a tough position to cut off, but it looks like so much of their attention is being put here on the north side through to the basement. He's going to try and drone out these positions, and they're going to see that Pecan is playing close to that blue door. So again, we saw Fisher Guy lose his life early as the Maverick, trying to peek that one out, see whether Elevate can maybe get a tidier clear to get this control.
Pecan finds one, but Worthy does trade. Digital's gone down and his nade's with him. Here's the final nade that Elevate has in the pocket. It is for Fisher, and I believe it just got caught. ED's in a prime position for this flank. Still a lot of time left. No pressure as of yet.
Yeah, really going to come down to these flank drones for Elevate. You've got one dead player. Is he on it? Has this been spotted? Could be their total undoing as ED starts to pick around. It's being beautifully watched, though. Freaks out a little bit and starts to retreat. It's going to be a tough flank for him, so really well covered from Elevate. Now with this 40 seconds in this E1D scan going out, they're going to have to start surmounting this attack to something.
Excellent flank watch from Vast, but Elevate can't just watch flanks for the rest of this round. They've got to make an execute happen. 25 seconds, 4v4. Time is ticking away, and Elevate are looking to get desperate. Surely that's a pick for God Legion, but 3v3 now. Bisho cutting off the players inside. Vast looking to make this plant go down. And God Legion has to be careful of his flank as well. God Legion's now gone down. It's just Fisho and Vast. ED on the long angle looking to secure that kill. But Souffle and ED both have to worry about these tiny Maverick holes, and Fisho on the other side! That's a lovely pre-fire. This may well be a 3-3 half, unless Vast, the captain of Elevate, can muster up a clutch. Souffle to cover the flash goes in, but Vast, he has to go! There's no time! And 7th Heaven lock in that half, 3-3.
Defenders win.
Very close into that round there. I thought with the flash player that Vast was going to rush on through, he would have been able to deny, but wasn't going to be. 7th Heaven, they do secure that 3-3. I still think, though, overall, that is quite the dub for Elevate. You know, they've got themselves in this equal position. They're going to move to this defense half for Oregon. So let's see what they've got in store for 7th Heaven.
Definitely a tight game here, which is pretty much what we expected, right? We were thinking, hey, Elevate's a team that didn't start so crash hot in APAC South, but they started to get things together in OCN, and 7th Heaven, a team that we actually had pretty low expectations of this season, which I feel a bit bad about personally. You know, I casted them a lot when they were Electrify last year. And look, they weren't the greatest team in APAC North, but they were clearly good enough to escape relegations, if only just. And let's be honest, last year for them was pretty disappointing in terms of their APAC North run. They only won, I believe, what, 3 games across the entire season? Let me double check that. 1, 2, 3... Yeah, they only won 2 games, I believe, at least in Stage 2. Against Scars and Talon, who were both teams that weren't really doing too crash hot in the league either. So 7th Heaven had a lot to prove, but that win over Order last week really, I think, gave us revised expectations of what to expect out of this team.
5 seconds left.
And I think what it means is these two teams are kind of met in the middle now, and they're both quite competitive at each other's level.
Yeah, I agree, and I think on top of that, maybe 7th Heaven have probably done a lot of hard work, you know, in the off-season. Now they are getting a bit of extra support. They're still keeping the 7th Heaven name, but they are getting this extra support. So they're able to potentially put more into the game and really tighten things up. You know, sometimes teams will just take a little bit longer to start their rise. On top of that, we've had some pretty dramatic meta changes and just rebalancing of operators and all kinds of things happen since the end of Stage 2 last year. So maybe, again, that has also worked into their favor. But you're right, they are up against a formidable opponent right now. A 3-3 half shows that these teams are pretty evenly matched. I think this is where weaknesses can be shown is attack halves. So I'm really curious how 7th Heaven can stay cohesive in these attacks.
We go for a bit of a roam clear for now. Elevate, very loose, all over the map, running around. For 7th Heaven, their strength against Order really did lie in their defense as they won 5 out of 6. Whereas they only won 2 out of 4 of their attacks in their attack half. So we'll see if 7th Heaven can perhaps prove that they are a strong attacking team here with this heavy roam utility set up off-site by Elevate. So, you know, having to deal with this meeting hatch from above.
He's trying to get there, but this is where it's really tricky. Vast here on the Vigil can really pose a danger. They seem pretty aware that somebody may be coming around, but actually, I'm so wrong. Pecan, he just goes to run straight past Vast, runs into his gun instead. That is going to be Elevate successfully getting that first pick on the roam, really stalling out 7th Heaven here. And now, something I remembered I was going to say earlier is that Elevate did 6-pick from smoke to the Vigil. So they're really making their intent known about how aggressive they wanted that to be. But speaking of aggression, my gosh, 7th Heaven have just really taken Pillar aggressively here. ED just missing his chance to get God Legion on the rotate.
Like this read from 7th Heaven, but I think it's been read back now by Elevate. Shots exchanged both ways. Elevate definitely knows 7th Heaven have ramped up their pressure. They're just going to go deep now, all the way in, and God Legion goes down looking for the flick, but ED's magazine is just too small. Sinnoh goes down as well, and this map control comes back to bite 7th Heaven. In a 1v2 now, the highlight player, Souffle, with the diffuser in hand, starts to force it down. Worthy and Vast, they wait to regroup. This is going to have to be a retake situation. Souffle does so much damage onto Worthy. Vast coming in just a little bit too late to catch him off guard. There goes the C4 and it finds nothing. And there finally Elevate pinch the player. Get that retake.
Position compromised.
It was a bit of a tough retake, a lot of dancing around happening, but finally Elevate got that timing down pat.
Disabled the bomb diffuser.
Props to them that neither of them really chased or over-peaked Souffle just then. When he got that first initial damage, you know, it can be a bit stressful when you're in like that 2v1 situation. You think you got to go rush and help your teammate, and that can create a mistake. So props to Elevate for not doing that, because they would have just created 1v1s. Souffle really gave 7th Heaven a good chance there to be able to take that opening attack round, but not to be. Thwarted by Elevate, and they get to move up to that kids' dorms bomb site.
Way to get back on track now for Elevate. And having a look at their game last week on Chalet against the Knights, they were not so great on their attack or their defense, really. They only won 4 rounds across the map, and it was a split of 2 on each site. But going into Clubhouse last week, they really shone on their attack. They lost the first 2 rounds of their attack half, and then just won the next 4 straight. Really, really strong. A lot of really good late round executes from them as well. Now they're switched on to their defense. I think that they're also going to be pretty comfortable here. Defense is typically where teams feel a little bit less pressure, and I think that's good here for Elevate. The way that they read into that quick execute from 7th Heaven through Killer at the end of last round gives me pretty good hopes for them here.
Ten seconds left. 5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, even if Elevate do everything right in terms of their teamwork and the communication, these core fundamental gameplay mechanics that they have been working on as a team, even if they do a lot of those things well, they still struggle with 7th Heaven, who just have some really strong fraggers and do really commit to pushing together. So it's always going to be a struggle. No way this is going to be easy.
I also just realized that nobody heard me because I was muted while my dogs are barking, so sorry guys. Dev heard me though.
You sounded great.
Oh, thanks dude. Good start.
Let everyone in the stream know that Raven always knows what he's talking about, even if you can't hear him.
That's right, thank you. I was saying as well, you know, this is a good start from 7th Heaven because, again, this attic pressure is so important on a Dorm's attack. So they're already doing so in this first minute. They're seeing who's going to be holding it is the smoke player, so it's going to be tough to clear out. But regardless, if they do get this control, it's going to give them a really good setup to push towards this execute.
So Guy, that ambitious picking these angles with an SMG-11. Notorious smoke player he is, but he's lost his shield, and this is becoming more and more difficult as a position to hold. What's this next step for 7th Heaven? ED looking to force his way in with flashes, but Fisher Guy buys himself some time. And also some HP off of Ed. Fisher Guy still staying alive here. This is the newest player from Elevate, but still one of the most experienced players in the Rainbow Six OS community.
Yeah, look, I think that's a really good time burn from him because it's prevented 7th Heaven from getting out of control for at least the last 45 seconds when they actually had access. And here they go for this aggressive push, and ED comes out on top. Fisher Guy will fall to the Habana, and now this is pressure really against Elevate. Vast is going to have to back up into this corner. He's trying to give himself the best chance possible to take this gunfight from the advancing player. It is going to be Sino. Oh, he just avoids the line of sight.
This is huge now. Vast! Sino doesn't check the angle. There may well be a refrag on the cards as Souffle, the man himself, steps up and takes down that second player. Diffuser now in his hand and full control of the objective, but is his teammate supporting him? Worthy goes down, and Digital as well. It's all on God Legion with the entire of 7th Heaven ready to step up, and they get their first attack round win.
really great attack as well. Once they got that out of control, it was pretty tough to hold off. I think that was something that Elevate maybe failed to adapt to, but again, it's hard, and I think the downfall was probably not giving Vast enough backup with kids. You know, Seventh Heaven were able to trade that out pretty effectively. Souffle pushing in and getting the pick onto Vast meant that they instantly just had that kids control, and pretty hard retake. You saw it happen. They still had attic control. It's pretty easy to cover the kids' door. That's pretty much it. There's no other real access to site. So you really have to just throw more at holding the room before they get access.
Yeah, and add to that the fact that Seven Heaven had a player coming up White Stairs and on the big double window of dorms. So those are the main angles in which an Elevate player could have perhaps helped with that kids hold, right? Maybe playing inside of the big dorms around the bunk, or maybe playing top of White Stairs. But they've got their own problems to deal with because there's an Ash player sneaking up their staircase. And it goes to show, I think, that... no, never. But it goes to show, I think, that in this game, right, like, we look at one thing, we see Souffle making an entry, and we credit him with, 90% of the work there, but honestly, it was a team effort from Seventh Heaven. Things on the opposite side of the map can happen in perfect coordination and actually work together to achieve the goal that they're looking to get.
10 seconds remaining.
So it's just something from Elevate here. They haven't gone the repeat, which is something that was big for Seventh Heaven. They repeated Laundry Supply, well, 2 times successively. They played it 4 times total. Elevate deciding not to repeat Dorms though. They're going to rotate straight through to Kitchen Meeting. I guess they're just looking to keep Seventh Heaven guessing on this attack. Also just keep the momentum fresh. Regardless, again, we're seeing a 4-4 scoreline. I don't know, Dev, this is a very tight game right now.
Yeah. I definitely thought once Elevate got that first defense round, it started to look like they were in control, but that's totally not where this game went. I don't think, in fact, we've been trading rounds since the start. It's been Elevate, Seventh Heaven, Elevate, Seventh Heaven, all the way to where we are now. The trend continues. I guess Elevate's going to win this round, and then we'll see it evened up, and then eventually go to overtime. And who knows where that'll take us at the end of the day. But it's definitely a close game, and I do wonder, where does that leave us with Seventh Heaven? My power rankings at the start of the season had them in the last place, but I feel like I really didn't give them enough credit. I don't know, Raven, do you see this as a team that could be a serious threat?
They're starting to feel a lot more like a mid-table team at least, and we won't really fully know until we start to see them play some of those higher table teams like Xavier, for example. On top of the fact that Xavier was a team they competed against last year, so that's a really good way to benchmark it. But in the meantime, I think they are doing a great job. They seem like they're a lot tighter than they were potentially last season. Fisher guy, though, he's going to capitalize onto Stino, and that is the Maverick and Diffuser drops there in Attic. Really trying to hold this control.
It's a big one. Fisher's keen to keep contesting. God Legion finds ED elsewhere, and my God, players are falling like flies. And suddenly, we're in an advantage Seventh Heaven scenario. On the opposite side of the map to where we were looking, over on Dorms, that roam looks to be completely cleared out. And while Pecan is low HP, the rest of his teammates are not. And I was going to say same for the Elevate guys, but Worthy's just taken a lick of damage and in a bit of an exposed position. Can he get out alive?
Might do, and he will find a pick as he does, but he runs straight into a teammate. So now in this 1v2 situation, it's all on Digital's shoulders. He's got 2 full HP players to find. 40 seconds to try and hold out. He looks away from the meeting hatch at the wrong time there. Player about to cross that line of sight. This is certainly going to be tough for Digital in this 1v2 situation. Oh, he almost got that pick, Dev. That could have been big.
Takes as much damage as he deals. Souffle on the nastiest angle you've ever seen, and he locks out that round. The Seventh Heaven, who finally break the trends and get 2 rounds in a row for the first time on this map.
Breaking the trend indeed, and that was just a crazy round. Elevate jumped out to a 5 versus 3 man advantage, and within about 5 seconds, it became a 3v2 against them. Just really good backing up from Seventh Heaven and capitalizing on the aggression of the roam and the positions they had on that attack. Elevate letting that one slip, and now it becomes dangerous. They're going to have to go back to Laundry, sure, if they can win that, 5-5, but not showing good signs for their other 2 sites. So even if they go 5-5, you could potentially back in Seventh Heaven to close it out at the 7-5 scoreline.
Yeah, for Elevate to actually come out of this game with the full 3 points, they would have to go flawless from here. They'd have to go defend Laundry, and then, you know, 2 out of the other 3 sites available succeed in all those, end up with a 7-5. Anything less than that, and they're losing at least that 1 point, potentially the whole game. So there's a lot on the cards now for Elevate, and I think that pressure is starting to ramp up as well. You add to the fact that they're currently sitting at 0 points on the APAC South League standings, whereas 7th Heaven already have a comfortable win under their belt against what we thought was being one of the top teams of Order. So Elevate definitely have their work cut out for them, and they can't let up from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, we will see Order play a bit later as well, but certainly when I was watching that, felt like they were playing a bit shook. I don't know, they didn't put, like, quite look right. But regardless, we'll see whether they can back it up and change their stars later. But right now, 7th Heaven are aligning their stars. They've taken the lead against Elevate. And this is going to be really big here. Worthy on a massive roam over in this small tower. Who knows whether he's been spotted right here, but this really could be the opening pick.
What a player as well. Worthy's been on top form recently. About to be droned out though by ED. What's he going to do now? Is he going to commit, stay here, and potentially be barraged with utility? Or is he going to try it, get aggressive and take a fight? Another drone comes in. He may well have seen now the side of his screen. It's just a matter of time though, and what an angle from ED. That is a massive opening pick for 7th Heaven.
Yeah, really tough there from Worthy. Once he got droned out, he had to really commit to something. And just absolutely got jammed into that position on those stairs. So that is going to be a great start from 7th Heaven. They've given themselves 2 minutes now to start working this map control that they've now obtained. And it's a different defense from Elevate. They had a heavy roam in their first attempt of Laundry. And it did work out. It meant that 7th Heaven didn't get map control, so of course the execute was quite tough for them and had to be a bit rushed. But now it's actually, besides Worthy, it's quite the turtle.
Makes you feel like Elevate have got to make some kind of play, whether it's now or whether it's late in the round. If they just sit and wait, 7th Heaven will surely start to mount an attack that will be too much to overcome with that man advantage.
Could just be the case. Taking a while to get this server hatch open. Finally, the Maverick does their job. And it's just 7th Heaven biding their time, really being careful to ensure that they're not getting flanked and just ensure that they're getting these positions comfortably. Shigai going a bit early with some of those smokes as well. And Souffle looking to try and get this opening engagement close to sight here. If they can get this control, it's going to be real danger zone for Elevate. Ooh.
Sinnoh burnt that nade a little bit too much, and the second one also not successful. Weekend looking to drone in sight, sees the magnets, protecting Vast from projectiles, and time is ticking away. 35 seconds remaining. 7th Heaven going to have to step up massively. They've been biding their time. They have been patient, but now they have to turn it up. 25 seconds left, and finally the push comes in from Blue. Ray furthers that man advantage, but Elevate fight back. And that's a great flick from ED. It's a 3v2 now for 7th Heaven, and suddenly they take match points with a complete collapse onto the site.
Huge collapse there from 7th Heaven. Actually, tremendous pressure put onto Elevate. They really did try to fight back. It did come out to that 3-3, and I thought maybe we're going to see it come down to that little 1v1 situation, but no. 7th Heaven, they ate up that pressure. They threw it back, and here they are a match point. It's a real danger zone for Elevate. Not only have they now lost the chance to get 3 points, they need 2 perfect rounds to be able to get even 1, and they're going to have to go to dorms, which was really not that successful for them last time.
Pressure is certainly mounting in the Elevate camp after they looked really good in a lot of these rounds. I feel like 7th Heaven has always been maybe not a whole step ahead, but at least a half step ahead, and have now finally broken away from Elevate. Not only did they break the trend of trading rounds 1 for 1, but they've just had a streak of 3 in a row. And it's put Elevate completely off kilter. 7th Heaven are taking this game by storm. And look, the pressure's not that high for them. They can win it outright here and get the full 3 points, or they could even concede 1 more round and still have a shot at the full 3 points. And if they did that, Raven, 7th Heaven would be at the top of the APAC South League standings, at least for now. But plausibly, by the end of the night, we could see 7th Heaven at the top of APAC South, which is crazy to think, after we expected, frankly, quite little of them this season.
Look, to their total credit, they have really stepped it up. As we've said, we had relatively low expectations just based on how they were performing in APAC North last year. But they have clearly gone back and done a lot of work. And again, you know, there's a lot that's changed in the game since Stage 2 last year. And I feel like the way that 7th Heaven has been playing, that has really favored them. So all props to them. They've been really working hard and it's paying off. And if they do come out with these first 2 victories for the season, great place to be in for them.
For 7th Heaven, outside of their nationals, which they dominate, they just destroy everyone else. But outside of that, in APAC North and APAC South, they have always been the underdogs, and I think that they like that. Even coming into the first Playday of APAC North, they were one of only 2 teams in the entire league that had never played in the former Pro League. And yet they came out and in Playday 1, they beat Scars, which at the time was the 2nd best team in Korea. And while they didn't necessarily keep that momentum running and do exceptionally well in APAC North, they certainly were punching above their weight from just a team that had only ever played in a fairly low-level national tournament. And here they are, giving Elevate a massive spanking, and have already done so last week as well to Order. They're just taking names.
They are. Really good momentum to have. And, you know, you made a good point about how they've always kind of been that underdog team, so to speak. And that can be a really interesting development for a team. You know, they're starting to be, you know, the top half of the table. Does that pressure start to get to them? They haven't been there before. It's an unfamiliar position. So if that continues to go, that might be something that starts to affect their later games. But again, they're putting so much pressure onto Elevate nice and early here in Attic. That being said, it has been almost 2 minutes. Shigai still with some smokes in the pocket. 2, in fact. So he's going to be able to burn out a lot of time here. This was the linchpin.
I'm not sure it's actually possible now for 7th Heaven to clear this. Those ADSs are sitting very safely, and all of the flashes have now subsided. All of the grenades have now gone. Oh, sorry, there's still 2 grenades left. I'm pretty sure then it's the Zephyr charges that went through as well. And Fisher Guy likely to keep that shield intact for the rest of the round. Souffle, though, goes for the rotate, repelling on Games Window, finds the opening kill. And despite hitting that brick wall at Attic, it might be that 7th Heaven have found another avenue, but Elevate fight back. 3v3, 30 seconds remaining, and 7th Heaven, we've seen them come back from these deficits. And Fisher Guys had to rotate off of Attic. What is the play now for 7th Heaven? They've rotated over 2 games, just about ready for their execute.
And they go 10 seconds, the final countdown. They're going to have to make this pretty explosive to be able to pull this off. And the plant starts to be stuck. He's under a lot of pressure. Speaking of pressure, the clock is about to expire. Diffuser goes down. That is going to be Elevate pushing and getting that round dev. They are extending this game as long as possible. They're staying in it. 5-6. They've got 1 round to push this to overtime.
Massive effort from Elevate to stay in the game. And this match has certainly been everything that we'd hoped for. In the pre-show, they were saying that the second game, QConfirm vs Knights, would be the match of the day. But if every game is as good as this one, then I don't think there can be a match of the day. It's just 100 miles an hour every single minute. 7th Heaven have looked so damn good, but finally Elevate have broken their momentum. The first time they found a round win in the last 4 rounds. They're finally back in it, but can they push to overtime?
It's also officially the closest match we've had in APAC South so far. Granted, we only had 1 Playday last week, but all those scorelines were 7-3, 7-2, 7-3, and a 7-4. So now we're finally getting a bit closer, and yeah, look, we felt like this was going to be a close game. We had some heavy predictions going in the favor of Elevate, but I think there's a general consensus that this was always felt to be a pretty 50-50 match. It's really hard to tell because Elevate have seemed like they're on the up, but so have 7th Heaven. To seeing them go up against each other, it really was going to be that tussle, that tug of war of who is ahead of the other, and it has been that to the end.
Certainly has. Yeah, staring down match point once again. Ooh, Pika's
5
got a
seconds to
fantastic
insertion.
drone in sight. But even facilitated rush here. I really hope it
Attackers are
happens. We
moving
have the
out to
thinker.
locate
How
a
many
bomb
players are
and
spawned
defuse
this side? Actually, not many. Most of 7th Heaven spawning on the other side, but Pika may well have had one of his teammates on his drone and tempted to get in early. Could very well happen. There's no one from Elevate watching that side. Pika's going straight down the stairs. This could be a massive play from Pika. Finally, someone is watching it. He may well be punished here by Digital. The sprays go both ways. And Pika is scared off, but might be cut off from the rover. How does Worthy lose that? Pika finds that opening kill, and the momentum is back for 7th Heaven.
That was going to be such an important pick for Worthy, and now this drone again doing more work for Pecan. He knows that Digital is looking to push. Digital instead, though, actually not going to push. He's going to barricade that and just go back to site. At least now he has a sound cue for if Pecan tries to push this again. But that was a really good start from 7th Heaven. While Pecan didn't quite get the opening he was looking for in Laundry, he still did get the opening pick, and that drone just worked out so well for him.
Activating drone. That Thinker Boost actually being to Ed's demise. The Thinker Boost increases the amount of damage you take from gas grenades. And so Ed took a whole chunk, even just with one inhale. As 7th Heaven mount their push here on blue, but God Legion and Visho both ready to receive. Utility expended, and Visho guy meets Sinnoh with a shotgun to the face before retreating back. He may well reinforce over this, but Pecan's just gone straight into the site. Eventually a refrag comes through. 30, there is just so much time remaining, and God Legion cleans house with the final 3 kills. Elevate push to OT.
Oh my gosh, Dev. Just sometimes this game just turns on its head and out of nowhere, these picks just fly out. God Legion with 3 in quick succession there. Saves the round and saves the match for Elevate when Pecan was on site and he got Fisher on that rotate. I honestly thought that was going to be GG, but great job for Elevate to dig deep and hold it. We are going to overtime, so that means that Elevate have at least secured themselves 1 point, you know, their first point for APAC South, and they fight and get the 2 points.
Oh, certainly been tooth and nail, my God. This is starting to be really, really exciting. Elevate and 7th Heaven are definitely not the teams that you expected to be. I mean, just think about last year. Like, we could never have expected to see these teams go up against each other, and we didn't have any kind of indication of how they would match up. And this is finally a chance where we get to see these teams competing against each other across regions, and it's really exciting. It just goes to show how exciting APAC Siege is once you start to blend in the different sub-regions together. You get to see that clash.
Yeah, the thing I love about APAC, obviously besides the fact that we're in this region, so of course you might think we're a bit biased, but personally I just love APAC Siege because all of these sub-regions just have their own little flair. They all do things a little bit different. You know, it's so obvious what the Thai style is. You know, teams like Xavier and QConfirm have this unique style that is just beautiful to watch. And it's the same now we're starting to see from 7th Heaven, you know, in the more Southeast Asian area, just developing their own little unique aggression. It's just, I don't know, I love it. And I think it's really exciting to see Oceanic teams now properly into that mix.
And most teams, at least at this level, do typically kind of have that a bit slower play style, a bit more methodical. I guess perhaps inspired by Wildcard. Even Meloncat of the past had that kind of slowish playstyle. So definitely a bit of a contrast here. We get to see these more aggressive and more assertive Southeast Asian teams clashing with the OS playstyle. Speaking of, that's 5 players on site on your screens right there. So Elevate, they've tried heavy roams, they've tried everything, and this time they're trying to just anchor down on the site. They are confident that that is their best chance here against 7th Heaven.
It's going to be a bit of a gamble, honestly, because what I feel like worked out so well for them in their first defensive laundry supply was that roam. It was just very elusive, and it made it tough for 7th Heaven to get map control. And when they finally had a chance to push site, as you said, that map control came back against them, or lack of. So now this is Elevate saying, take the map, guys. We're just going to have to try and hold deep. Maybe they'll try and hit a flank. You know, we saw Worthy very keen on a flank in that previous round. Didn't work out for him. But maybe that's a nod to the playstyle that Elevate are going to try now on this laundry defense.
Most of 7th Heaven shaping up on the south side, looking for potentially a laundry freezer push, which has been quite popular recently, as opposed to a blue rear stairs push. Although they have gone through the motions of opening up the meeting hatch and preparing just about every possible opportunity to go on site. It's going to give 7th Heaven a lot of chances. Worthy! In what world does he win that fight onto ED? And that is massive. He gets a second as well. 7th Heaven looking to turn up the pressure here as Sino and Pika start to go deep. But Elevate, hold firm.
Big step up there from Worthy. 45 seconds now. He's going to have to step up big again because he's getting peeked on. It's going to be Peekant getting that, but it's traded by Digital. A 4 versus 2 now, Dev. 7th Heaven not giving themselves a whole lot of time to be able to get this execute. They have a good pinch happening. He's going to have to take some nutty fragging from these players.
Here's Souffle, of course, looking the wrong way. Almost loses his life for it. Sino's gone deep. He's the last one left. But he goes down to Vast and Elevate for the first time in the match. Take match point.
This match, Deb, swings and roundabouts. We highlighted 7th Heaven getting 3 rounds in a row. They bucked the trend. That got them the lead. And Elevate have just answered back with 3 rounds in a row of their own. And now on match point themselves, 7-6. It is an attack from Elevate, which we haven't seen for quite a while now, not since round 6. And they're going to have to attack Laundry.
Laundry was a mixed bag for, well, both of these teams. 7th Heaven, they won it twice and lost it twice. I'm curious as to what kind of a playstyle they're going to lean into. It looks like they're doing what they did at the latter half of their defense, which was going for that roam, that heavy roam. Actually, it's a bait, potentially, with that Mozzie 6-picked onto Wamai. That's an information denial and roam-centric operator switching out for a more anchor-centric defense operator. And that may well hint that 7th Heaven's actually going to play sight.
Might just be that. You know, the only round that 7th Heaven did use the Mozzie for Laundry, they did win it. It was a disable, so Elevate did get in and get that plant down. But regardless, I felt like the Mozzie was effective because we've highlighted that Elevate on their attacks. They're pretty solid with their roam clear. They're really using that line to effect, to be able to freeze those roamers or freeze them on the rotates and clear them out. It's taking a bit of time, but with them getting the picks, it's giving them that man advantage to execute, and that is what had worked so well in their attack half. So, might be a mistake there from 7th Heaven, yet to see. Pecan, though, you know he's keen to be a little bit aggressive here. He might be looking to open up this match.
Needs to be careful, though, because his utility doesn't all pop up at the start of the round. Those magnets generate over time. So to get the most bang for the buck out of the Wamai pick, he really needs to stay alive.
Cautious. Does get a drone and just rotates back. So again, he's not going to try and overextend at least just yet. But he's very keen to be aggressive around those big tower stairs. Elevate not taking too much time though to get in and take that map control. It's going to be God Legion, in fact, pushing in to try and make sure that Pecan doesn't get up in their face.
I like how he checked every tiny little corner and prone spot that Pecan may have decided to go for. You can see God Legion's having absolutely none of it.
First minute with no engagements. And this just feels like a real chess of a round right now. It's just who's going to peek, who's going to get this opening pick. There's a lot of Elevate players stacked here over in Bunker. It's going to be repelled back by the smoke, but this is going to be very important next 30 seconds here. If they can flush out Sino from elbow here, that's the shield gone. This could be big control from Elevate. It's going to be about who wins these engagements to get that pillar control.
Back against the wall for 7th Heaven. Ooh. Staring down match point for the first time this game. But Ed has an aggressive bullet hole angle. God Legion just about ready to swing the stairs when his team needs him. That Magnet also catching something out. Sino looks for the peak, loses his head. And now Ed really needs to find a refrag. He does just that, but he's punished once again by Worthy. God Legion turns it up, and it's all on Ray to hold out against 4 Elevate players. It's been a fantastic showing for 7th Heaven, but Elevate have mounted an enormous comeback, and they're looking to lock it in. Elevate score their first points of the APAC South League.
That was a huge attack there from Elevate. As you said, they do lock in their first points for APAC South. It is going to be 2 as an overtime victory, but nonetheless, they will be happy with that victory. I tell you what, 7th Heaven really made them work for it, Dev. That was a tough fight right to the end.
No doubt about it. 7th Heaven is a team to be feared in APAC South, but Elevate are also here to stay. The mental fortitude to mount a comeback like that is not to be understated. Elevate have taken their first points in this league and finally defeated a Southeast Asia team for, I believe, the first time ever in an official match.
I believe you're right. Yeah, Elevate. I mean, they got 2nd in Pro League Season 11 way back at the start of last year, but we weren't able to see what the APAC Finals would look like that year. So totally true, Dev. It was the first time that this roster, Elevate in particular, the core of, has actually beaten an APAC team outside of their sub-region.
It was definitely a roller coaster though, because I admit I predicted Elevate, but I was definitely not expecting them to win when they were 6-4 down. So to mount that comeback is super impressive. And Elevate is a team that has struggled under pressure. They've started to crumble in the past. Is perhaps getting those Meloncat / Noble players onto the roster, is that starting to help them with that mental fortitude?
It feels like it is, honestly. I mean, we talked about it way at the start of the map. That Fisher guy has seemingly brought this steady hand and some extra level of leadership to the team, and it feels like they are able to weather more of that storm. It's something we saw in the past. You said it. Under pressure, they seem to struggle, and that was really what was working against them a lot in 2020. But it just hasn't been the case, and I feel like every match that we've watched Elevate over the past 2 weeks feels like they're just really slowly getting stronger and stronger with this lineup.
Certainly has been an uphill battle, but finally they're reaping the benefits. Let's see what the analysts have to say. Over to you, Rob and the boys.
Thank you very much. This time, you got my name right. I promise I'll get your name right next time, Dev. It's been so long since you've been with us. It's easy to get confused, but guys, my word, what a performance from Elevate to bring that one back. Dev's obviously alluding to, Fisho guy coming on board. What are your thoughts?
Wow, well, I was pretty confident in my pick from the majority of that match, right? 7th Heaven looked really, really strong. They got 3 rounds straight in that second half, and then it crumbled apart. Elevate stepped up massively. Fisho was a player that was clearly stepping up, but a player as well that I want to talk about was actually Digital. He started off at the end of round 7 or during round 7, he was going 2-5. Sure, he's playing that support role, but pretty rough for him. He bounced back with fire. He ended up getting the final kill as well. I mean, a support player like that steps up alongside Fisho guy as well. That's incredibly impactful. And then you could see it really led into the other players, right? Worthy was stepping up, God Legion was stepping up, and Elevate in the end just had the goods.
They certainly did. Xenox, what about you? 7th Heaven, that's a 4-round comeback for Elevate. Is that not good enough from 7th Heaven?
Look, I don't think you can dismiss 7th Heaven. It still went to OT. It was still a close game. We like to say it could go either way, and that one probably could have. I think Elevate just stood their game up. Really, when the game was on the line, they produced their best, and that's really what you kind of expect from a team that really wants to stamp themselves as a contender, which, the mental fortitude, and this is a word that Dev loves to say over the last 2 minutes, of course, as I'm bringing it up, that Elevate had to come back, were they down like 4-6 or something after a pretty back and forth series, says a lot about this team, man, and where they're going. Like, they're doing good things. 7th Heaven is not an easy beat. They're not going to be an easy opponent, and it was a good win for Elevate.
Well, it's a beautiful lead-in to our interview with Digital. Let's bring him on in. Digital,
boys,
my friends. What a performance. You're going to be happy about that, getting some points on the board in APAC South.
Oh yeah, mate. I want to jump out of my seat because we're looking grim there, but we definitely, late round, we just sort of, we just treat it like round by round, and like that 4-6, if we could leak our comms, I would. Like, it didn't phase us. Especially me, I swear I just couldn't hit a shot, and I was just getting so unlucky. But to have 4 other players who are just have that mental stability, I don't know, we just treat it round by round. I'm just stoked that we fought it back 4 rounds in a row. That was awesome.
I'm very much glad you sort of brought up that 4-6 and how you guys sort of treated it. It says really a lot about your team and probably where you guys have come from. The biggest thing for me that I just want to ask was actually more so on your attacking half. In the very first half, I felt like you could have got more from that. I didn't think 3-3 really was just desserts. Do you guys think you should have gotten like a 4-2 half, maybe even a 5-1?
No, yeah. No, for sure. Like, a lot of those rounds could have gone our way, but, yeah, I'm trying to recall, but I remember, like, that there was one round where we could have... I can't even recall it. I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. What round was it? You've done me, Xenox. I don't know, but definitely, like, Oregon's easily a map where you can easily get a 4-2 attack a split. So that wasn't something that we didn't think we could do. Obviously, we can win all the rounds, but no, I think 3-3 we were still fine. I think we knew we could bring it back on D's. Things started to slip out of hand, but no, we just sort of united as one and just sort of brought it back. So it was good.
Yeah, I mean, looking into the future, you guys have got a pretty quick turnaround. Next week, you'll be taking on the Giants, who many think are the strongest in the league, or at least one of the strongest in the league. How are you guys feeling heading into that one? Because you're putting some really nice results on the board here and in OCN. What's it looking like?
We've streamed Giants before. Obviously, they're a really good team, and they've shown that in their official games. But we know we're more than capable of taking it to them. I mean, scrims are only scrims, but we're pretty confident in knowing how they play and taking any map to them. So we'll just wait and see for that one. But yeah, pumped for that one because they're a huge opponent.
Well, I think we've all said it, and you'd be feeling it, but definitely Elevate on the up and up. Any final thoughts before we let you go, Didge?
Not much. Just cheers to everyone that's watching, and thank you to my teammates. I love my teammates.
Can I ask one more thing? I know this is off script here. Didge, what do you think? Guz didn't back the boys in.
Yeah, Guz, I did see that. So Guz, that's
I heard that was exposed. I heard there were some leakages of the predictions.
Guz, yeah.
Look, don't let me down. If I predict you guys next week, don't let me down, or I will. I'll give it some more.
That's all I'll say. Just come to our side, Guz, and we'll treat you well. Put it that way.
All right. We'll see. All right, I'll pen you in for next week. I'll do it.
Oh, thank you very much for that, Digital, mate. Congratulations on your win, and we look forward to seeing you next week.
Thanks, guys. Cheers for the cast.
Always happy
Dude,
smiles with him, man.
That was a stitch up, mate. What is that?
There was a bus coming along and Xenox just threw you under it. There was no questions asked. Xenox, what do you have to say for yourself?
Hey, look, I backed them in. I thought Elevate were going to win this one, and they did. I did also say in the pre-show, and I think we all agreed sentimentally, that 7th Heaven was not going to be an easy opponent. They showed that. We went to OT, and there were definitely times where 7th Heaven probably could have gone on and won this. They had too much points before it went to OT. So for 7th Heaven's sake, I don't think they should be too disappointed. Elevate's a good team. They're on the up. They're winning a lot of good games against some strong opponents. 7th Heaven get at least a bit more of an easier week, maybe next week against Wildcard. So I'll be definitely backing 7th Heaven to win that. And who knows, their season's going to be a very intriguing one to watch.
And we've brought it back for a 2-1 now between Southeast Asia and OS. Guz, what are your thoughts?
Look, I'm just a little bit disappointed for my own prediction because, of course, this game went to overtime. Elevate only get 2 out of the 3 points, and 7th Heaven at least get something. They get the single point. Whereas me, I get left with absolutely nothing. I just have you 4 guys piling on me. I have Molosca probably in my DMs already piling on me. So, look, it's not a great day for me, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break right now, and we'll be back shortly after.
talking to. Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Ain't where the money at. Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby. I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
Hey yo, the rain was steady pouring, heard the drops, a drizzle meant to be. Chilling in my crib, no doubt, peep the scenery. Telephone rang, then it stopped before I could answer it. I heard a knock at the door, so I answered it. It was Jermaine, he had a little situation. Beef up on the block, and orthodox that led the confrontation. He said these cats be acting hard on the block, and they be pumping weight and holding, so Dwayne got shot. Now see, Dwayne was just a knucklehead, but still with his cousin. And I'd be wrong if I ain't help him when it's beef, he gon' rush. And he said, listen, homie, ain't no time for discussion. Motherfucking pressure's rising and it's boiling the bustin'. So if you with me, then you with me, nigga, make a decision. Got the bait, you be the hook, cause we's about to go fishing. Now listen, when it's on, then it's on for show. Kiss my girl up on the head and in the wind up the door. Stood up in the dark, it comes the light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stood up in the dark, it comes the light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stood up in the dark, it comes the light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stand up in the dark, it comes the light.
Well, it's the first match in the books, and Elevate have finally got a win on the board for the APAC South League, and we now turn our attention to Knights and QConfirm, one that I'm sure many of us have been waiting for and excited for. Guz, as we head into this one, Xenox was really leaning into this being the match of the day. Would you agree?
Yeah, look, it's not often that I agree with Xenox, but on this occasion, I probably do. I think both of these teams are really strong heading into this matchup. That said, they also have some pretty unique storylines. QConfirmed, as we see their roster on screen, they won last week. But how much of that result actually matters? That was against Wildcard, who we know are really struggling at the moment. I think this is their opportunity to prove that they are the real deal tonight.
Xenox?
Yeah, look, I agree. I think for both teams, this is a really big match for their own individual circumstances, and that's why I consider it the match of the day, along with the fact that I do consider both of them to be relatively equal in strength. QConfirm, a lot of expectations were quite mixed coming into the season. Without healthcare, how were they going to perform? And while they came off to a flying start albeit against a weakened Wildcard last week. So they get a really big test now, and there's no excuses behind the result. You could sit back last week and you could say, right, this was a weakened Wildcard, they had a substitution, all these other issues, but you can also say the same thing about QConfirm. They lost healthcare, and that was sort of the storyline around that match. All of that's out the window now coming into this, and for QConfirm, I guess their expectations internally should be they win this. Let's start now trying to see if we can get that top 4 locked up as soon as possible.
Well, you've already mentioned their name. The Knights is who they're coming up against, a team that's been formidable over the past 6 months in Oceania, and now they're going to have to back that result up in APAC South. It's been a little bit, I would say, of a confusing week for many fans of this team. Still not sure where they're sitting right now. Xenox, I'll come back to you here.
Yep.
Is that something that's going to reoccur?
Look, they're floundering a little bit at the moment in the National League, the OCN. They have gotten off to a very rocky start, 0-2, but it's the flip effect over here in APAC, right? They got that nice win against Elevate, and a very good Elevate team at that, as we just saw knocking off 7th Heaven. So which Knights are we going to get from this roster? Are we going to get the APAC Knights, where we will have a contest? If we get the OCN Knights, I think there's going to be a bloodbath. So I really hope we do get to see a nice competitive match against 2 juggernauts here, and that the APAC Knights do show up.
All right, well, let's have a look at the map vetoes. We're going to dive straight into it, guys, as we head into what is going to be Oregon again. Surprise, surprise. I want to say, what are your thoughts here? But we've seen so much Oregon. Just go ahead and take it away from me.
Well, yeah, I was going to actually predict Oregon as the map these guys would head to, would you believe it or not? So, look, at least I got that right. I think one thing to keep in mind in this matchup is, as Xenox mentioned, the Knights' results have been super sketch, right? How do you go from beating Elevate in APAC South to then floundering against Elevate in the rematch, and then Roffelcopter, one of the newest teams in the National League? That is extremely worrying to me. Maybe that's a blip on the radar, and they should be able to bounce back in the Major League. Who knows? I think one player to keep an eye on for the Knights here, though, is probably Dino. He's been looking so sharp in APAC, in OCN. Last week, in fact, he had a 1.52 rating, which is pretty nuts. He went 11-5, was killing it on the entry as well. So if he activates and brings the whole rest of the team with him, for me, the Knights are looking pretty good. But I know you guys, that you didn't have as much faith. I'm the only one, I think, that voted Knights for this match. Or
No, your buddy here.
Okay, good. I'm not alone. Not like the last game.
Xenox, are you going to try to double down on your prediction?
Of course. Knights, I think... I'm also predicting APAC Knights show up. That's what I'm basically saying here. If OCN Knights were to show up, I would definitely not be predicting them at all. There's no way about it. QConfirm's a really, really good team. I've got them pretty high in my power rankings. I didn't tip them last week because I kind of expected Wildcard to do better. I gave them that sort of chance, and that's it. No more chances now for Wildcard. I've seen enough, right? And for QConfirm, it's a big challenge, right? They've got a much tougher opponent this week, but I definitely go with Knights. As long as APAC Knights show up and they bring their absolute best, which is the best in OCE that it has to offer, they win this, and they should be winning this. Otherwise, if Knights lose this one, it kind of says a lot about where their season could be heading.
Yeah, well, look, to be honest, I'm not going to agree with you, but I do agree with you on that point. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been pinned in as a potential best matchup for today. We're going to take it over to Raven and Dev to take all the action through. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Rob. It is here, finally, the match of the day. It is another bash between an OS team and a Southeast Asian team, Knights and QConfirm. Raven, this is also a rematch, so we have a lot to be keen for here.
Yeah, look, super excited for this. This is the flavor of the day, OS versus Southeast Asia. But look, I know it's something you're itching to talk about. I can start touching on it, and feel free to follow up, Dev. But these guys actually met somewhat recently in the SI qualifiers, and that did not pan out well for the Knights at all.
Yes, a massive rematch of a massive game where QConfirm had one of their best runs ever through the 6 Invitational quals, a 2-0 over Knights, including a 7-0 on Clubhouse. This is the chance for revenge for the Knights. After floundering in OCN, this is their shot at taking it all back, and it's happening on Oregon.
It is, and look, they've had a bit of a 50-50 past on Oregon. Their current win-loss, at least on the stats that we have, it shows them about 6-2 in terms of wins. that's not too bad. That is against mostly Oceanic teams. QConfirm sit around similar, but you know what? They have beaten some pretty big opponents on Oregon. They had a 7-1 against Fnatic at APAC North last season. They beat Damwon 7-4 in SI quals. So these are pretty good opponents, and they seem pretty proficient on Oregon. On top of the fact, I just think overall QConfirm are a bit of the dark horse team for like a top 3 finish, honestly, in APAC South.
I totally agree with you. I think QConfirm is looking way better this year than they were last year. You look at the SI quals, and then you look at coming in, taking down Wildcard, and I think they've got a really good shot here against Knights, who actually played Oregon just the other day in Oceanic Nationals. What was that? It was 3 days ago. And they lost on Oregon to Rufflecopter, which is the team that qualified for OCN through an open qualifier into relegations. That is a massive blow to what we thought was the best team from OS. And now they're going to have to see if they can stack up and get revenge against QC.
That's totally right, Devin. Look, I've just looked up from the stat sheet and I've seen these bans come out to fruition, and I'm seeing the Ashe and the Vigil. I tell you what, there's some pretty exciting bans. I think that's not particularly common, and there might be some targeting going on there.
If I recall, it's usually Sage who plays the Ashe on Knights, which is funny because, to my knowledge, he's also the IGL. I have seen him on the Yana a bit. I think it's probably a Hayward target ban is what I'm feeling here in terms of the Vigil. He's the player I usually see play it on the defense for Knights. That Ashe, I think, does get shared around occasionally. Hayward 6-picking. Where's he going to go? Off of the Jackal. Or is he? He's going to stick it. There you go. The sledge comes out, so a bit more explosives for him.
That's right. And Producer actually 6-picking off the Kaid to the Valkyrie. This looks like they've really sold the candy that they were going to be holding in the basement. Of course, they're not actually going Laundry first at all. They're going Kitchen Meeting, which is a very off pick, not normal at all. And the Knights are going to discover that very quickly. And now that Producer is on this Valkyrie, there's no IQ on the side of Knights. Some of these cams may become unnoticed and really enable some of that classic aggression that we've seen from QConfirm.
Yeah, for QConfirm, it's been a pretty impressive recent history for them. But the funny outlier for me is the fact that QConfirm lost their statistically best player coming into this season, which was Healthcare OG. You might remember him from APAC North last season, where he was one of the best players in the entire league, statistically speaking. He had a lot of massive multi-kill rounds. He was a very strong fragger for QConfirm, who actually ran a 6-man roster. We had Lycolis, Producer Boom, and Healthcare, always the core 3, and then Hajime, Dark, and Roldini were kind of subbed out. It was always just 2 of those 3. Well, now it's you lose Healthcare, you bring in your all 3 of your kind of half-sub players as core. And for some reason, despite losing that fragging power to players who statistically have not been as impressive, these guys are finding miles more success.
Yeah, look, they played fantastic last week. It's the most recent result we had. On top of that, Dark being the player that has seemed to have made the mainstay on the roster, he had a great match against Wildcard. He went 7-2, 1.33 rating. He really stepped up in that first game, and that was against, sure, they've lost Diesel, one of their main stars. Regardless, they're still a very strong team. So I think that's a good start from QConfirm. Really excited to see if they back it up here, because personally feel like they do have that bright future ahead of them this season. And right now they're playing some uncharacteristic patient siege, Dev.
Yeah, surprisingly, not taking the fight to Knights as of yet. And that means the onus is on the Australians to get in the building and start to make some progress. For now, that is coming in the form of this meeting wall from T1 of Tower. GC looking to Maverick trick this. Top and bottom will unreinforce the wall, and then Hayward can simply sledge the soft bit open. If Producer Boom goes for the C4, then Knights might need to breach it, not need to breach it themselves.
It's true. Wonderfully held from Producer Boom, because that would have been, like you said, really just giving the advantage to the Knights at the end of the day. But QConfirm, they don't need to do a whole lot here, or Producer Boom almost taking off the head of Josh, being able to start it out. He's going to lob it out now that Josh has opened that for him, but it didn't hit the mark. No HP done either. Cole is still hanging out in the kitchen here. QConfirm actually still have a lot of map control themselves. The Knights have really only targeted Attic and Tower right now. They're going to have to be careful, because there's not a lot of teeth here.
Yeah, no attic pressure whatsoever for the Knights, which is a big, big risk. They have opened a rotate there, but they're not using that vertical play.
Really not. But Sage, he's going to push deep into attic, throwing the nade, but no one there right now at least. Producer Boom is just under fire on side. He's been taken down to 5 HP, and Juicy will get a nice nade onto Dark. So it's a good opening from the Knights here, but a little too complacent as they push deep. It's just going to come down to an absolute dogfight on side there.
Surely Juicy can find this. Hayward's going deep with the pre-fire, but can he cover? He cannot. Hajime and Roldini pick up the pieces. And QConfirm, after a pretty patient start, they clean house on the retake.
They did. I feel like, again, it just came back to the Knights. They did a good job with what they did, but I just felt like they didn't have enough control where it just meant QConfirm could pick back in for that retake. They had so much map control to be able to maneuver around on that retake, which just made it a lot more comfortable for them. That being said, Knights were close, man. That really felt like the Knights could have pulled that off, but just not to be.
I admit, I kind of looked away for just a second and I looked back and there were 3 kills in the kill feed for QConfirm. I can't tell you exactly where each of them went down, but I can tell you that it felt like Knights, as you were saying, really just heavily focused on breaching that main wall. Dino pushing the other side of the map to, I guess, be some kind of rotation cutter or pin some movement, but it just did not have the intended effect. And QConfirm had so much freedom in that retake.
Right there. And now we're going to see QConfirm go to this laundry site, and some interesting operator picks, of course, like Colas here on the Warden. Actually going to be playing, I don't know, there's a couple of positions that you can really effectively play a Warden down, to be honest. One is definitely elbow. If you can negate the effect of spamming in those stun grenades, for example, or even smokes if they're trying to hold an angle. The Knights don't have smokes, not going to be this time. But it is an effective way to counter that, and even get aggressive. When a team is spamming in those stun grenades to clear utility, push back that elbow player. If you are playing the Warden, it's actually an opportunity to peek out. You might be able to catch a player or two off guard.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And as for now, it's once again a bit of a patient game for QConfirm. So, this is a bit uncharacteristic of them. Maybe they're not quite as all over the place as Xavier in terms of their aggression, but they're certainly up there as, I would say, a team that does like to take those gunfights, like to put themselves in those positions where their stars can make a play. But so far, that's not what's happening, and Knights, again, left to their own devices to clear out the map.
Going for some solid map clear this time, though. They're looking like they've cleared the west, and of course there are no QConfirm players there. They're trying to play the aggressive position on these stairs with backup as well. That's something that I think is really good about a team like QConfirm, is they will throw bodies, plural, at things on aggression. It's not usually a solo play, and that can catch teams off guard. It results in trades and all kinds of sorts like that. But right now the Knights have made some really good pressure through getting this meeting hatch open. It's going to make playing around that pillar a little bit more difficult. Put some pressure on.
Oh, that's unfortunate there for Hayward. I think he should get a refund. He's got rubber bullets in the skeleton key. But he does have those stun grenades still, which I think is the pivotal thing here for clearing out these ADSs and enabling the rest of his team to start using their utility to force out these players. Great crossfire sustained, though, by Hajime and Roldini.
QConfirm just not giving the Knights an inch right now, playing very patient. As you said, these crossfires, it's actually a 3-point crossfire right now. There's a player holding the Pixel and Freezer to try and even pick a deep push in towards Pillar. So really good positioning from QConfirm, and they are just giving nothing to the Knights. The Knights have got this control now. They're a player in hatch, a player on the rear stairs. They're waiting for these pushes from QConfirm, and it's just not happening.
Pretty sure QConfirm just reinforced up elbows, sacrificing that ground to enable a bit more of a turtle setup. One less angle to worry about. Sage finally opens up the round. That's Producer Boom gone down, and that's the primary player from QConfirm holding Laundry. Now Knights are mostly mounting up for the other side push, but Josh finds one from Freezer. 24 seconds to go. Juicy's going to rotate. Hayward's gone for the rotate. Dark finally gets some action for himself in a 4 versus 3. Hajime way up the back of side, but Roldini's found 2, holding down fast in the hallway, liable to getting refragged, and that's what Juicy does, all on Hajime in a 1 versus 2. But he's going to catch Hayward! No, he's not! Hayward somehow wins that fight, and Knights just barely steal the round.
Wow, I really thought that Hajime's position there was going to get QConfirm that win, as you did as well, Dev, by the sounds of it, and just didn't get the pick. Really unfortunate. Felt like that, given the timer and it was a 2v1, could have been it, but no. The Knights, look, they put together a pretty steady attack. They got good early map control, but didn't do a massive amount with it. They tried to play the patient game, just waiting to see if QConfirm would peek them or try and play that aggression. It didn't happen, so then the Knights made it happen. They really started to push site, and getting the first 2 picks in particular really helped them just set up to be able to make something happen.
Bit of a disappointment there for QConfirm, no doubt. I feel like that was just so winnable. really tossed away there, and it goes to show sometimes you can have a strong position, but you just need to win your ones. You really can't lose those. And I mean, it's a miracle that Hayward managed to pull it off. Unfortunate though for QConfirm. It's a big effort from Roldini though. Lycolis is actually the player I want to mention for a second, because he has been historically for QConfirm and for the previous iteration of the team back when at one point Lycolis played with a lot of the Xavier guys, and the team was called Xavier.
10 seconds to go.
He was a star player. He was always on the support, but he was one of those players that you'd expect to be at the top of the scoreboard while still playing Thermite and still playing the diffuser. And you know, unfortunately, he just hasn't quite had that impact in the fragging department as of yet. We'll see if he can step it up.
Producer Boom as well was a part of an iteration of that Xavier roster, I believe.
Yeah.
And look, you're so right. Lycolis, I remember back in the old APAC Pro League days, he really was a highlight player, just consistently pulling off these crazy plays. And I think it's really a testament to QConfirm as a team that while he's maybe not pulling off as many highlight plays as we've talked about, they've got this really well-rounded effort, and they're still pulling out some really good results. While they didn't quite place as well as I'm sure they expected to in APAC North last stage, it came down to some really tight games against strong opponents, so it really easily could have been them up in that top 5, top 4 position.
Definitely. And QConfirm actually won Pro League Season 11, funnily enough, in Southeast Asia. They were over the Knights, I believe. Sorry, over the Giants, I mean. So they definitely have a storied past and quite significant achievements in their history. So let's see if they can finally bring some of that form back, you know, a year on.
And now the Knights pushing for this attic control. Being critical for them to be able to get any kind of execute happening in either games or kids, really. And 90 seconds in, they're going to be able to start to try and clear out these players. The drones will come and get the info. It's Producer Boom who's here. That is a really effective position for this Reminder who's playing with these magnets to be able to constantly catch these projectiles. He also has a Banshee to stop the advancement from the Knights, so it really is going to be tough for them. See Producer Boom holding this out for at least another 30 seconds. The Knights are pushing hard for it.
They actually shot his ADS through the wall from all the way on the big window, and now they're going to push him. What a collapse from the Knights. When everything goes to plan, it is absolutely beautiful. And a 5v3 now for the Aussies. Juicy's got to be careful. He's low HP, liable to one bullet before he falls. 45 seconds now, and eventually Juicy does fall, but not out as of yet. Looking for the refrag. Dark takes a lot of damage, and Knights are picking QConfirm apart. It's all on the mute of Dark, pinched into kids' dorms, and all he's got is the swing, and it doesn't do it. Knights take another round.
Really aggressive and solid execute there from the Knights. They timed it well, and just the small details, you know, the clearing that ADS from the double window through the soft wall really enabled that attic push to work out. Also, a bit of a whiff from Producer Boom. He did take that Maverick player low. I think it was like 5 HP, but regardless, it was backed up well. He was going to be dead anyway. Knights ready to trade that out. And that was really the story of that gradual push in towards kids and games. So great job from Knights, and they're rolling so far in this attack.
Absolutely. They might have had a slow start in the first round, but ever since then, it's been all Knights all day. And funny stat for you here, Knights have had the opening kill every single round so far. That's a bit of fun from them. Is that a 6-pick onto the Glaz I see?
Oh,
hello
just about to
there.
say that. That is super exciting.
Use bomb.
You were a bit of a Glaz man yourself back in the heyday, weren't you?
Back in the day, long time ago, but yes.
Back in the Glaz meta, you were the Glaz player for your team, weren't you?
I was the banana shooter. I was. But look, I still love seeing some Glaz do that. We really don't see it that often. But Hayward from the Knights, he does pull it out on occasion. There must be a particular play or reason that they're wanting to utilize him for. It really is his zone now, is that special play. You know, one time that you've read to what site your opponents are going to play, and you're like, all right, guys, let's try this strat in particular. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the Knights utilize it.
5 seconds left.
It's also the only player who's changed ops throughout this game. Everyone else is always staying in their lane. But the only concern I do have for that Glaz, right, is, you know, for those who don't see Glaz a lot in Pro League, at least not anymore. Back in his heyday, he was a force to be reckoned with. He could just march on in through these smoke grenades. He was an amazing entry fragger onto site. He's a bit better than he was after he received his nerf. You can still walk through smokes and see, but the little yellow bars on the side of the scope will tell you how much visibility he has. The more he moves, the less visibility he'll have through the smoke. But the main thing I'm looking at is just the fact that only his 2 smokes are the only smokes that Knights actually have brought. They haven't opted for the smokes on the Yana. So he needs to be pretty careful with how and when he decides to use those smokes.
For sure. But it feels like there's more to Glaz than just the smoke peeking. You know, it is a high damage gun. And the fire rate these days is pretty significant, so you can absolutely mow somebody down with that gun in a pretty quick fashion. So QConfirm will still need to be careful.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Looks similar from the Knights here, Dev, in terms of how this attack is playing out. Dino, though, is actually solo pushing in from the master side. He's going to have to be careful because he's got a few QConfirm players over here to contest with, and not much backup at this stage.
Dino has been a pretty hot player this season thus far. Always been a notable player in the ANZ region, OS. Oh, that is cheeky from Hayward. He is refragged, but what a pivotal player to take down in Producer Boo, and the C4 with it. No more smokes, though, for the rest of this round, but I still think that's a win for the Knights.
I agree. It took them quite a long time to get Producer Boom out of that corner in the last attempt of attacking this. That was way back in round 1. So to clear that out nice and early, it does give them that advantage. Dino, though, he's trying to contest at the peak of Hajime. Oh no! He is getting absolutely pinched. Beautifully done by QConfirm there. But it is refrags. Oh, was that a wall bang there?
It was, all the way from tower through the Maverick holes. Sage has great game sense to do everything he can to refrag his teammate.
Now, Knights 3v3 with 40 seconds to go. They're going to try and push into meeting on the stage here. It is Juicy with the diffuser in hand. There is an evil eye watching the whole thing play out. So this is going to come down to this QConfirm retake. And they are just waiting patiently for the Knights to make their move.
And they've got to make their move. They can't get rid of all this info. Juicy starts the plan. The swing from the Maestro is going to come through, but Sage and Josh hold down the lines and lock Knights in for yet another attack. That makes it 3 in a row.
It does, and they are on a roll and just beautifully covered that execute because it's not that comfortable. It's a pretty sketchy spot on stage. You've got 2 angles to cover from. It's going to be the bridge that you've opened in towards the stage and then the doorway. And there are a lot of angles to cover. There's the 2 entrances from meeting double. There's the kitchen rotate. There's the hatch in attic. Sure, they probably have drones watching some of it, so you can narrow it down, but it's not easy, especially against a swinging team like QConfirm. So great job from the Knights to get that one.
I really liked the idea there from QConfirm, though. They had that evil eye in the side, and they actually, we only saw it for a split second, but there was one of Valkyrie's black eye cameras all the way at the top of T3. I think it was. It was somewhere in tower, looking all the way down to get extra info onto what's happening and where are those players are hiding those kind of more safe positions on the attacking side. So QConfirm could enable that retake a little bit better. And of course, that is what worked out for them well when they successfully retook the site on the defense the first round of this game. But I think Knights were just a lot more solid this time in holding the lines. QConfirm tried to make those plays, and yeah, like you said, it worked out for Knights this time around. And that's a massive momentum that has been built now for Knights, 3 in a row.
10 seconds to
and quite subverting my expectations. I'm pretty sure I picked QConfirm to win this game after such a strong 2020 so far. Yeah, and man, Knights, like they've had a struggle. They lost to Elevate in the rematch in OCN, and then they lost to Rafflecopter. Like, Knights have definitely not come into this season as hot as we expected, and QConfirm are the opposite. So I'm surprised to see this play out as it has.
Look, I'm with you there. I also have chosen QConfirm, and if anything, that was a lot more to do with, you know, maybe some doubts over the Knights' form. But sometimes with the team, it does take just a couple of rough losses to wake you up and just think, hey, we really have to get on top of this. We can't let our form slip. And particularly with the opportunity that's in front of them here with APAC South, they want to keep getting points on the board. So maybe they have just gone and grinded. And here they are showing up against QConfirm. But now what is going to be the real telling story is how can QConfirm answer to this? It feels like right now the Knights are actually really out-aggressing them and just out-fragging them. And there's a lot more to it than that. But that is QConfirm's game in a lot of ways.
It has been a fairly slow-paced and patient game all day long for QC. And Lycolis again on the Warden really has not been performing. The Warden is an operator that you expect to be hopefully having an impact in these power positions. Like when you bring the Warden, it's because you want the shield, you want that 1.5 times scope, and you're hoping that he can frag out and deal some damage in those power positions. It's just not what we've seen so far from Lycolis, and I feel like maybe Lycolis can hold on a little bit more instead of giving up these positions, instead of losing those engagements. We might see a bit more of a solid defense from QC.
I think on top of that though, the Knights are just really not pushing in towards Lycolis, especially on this laundry attack. They're completely leaving Bunker alone. There's a lot dedicated just then to be able to get some solid control in through laundry. And now you're seeing Josh push down the freezer stairs. It feels like the push is not centralized around Bunker like we have seen in the past. And maybe it's just something they're going to rotate too late.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
A lot of options available now for the Knights. Hayward move back onto the sledge. The rest of Knights all over the place. That nade chewed up now. No second nade to follow through. He's all out. Josh looking to mount a push in through freezer, checking every possible angle. These mute jammers impeding the Barna pellets. The Knights are running out of time.
They are running out of time, and now they're running out of men as Lycolis has opened the scorecard. It's answered back by Producer Boom Dev. They're just going to funnel through the site, and QConfirm look so ready for this.
Desperately now, Dino pushing on forward. 3 more to find. No way in hell is this happening. Lycolis must have been listening because he gets himself right up onto the scoreboard and gets QConfirm back into the game.
Really good job from QConfirm. You were talking about Lycolis a lot. Not much action came his way, but he did open the round for QConfirm there. It was very, very late. A very patient push from the Knights. And suddenly, you know, it felt like the Knights had all this momentum built up and we're talking about, wow, they're really showing up. But QConfirm, they're still in touch, and if they manage to get this back to be 3-3, it kind of feels like they've stunted all of that momentum the Knights had built up, and it really brings back into question, you know, how this match is playing out.
Yeah, definitely starting to see QConfirm pick it up a little bit, yeah? It's, I definitely was pretty convinced the Knights, but goes to show they're not infallible. And QConfirm not to be underestimated. We did talk a little bit in the first game about Oregon and about do we think it's more leaning towards the attack, more leaning towards that defense. And we were saying that if you're an attack and you win 3, you're pretty happy. If you win 4, you're very happy.
That's true. I think it's still the case, but I think the momentum in this game has been far different to what we saw with Elevate 7th Heaven. It was back and forth every round in that first half to make it to 3-3. But significantly different here, where QConfirm got the opening rounds, and then they lost 3 in a row, and the Knights progressively just seemed to look more and more comfortable. In fact, their opening kills were coming earlier and earlier in all 3 of those rounds. Sage opening up 38 seconds to go in their first round win, and then it was 58 seconds to go, and then minute 30. It just felt like the confidence of Knights had built to a really good point, and QConfirm adapted to that so well in round number 5 in that laundry defense. They didn't give the Knights anything early. They were so prepared for where that push was coming from that they just comfortably held it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, solid chance here for QConfirm to really redeem themselves, I feel. If they can cop 3 rounds in this half, well, I'm not too concerned for them. I think they'll have a serious go of it on their attack. They've been pretty good on their attack. They've got some lovely tricks up their sleeve, as is the flavor of Thai Siege. We may well see Producer Boom hop onto the Finker when times become dire. And so let's see, can Knights repeat their attack onto this kitchen meeting? What a great opening, though, from Dino, a long angle. He's finally changed up his placement of entry. Instead of going from up in Master, instead of going from lobby, he's gone from small tower, and it's caught QC off guard.
Something QC as well, they really didn't like dorms. Hey, I mean, they attempted it in round 3, and the Knights came out strong, and no reattempt since. They've really been sticking this kitchen meeting. In fact, 50% of their defense rounds have been kitchen meeting. It has gone 50-50 in their direction. So they see a lot in how this defense can play out, but the Knights have continued to adapt well, and as you said, Dino's changed his entry point each round, and this time it's ended up with him getting that opening kill in that first minute. So yeah, really good job from the Knights here on this adaptation.
What's interesting is Josh trying to shoot open the soft wall instead of using his utility? I guess they eventually got it done. Whatever was used. A nade going in, trying to clear that Maestro Evil Eye, and I believe it is successful. Great drone work. There's just so much time in the bank for Knights.
That's the thing about repeating bomb sites so frequently, you know, is sometimes you can work a team into efficiency. That Banshee didn't get cleared by that frag grenade, though, so could come into negative favor later in this round. Knights still giving themselves 40 seconds. Black Hole is trying to get this pick, and he does onto Juicy. Great job from him. He's going to set QConfirm up to be potentially in a better spot for this retake, and the Knights just sticking again. The same strat, they're going to try and plant on stage.
And there's the push from Dino on the other side. The X-Kairos delivering the perfect angle to cover his team. Knights get that diffuser down, but here comes in Roldini for the retake. Spots the diffuser, Dark at his shoulder, Hajime as well. But Knights have Josh, springs up from nowhere and cleans up every member of QConfirm. Knights go massive and lock in their half on the attack. 4 rounds to 2.
Very cute little 3K there from Josh in that post plant. Really well done from him. Very patient in that prone maneuver. You know, there was 2 players running around those tower stairs, and he seemed very confident that they did not know where he was. Timed it beautifully. 4-2 for the Knights out of attack. That's a very strong position to be in on Oregon right now. QConfirm, they're starting to get their backs against the wall. They're going to have to be very careful. The Knights are only 2 rounds away from at least forcing that overtime.
Definitely getting scary now for QC. We had high expectations of them. They had certainly set a strong precedent for themselves with a great run through the 6 Invitational qualifiers, including taking down the Knights 2-0, plus their victory over Wildcard, a super convincing game, I believe 7-4 last week. We were expecting these guys to really come out of the gate swinging here against a weakened Knights, but boy, we were wrong. And while there is still a chance here for QConfirm to come back, it's going to be a massive task for them on their attack. But right out of the gate, they've gone to Old Faithful, the sigil of Thailand Rainbow Six Siege, Finker herself.
Oh, they do love it, and I am so excited to see what they can do with this Finker in hand. In general, it's a pretty well-rounded lineup, but they're banking a lot on this ace for hard breach.
Attackers must locate and defuse
Kaid
the
ban,
bomb.
but it's not played by the Knights, so fair play. Their only wall denial is going to be in the form of mute. That is potentially manageable here. Looks like Hayward. Oh, he's not going to hang around on the top rear stairs. Thought he was going to maybe do a top tower play, but he's just holding back.
Good roam-centric operators now for Knights with both the mute and the Mozzie for that info denial. Bit of a wide roam. Josh all the way upstairs. And on top of the mute and the Mozzie being info denial, you've got the lesions, which are actually info gathering. While they're not quite as potent as they used to be when you could see them through the walls as the lesion player, they still do give you some good info. You know, if you're nearby and you don't hear that good mine go off, you're pretty confident no one's come from that direction. And so Josh is going to use those to enable this upstairs roam and potentially flank late onto QC.
I'm curious if QC do try and really flush this out or not. This producer beam droning out that top floor is the Finker. Gonna take quite a while to do so. In fact, they're probably going to burn at least half the round just droning this out and figuring out if they even want to clear out this roamer. I honestly don't think Josh is even that keen to take a heads-up gunfight. I think he's just going to shoot some drones and drop back because there are still some players around for support. But QConfirm are looming now. They've got some really good control here on the shower side of the map.
Is this the signal for the push? That Finker boost comes out, but it's like Kolasu goes down early. Juicy's taken a lot of damage for it, but that is absolutely worth it. A bit of aggression on the laundry stairs pays dividends for Knights, and now time slipping away, players slipping away, and this game slipping through QConfirm's fingers.
Josh still just sitting up here in the main dorm, completely unpushed. This could be a really deadly flank against QC here if they're not too careful, and they look really stalled out on this attack. They're really not getting that pressure that's needed onto Knights right now. Producer Beam trying to push down the laundry stairs. He's the one with Diffuser. This is just going to be a very tough, tight execute for QConfirm.
What's it going to take to break this Aussie defense for the Thailand team? Josh still upstairs, still a roam presence, and still so much map control. QConfirm have barely any control downstairs. Finally starting to push in into Freezer, and Producer Boom makes his entry. No Finker boost, there it comes, and that signals that it's time for action. Dark kicks things off, and Producer Boom goes for one as well. Knights are being overrun, but they've got something to say about it. Juicy goes massive, and Josh cleans up the last of them. Knights take us even further and shut down QConfirm in their first defense.
Really good play from the Knights there. They just, once they had that opening, they held onto it patiently. And QConfirm, they didn't have a whole lot to work the Knights out of those positions. In the end, they just relied on that Finker boost and push through. And look, they got deeper than I expected. I really thought Knights were going to shut that down before they could get through Laundry. They did get through, but just that back line of the defense of the Knights stood strong. And now the Knights 2 rounds away from taking this map. QConfirm at a very heavy deficit here and just not much momentum on their side.
Once again, Producer Boom changing his op, just desperately saying, okay, what do we need to bring to the table to start to poke some holes in these Knights' defenses? They don't have long to figure it out because one more round lost, and that's a guarantee that they will not get the maximum 3 points out of this game. They can't go to OT if they want to get the full shebang. They've got to lock it out here, and that would mean a massive 5-round comeback. I just don't see that happening. Knights are pretty confident in their ability to at least get an overtime here. Likely a win, likely the full 3 points here. They've just had such a strong attacking half and set themselves up so well for their defense. Now, QConfirm just trailing miles behind.
Speaking of trailing miles behind there,
QConfirm
are really miles behind in terms of these opening stats. In fact, QConfirm only have 1 of the opening kills this entire map.
Insane.
I think the scoreboard closely reflects that. And the other thing that I've noticed about the scoreboard is Hutchinade, who was a standout player for them last week against Wildcard. In fact, their highest rated he's having a bit of a rough game so far. He's only got 2 kills to his name, and he's playing a relatively aggressive role. So, QConfirm just not really finding their groove at all in this match against Knights.
Yeah, and if you really want to rag on Hajime, you can point us out to that first or second round, that first defense in the basement when he completely whiffed on the 1v1 and essentially lost the round against Hayward. Very unfortunate for him. Sometimes you just go into a game not feeling too confident, not feeling too crash hot on your aim, and look, it's sometimes when that happens at the start of a game and you don't snap out of it, it can really spiral into something so much worse for you. And I feel like the polar opposite is happening here for Knights, who have just gone from strength to strength this whole match.
I think that's the dangerous thing, is it feels like as the match is going on, the Knights are just constantly over-adapting to QConfirm as opposed to the opposite, and they just continuously look confident and strong, whereas QConfirm is quite shaky. So they're really going to have to get things moving here because they don't have many rounds they can lose. They're halfway through this one. They've struggled to really obtain much control. They're starting to get Attic open with this Maverick and clear this out. The Knights are just playing patient, and again, they're just not giving them too much. And Producer Boom, well, he does get that opening pick, but he was taken low.
Very risky play there from Producer Boom. He tried to send in the Gemini, he tried to send in the drone, both got muted. Went for the kill anyway. Surely Dino doesn't get another like Colas for the punish, and that actually leaves QC with the man advantage. Only narrowly, and not much of a health advantage there. Producer Boom so low, still not all the map control that they should like. Hayward keen for an angle here to fight. Hajime just on the other side. Juicy's going aggressive and punishes Hajime. Very aggressive play from the Legion. And Sage is coming back to site as well. What's QConfirm got left in the tank?
That's Producer Boom, who's still low as well, so it couldn't take much to take him out in this 3 versus 3. Not much time on the board either. QConfirm, they're waiting for the Knights to continue this aggression, but they've dialed it back. They're being patient. 20 seconds now in the pocket. This attack is floundering as Juicy pushes deep here, Dev. That could be the nail in the coffin. Knights, they actually take it. They move to match point now.
Great C4 and peak there from the Knights. Perfect coordination, and there just was not enough gas left in the tank for QConfirm. Staring down match point and a potential embarrassment. A 7-2 loss would be certainly dashing our expectations and the confidence that we had in this Thai roster against the arguable favorites from Oceania. We had QConfirm as the winners here. They clearly came into this with confidence and with a bit of research to counter Knights. They came in with these strange operator bans, the Vigil and the Ash target bans, and it just was not enough. And Knights, this has been their game ever since round number 1.
It's felt that way, and oh boy, QConfirm, 4 perfect rounds are required for them to salvage something out of this. The Knights, they are hunting another 3 points this week because they did successfully beat Elevate last week in Playday 1. They earned 3 points there, so they would be seeing themselves up at the top of the standings with 7th Heaven, and in fact, I think they would be on top with them, at least if they win this round based on the round difference.
Yeah, it's a big chance here for Knights. In fact, what with the win last week, the win this week, yeah, it's certainly going to be racking up the points on the scoreboard. Quite a polar opposite to their performance thus far in OCN, where they have a loss to Elevate and a loss to Rafflecopter. So fortunately for them,
5 seconds left.
they're digging their heels in here in APAC South, even if they can't necessarily hold the same ground in Oceanic Nationals.
Right, Dev. Ground here for QConfirm and Knights for that matter, because the Knights can end it right here, right now. Player that's been very flexible for them this match actually is Hayward. He's played a lot of different operators for various different reasons. Known to be mostly an aggressive player and, you know, often on the Jaeger role. That's actually Sage in this instance, and Hayward on this Echo. So I'm actually another instance where I'm excited.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm loving it. I mean, Hayward is stereotypically, like, he's kind of profile. He's one of those players where when you hear Hayward, you're like, ah, yeah, he's a bit of bit of a rank demon, you know, runs around, but oh man, he is reformed. He is a completely different player, and he is a true flex for this team, always bringing what's required. And in this case, it is that very passive, that very communication-heavy operator of the Echo. And, well, there's an opening for Knights. Dark's gone down, but not out as of yet. I think that was a shotgun shell. I didn't quite see that, just heard it. Oh no, I think he fell off T1. He fell off the top. Oh, that's so unfortunate. He fell off the T3 and all the way down onto the stairs. You don't love to see that.
Bad. No, you don't. Especially when you're down 4 rounds and you try and need to be perfect for the remainder of the match just to save it. It's really not going to be good for the mentals there. Dino with that impact. Missing the mark, in fact. So that Selma charge is actually going to open a full rotate into Attic. Josh is waiting for a peek here in the meeting hall double. He's just going to take out the drone and run away. And it looks like a very similar attack, actually, from QConfirm that we saw from Knights. Oh,
what is
that angle.
My God, Josh, that was disgusting. And he makes moves all the way downstairs now. Is anybody watching this flank? If not, QConfirm's about to get a spanner right on into the gears. Juicy is also on the other side. Josh finally punished. Good job from Lycolish to make sure that doesn't last any longer, but he's taken down so low for it. Both him and Dark, in fact, low HP. Juicy still has Smoke Babes left in the pocket, I believe. And there comes the spray from Hayward. 40 seconds left, and this 3v3 suddenly swings back in favor of the defense.
It is, but Producer Boom, he's stepping up to try and save this for QConfirm. 2 Knights players to find, but Producer Boom's being downed now by Juicy. This is going to be a tough little 20 seconds here. The Knights have great positioning. Dark, though, he's going to try and go for this plant.
Sage has all the info he needs. Ready for the spray down, and Knights lock it down. They take out QConfirm in a 7-2 dominant match and are flawless in the APAC South League.
That was just a massive effort from Knights, honestly. They were tremendous and immense. QConfirm did not have an answer, especially once the Knights rotated to defense. They tried to put the fight, but the Knights were too strong. And a 7-2, I mean, we expected this match to be quite close, and this is far from it.
We said it would be the match of the day, but I think only Knights fans would agree. What a performance. And Oceania certainly steps up. In fact, I believe that is one of the first ever wins that we've had from Oceania over a... In fact, it's two for two today. 2 Oceanic teams over 2 Southeast Asian teams. We didn't have any of those on Playday 1. So there you go, Aussie and New Zealander fans. I guess you got something to cheer for finally.
Yeah, look, maybe it's a dangerous trend as well for the upcoming matches because we do have OS versus Cs all night tonight. But look, I'm almost a little shocked at how well the Knights performed. You know, we talked about their shaky performances through Oceanic Nationals, and they had a decent win over Elevate last week in APAC South. But regardless, there were some questions there. But I think after tonight, it feels like those have been dispelled. They just played fantastically against QConfirm.
Well, we'll see if Knights can continue that form into the rest of APAC South League, and we'll see if QConfirm can bounce back. Rob, what do you guys reckon about it? Let's toss over to you.
Well, I'll be completely honest, that has blown a lot of our predictions out. However, I'm with 2 of the biggest 5 heads apparently on the talent roster. Both of these guys have predicted Knights, and as if it was ever in doubt. At the end of the match, there was never a question. Xenox, I'll give it to you first. What on earth? That was meant to be the game of the day.
Well, apparently it wasn't. I mean, look, I can just say without a doubt, I'm very much surprised by QC's performance here. I expected this to be really close. In the end, it obviously wasn't. I feel like a lot of it also comes down to Knights' performance rather than saying like, oh, you know, QC really underperformed here. Knights were just really, really clinical, kind of like what we saw from them in Playday 1 as well against Elevate. And I think it's very evident that they're obviously putting probably 100% of their focus here into APAC South versus, say, compared OCN. I think we can sort of squish that sort of thought there. And for Knights, this is big. They go to 6 points now. There was a lot of discussions when Seventh Heaven had a chance to maybe go to that top spot. Knights are in top spot. For the time being, of course, we've got other results to come. But this is a real stamping their authority on the competition sort of match. They've just swept aside a pretty good team.
Well, I mean, that is insane to think that it was 7-3. Guz, we'll get your thoughts after this, but we do have Dino waiting for his wonderful interview. So, Dino, wow, were you expecting a result like that? I mean, surely you would have been expecting a little bit closer of a contest.
Not really. Our focus is APAC South, so we're coming into this to win every game convincingly. Last week, Elevate, it was 7-4. We actually weren't happy. We thought we wanted to take it 7-2, 7-1. So we fixed our mistakes. I know our ACN score is bad, but our focus right now is APAC South. But yeah, we 100%. I 100% predicted it's going to be a 7-2, 7-3 scoreline for QConfirm.
I'll hop in next then. Firstly, I'll just say, get it out of the way. Only me and Guz tipped you guys, so the rest of them, if they try to be your friend here, they're phonies. We believed the whole way. I did believe, though, it would be a bit closer. QConfirm. It was, in my opinion, though, hard to kind of gauge them off of, the wildcard result. There's a lot of different external factors to that. But coming into the matchup for you guys, where did you kind of rate or rank QConfirm against some of the other Southeast Asian teams?
QConfirm is a great team. I think they're probably third compared to other Asian teams.
Cool. Short, sharp, and sweet. Just like the match, I guess. Next week, you guys are taking on Order. Of course, a bit of an oceanic rivalry there. I would say, at the moment, the two strongest teams from Oceania. I mean, you sound like you're pretty confident against any team. Is that any different against Order?
No, 100%. We're going to come into next week's game and we're going to take it 7-2, 7-3.
That is some serious confidence on you, Dino. Look, I'll give you the floor. Is there anything you'd like to say, friends, family, fans out there?
Yep. I want to say thank you to Pittsburgh Knights. Thank you for all the fans today, and thank you for our manager Kata and our coach Picnic.
Jeez, nice and sweet. Thank you very much for that, Dino. Congratulations on your victory. We'll see you next Thursday.
Thank you, boys. Have a great night.
As if it was ever in doubt. My goodness, I don't think I've ever seen so much confidence. I wouldn't... composure is one way to put it. Very short and sweet. Guys, the map was short and sweet. What?
Yeah, that was insane. I wasn't sure what was more short and sharp, that interview or the map, to be honest. They both were. I think one player really to hone in on in that match was Josh. He narrowly missed out on MVP, but that was just due to the in-game scoring system. That man, with the SMG in hand, was absolutely going ham. And again, it was that tale of when your support players step up in those roles, the rest of the team just thrives, and they were able to shut down QConfirmed in almost every facet of the game.
Xenox, final thoughts?
Yeah, surprising. It feels like sort of brought down to earth for QConfirm kind of moment here for APAC South. Obviously, they would have been riding a high last week off their 7-2 win against the wounded Wildcard. And I think it just sort of resets expectations for them this season for QConfirm going forward next week. They've got Xavier coming up. There's a real big opportunity for them to be now down 1-2 after maybe having their expectations raised. As for Knights, going up against Order, man, what a match that's going to be next week. And a very real possibility they start the season 3-0, which will go a very long way to cementing a top 4 position. So for the Knights, it's all smiles here in APAC. I'm sure they'll turn their OCN form around just quite naturally based off their raw skill. But as Dino pointed out, and as we've sort of alluded to, their focus is here in APAC.
Yeah, it's a flying start for the Knights. QConfirm will want to be bringing that one back, that's for sure. We're going to go to a halftime break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side, these two gentlemen will be taking it away. We'll see you in a little bit.
Clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This floor is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my jits. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. At the nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What a surprising result it was. QConfirm walk away, I don't even know, head in hand. 7-3 was the victory that Knights were able to take. And we had it pinned in for the matchup of the day. But that's okay, because we can move forward now. We got a changing of the guard underneath. Dev Mutter and, of course, Raven are joining me. Dev, how's it been on the casting desk?
I'm enjoying getting back into it. It's been a while since I've had to cast with Raven, but once they threw me back onto that bus, you know, it only took me one game to warm up to it.
Raven, how did it feel getting back with him again?
Yeah, look, it's hard to get a word in, but it's been great. No, it's been enjoyable. The games have been enjoyable. It's great to see Os putting up a fight again against Seas because it was a bit dark last week with a bit of a struggle. So this week it's been a different story.
Yeah, it is. It has been, sorry, I should say. It's been Southeast Asia versus Oceania, and it's going to continue right now. We've got Order taking on Giants. This one as well could be the match of the day. Just backing it on from last matchup. Dev, these two teams arguably, you know, toward the top. I think Giants definitely have the lead there, but let's hone in on Order a little bit. What are we thinking about this roster? A bit of a mixed result from last week against Seventh Heaven.
Oh, no doubt about it. They underperformed last week against 7 Heaven, and we had really placed 7H as probably the bottom team in the league, so to see Order lose to them was quite a disappointment. And Order, look, they came through and they had a really great game against Wildcard in OCN. That was nice, but yeah, it definitely has been a mixed bag for these guys. They're yet to find a single point in APAC South as of yet, and I know that they're very, very, very eager to change that tonight. Just going to quickly reference a tweet that Specker made 43 minutes ago, versing some very respectful opponents who I'm really humbled to be able to verse in this league. Really cannot wait for this game. Going to be red hot. Can't wait to give them the second L of the season. Big words.
Raven, is that even possible? Surely. Can they stand up to the Titans? Can they stand up to the Giants?
Look, Specker is a guy who loves to be the outspoken one and to put the pressure on his team. I think it's possible, but they are up against the Giants. And look, these guys are an absolute champion in the APAC region in general. You know, over a year ago, back in Tokoname, they had some fantastic results, and they've continued gone from strength to strength. APAC North last year was a very successful campaign for them. While they didn't start that great last week, I'm sure they're going to be wanting to fight back again this week and really take that crown for their own. And look, I think Order could do it, but if they do, it's really not going to be easy.
Do you want to piggyback off of that at all, Dev?
Well, just the Giants are the oldest team in the region. The core of this roster, Linamental and Ysera, actually went to the Invitational 2017 as the only APAC team on PC. Something I like to remind people of, like, these guys have been around forever, but they have shown over the last few years that they're not infallible. They have some serious talent on that team, you know, Hysterics in particular, but they need to show up in the server because they did not last week against Xavier.
No, they didn't at all. And now, speaking of the server, one of the biggest parts of us jumping into it is, of course, the map veto. Let's bring it up and have a look. And, oh my God, what is going on? Oregon back to back to back. It's the three-peat for tonight. Raven, I'll let you dive into this one. What are we feeling?
Look, it's something that's talked about a lot with Order. They are the self-proclaimed kings of Oregon, at least in the Oceanic region. And they're going to be, I guess, in a bit of comfort taking Giants to this map. Look, it was a pretty heavily banned map by the Giants in APAC North, so don't have a whole lot to go on, to be completely honest with you. And that kind of scares me for Order, because it makes me think the Giants have looked at their Oregon matches and been like, okay, we can deal with that. Let's let it through. And yeah, I'm a little bit worried, honestly, for Order.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dev, go. Shoot for the stars.
Like you said, like, Order are self-proclaimed the best team in Oregon on OS, is what they said, right? Well, you're not in OS anymore. You're going against Giants. Like you said, Raven, Giants were a late adopter of this map. Everyone was playing it in, like, last year in 2020 once it got introduced to the map pool, except Giants. They bided their time, so the only times we've seen them play it were actually against Cloud9 in finals. So they haven't revealed a lot, and like you say, Raven, I think that does give them a bit of an edge.
I want to say this, though. They didn't reveal a lot when it came to Chalet, yet that wasn't the most promising of results. So, I mean, we talked about the predictions at the start. I'll give you a final chance just to wrap up what you think. Raven, jumping into this, who you got?
I'm still going to Giants. I think that after last week's rough start against Xavier, they're going to be wanting to accelerate that progress back to be near the top. So Order is just one of those teams in the way, and unfortunately I think they'll really dispel them pretty quickly.
Dev?
I'm inclined to agree, but I'm also going to chuck in there that Order could not be more unhappy with their loss against 7 Heaven last week, so I think both of these teams are fighting for redemption. So even if Giants do win, which is what I put down, I think Order's going to give them a hell of a fight.
Well, there's only one way to find out, ladies and gentlemen. The stage is set. Our casters are waiting by. Take it away, Xenox and Guz.
Yes, thank you very much, boys. This is shaping up. Surely you would expect Guz to be maybe the match of the day. No, I don't think anything's going to top the earlier match we had this evening between Elevate and 7th Heaven. That's really set the tone. I'm not sure if anything's going to beat it. But going into this matchup, one thing that wasn't spoken about on the analyst desk was the fact that I tipped Order. I'm the only one of us that tipped Order. Order up is all I'm saying.
Yeah, the desk seemed pretty convinced that it was going to be one-sided in favor of the Giants, but as we jump in to Oregon, I'm not so convinced. I think this will be an absolute banger. Both of these teams looking to get their very first win in APAC South. I'm sure this is going to be a banger.
I certainly agree with you. I mean, to be fair, we've only had one play day prior to this, though. You know, Dev likes to bang on about it. Only 0 points for Order. Well, they played one game. But that one game, though, to be fair, was against 7th Heaven, and they got beaten quite convincingly. 7-3 could have been even worse on a pretty structured map like Clubhouse. But we come over to Oregon, where, of course, the self-proclaimed best team in Oceania on Oregon now goes up against Giants, though. I don't know how this one's going to play out. Well, that's an interesting ban, though. We've seen 3 matches of Oregon today, guys, but we haven't seen a Monty ban.
Well, the Giants, they are definitely renowned for some Monty play. Lunametal can do a lot of damage on that operator when given the license, so Order target banning that and getting rid of it. It's interesting that you mentioned that Order think they're the best team in OS on Oregon. Unfortunately for them, their most recent games on Oregon were not great. They lost 5-7 in the Wrecked Omen Gauntlet, and they also then lost 1-7 a little bit prior to that in the finals, in fact, for Oceanic Nationals 2020. So to say that this is the best map for them, I am not so convinced anymore. That is well and truly up in the air. Sure, maybe if they win tonight, but still a big question mark for me.
No, I have to agree with you. I think, and bringing up that national performance that we've seen in the past couple of weeks per se definitely rings true. They haven't quite looked like this unstoppable force on Oregon like they self-proclaim, but maybe it's still there in the back pocket, and when it matters the most, and this is when it matters the most, right? APAC South against a big team like Giants, this is when you throw everything on the line. Well, you kind of hope they're speaking some sort of levels of truth that they actually are pretty good on Oregon. But the thing is, Giants are pretty good just about everywhere. And Giants are looking for revenge, right? Not so much so against Order, but just in general. They copped a 7-3 defeat on Playday 1 against Xavier. So they're looking to get on the board. They're looking for their first points as well. And that's a kind of a scary prospect for Order here. You've got a rampaging Giants coming at you here.
Giants are not to be underestimated. They were one of the strongest teams in APAC North last year alongside Cloud9. They are not to be messed with. They will bounce back. Whether it will be this game, we'll have to wait and see. But at some point in this season, they are going to switch on. Order, as you said, need to be prepared for that. If this is the game where they return and go, hey, we are here, not here to mess around, Order could find themselves in a lot of trouble really, really quickly if Giants mount that pressure.
Yeah, and for Giants, you would expect them to dictate the gameplay, right? They are the more impressive team. They've got the accomplishments, they've got the accolades, and Order need to rightfully respect them. It goes without saying. But Order also have to, at the same time, respect themselves, and especially here on the attack on Oregon, where we are seeing something like a 65% win rate for the attacking sides on Oregon. They actually need to be the ones to step up and try and dictate the match as best as possible. I think a 3-3 half would be okay for Order. 4-2 definitely should be the goal. It should be the aim. Intriguingly enough, actually, we start on Dorms first up. We had, I think, the first match, the first site last time on Oregon was Kitchen Meeting. Usually it's like basement, so we're just about doing the world tour.
A little bit like that. Giants, interesting pick onto the Warden. That's Luna playing that operator. Of course, MPX with 1.5 can do quite a bit of damage alongside those glasses, which I guess might be to try and counter a potential Ying pick from Order as Hysterics gets the first pick. That's the front door player of Specker. Take it off the board. Those Ash Chargers will no longer have any play in this round.
A very early kill as well. That doesn't make things impossible for Order, but it will certainly make things more difficult on the attack. Down a player, you're already going up against Giants, who are now set up really nicely around the sites as well. And that's just one less avenue of attack for Order throughout. Player hanging around backstairs for Giants as well. Jordan sweeping down below with Hysterics. So good vertical roam here for Giants on the defense. Order's really up against it here. They look for a bit more of a default attack through games than Attic, as Jack Dad does find a fray back, actually, tying it up 4-4.
Also means there's only 2 players on site, 2 below as we saw earlier on the roam. If Order realizes quickly, they could capitalize, but it seems like they're not really in the best of positions to do so just yet. That said, Jack Daddy will send a drone out over towards Games, and he might be able to get some intel for his team if they know that it's just these 2 here. Order might be able to send it if they have the openings and try and trade it out.
Oh, nice little peek from Speakeasy. Takes out Beauty, who was hanging out in Attic, looking to push down into Pit. 55 seconds left. Advantage back over to Giants, but just like that, Ippy Style makes his way into Games, and he might find a second one here. Never mind. Jordan shuts him down. and then lays prone after taking a bit of fire back from Ippy Style. 40 seconds left on the clock, so there's still a lot of time remaining in this round. A flank coming in from behind by Stairs. No, Jack Dad only gets one back to the 2 of Giants, and 2 is enough to win round number 1.
Well played there by the Giants in the end. It felt a little bit claustrophobic for them over the top of White Stairs, but they won those ones. They traded it out, and they just held on. Order did manage to get some presence in the site, but it wasn't quite enough, and they didn't have a foothold to find the picks required in order to convert it. But I did like the intent. The fact that Order are willing to try and send it in towards the site, get something going, is a good positive sign. Sure, it didn't work out in the first round, but that's the kind of playstyle I think they need to try and bring to the table.
Good signs as well, I think, for Ippy Style from a personal perspective. Has been a bit quiet recently for Order. Just to be able to walk in games, find an early frag as well. Almost got a second. I mean, just inches away really from finding a 2 there. Good signs, at least individually. Order, not too bad considering they were down really from the get-go. Speckers played all of 45 seconds. Didn't really get an opportunity to make anything happen in that first round. They go down to basements now, of course, Giants. And, well, you know, I do like to say Dorms is the site you want to be winning. And for Giants on the defense, it's a great start. Now they go down to basement. And Order have really got to show us what they've got here. They are the self-proclaimed best team on Oregon from the Oceanic region.
Well, this is something we don't see too often. It feels a bit like 2016, a mirror on basement Oregon. Often teams will ban it out because it's very powerful in shutting down the entries over towards blue. We also saw Luna place one of the mirrors facing laundry. So both of those choke points, despite already being difficult, are now only going to be increasingly hard to push. I don't know where... So he hasn't placed the second one yet. We'll have to monitor that. I thought it would have been to hold blue, but it might actually be to hold Freezer. So covering that southern side of the map and preventing Order from pushing there. He might have placed it depending on where the early intel is, but it looks like he will actually commit to it nice and early, or not. So maybe Luna, yeah, like I said, he's going to wait, try and work out where Order are pushing from, and then adjust where that second mirror is deployed.
It also just opens up a bit of versatility for Giants not locked in. You can see what Order sort of are planning here. Bit of damage, by the way, to Ippy Style, about half health, roughly. Not ideal. Still a lot of time around, and that is going to be the mirror committed to Freezer. Xavier in there as well. And just sensing the pressure building from Order around that Freezer side.
And I'd have to say, from what the Giants know so far, that's probably the best place to deploy it. You can see all the outlines on that southern side of the map. Sure, Order now might rotate over towards the tower. I feel like both teams are sort of trying to get a feel. Where are they going to push from? Where do we need to deploy that utility, right? Order maybe sensing that laundry push / freezer isn't the play, are now rotating around, but we're almost at the halfway point of the round. It doesn't feel like they've got a massive foothold at the moment. They need to start working these hatches and trying to get control of Pillar as quickly as possible.
We've still got all 10 drones alive as well, actually, Order. So drone economy is looking great. They can go down into basement, start maybe throwing a couple away at the last couple of seconds and find some of these locations. Looking at some of their hatch work as well. We've got meeting open, security's open, laundry's open. So I think Order right now with a minute to go, 5 players up, aren't in a bad position. They can find an early frag before dropping on down. That would have put them in a better spot. Unfortunately, though, it goes the other way. Hysterics will get the opening frag onto Ippy Style, who was, of course, half health, like I mentioned before. And it just throws a spanner in the works here. Joker's going to win this one at backstairs, and I don't think he will. Speak easy. Shuts him down. It's a 3-on-5.
Make it a 2-on-5, and this round has fallen apart for Order. Specker and Cutie trying to salvage something out of nothing, really. A nade gets sent out over towards Pillar, but that gets caught. Specker to follow that up on foot, but doesn't really find its mark. Speakeasy still running that shotgun tucked deep into the corner. In fact, there's a shield over towards the tarp store as well. An intense crossfire established here from the Giants, and it pays dividends again. In fact, it's the C4 to gather that kill. But now Specker needs to try and go nuclear. He finds one. That's all he's good for. Speakeasy to shut that down.
It's the perfect start for Giants on defense here for Oregon, where it has been notably and statistically attacker-sided throughout APAC South thus far. And believe me, guys, we've seen our fair share of Oregon already in just 2 play days. So unfortunately for Order, Dorms unsuccessful, Basement unsuccessful. And now Giants are going to send it to kitchen dining, which we are typically used to seeing kitchen meeting instead.
100%. That's been the trend tonight. We haven't seen a whole lot of this objective played, as you mentioned, meeting favored by a lot of the defensive teams. Very excited to see what the Giants whip out, and that 6 pick on the Clash from Yazira could prove very, very fruitful. Obviously, an incredibly frustrating operator to deal with in matchmaking. Maybe not as much in competitive, where teams are well drilled in dealing with this operator, but still, it does drain utility, it drains time, and if you don't clear it, it is that frustration factor that could potentially tilt a team. So I'm keen to see exactly where Yazira decides to play. He might roam over towards small tower and deny that entry, maybe get more aggressive over towards the kitchen hallway and prevent a creep up from there. He has a lot of options available to him.
The other part of the equation here as well is more so on the side of order. How much of kitchen dining have they really played recently when kitchen meeting is more prevalent, especially in the Oceanic region and even here in APAC for that matter, right? So this might just catch order by surprise, and they're going to have to adjust sort of on the fly here. And it's Hysterics again, opening frag onto Jack Dad, not even 10 seconds into the round.
I think that was a frag at the front door. In fact, it was. You can see Style running over his corpse as he boosts up the Master Bulk from safety and Sanctuary over towards Armory, creating third angles in towards Garage. And this is a position that could be cut off. There's only one door out, or forced to leap out the window. If Order drone this out and push him out of this position, it should be a free kill, and I think Specker's coming alongside to assist.
What an amazing start for Hysterics so far, for the Giants as well as a team. Style just going to spot Yazira and just gets quite a bit of damage and a bit of help elsewhere too. Specker, nice swing down to the corridor too, and does get the knock into the flush as well from Style. And it's just frags happening everywhere right now for Order. 4 versus 2 in what feels like the blink of an eye at the 1 minute 50 mark as well. Unprecedented at the moment for an OC team that's used to playing in a very 20-second meta environment. Speakeasy though, not someone that you want to allow to get back into this round, and Joker shuts him down. Double kill. Order are on the verge of finding their first round here on Oregon.
Nice shot there from Jordan to drop the diffuser. Not sure whether or not he saw it. Of course, no point notifications. In competitive, narrowly misses that shot there onto the player at the top of Breeze's stairs, and now he's forced to repeat, trying to retake above, but Specker, he has the game sense. He knows exactly where Jordan is positioned, swings the stairs, gets the pick and the round for his team.
Well, I feel like, guys, that's a bit of a sigh of relief for Order. The first 2 rounds were just so dominant from Giants, especially on the defensive side, right? And then you go into this 3rd round and Hysterics just gets a run out onto Jack Dad. I mean, if that doesn't put your mental in the bin, I don't know what does. And for them to be able to come back from that, win the round on kitchen dining, which is an sort of unfamiliar sight, well, it just says Order are up for the task here against the Giants. They're not going to go down easy. They are going to put up a fight, and they've shown it there. As we head back upstairs, 2nd floor, we head to dorms.
And I quite liked the recovery effort, I guess, in that round from Order. They were 4-5 down, but they still went through the steps and went through the process of clearing out those roamers. Sure, you could make the point that maybe those giant roamers were a little bit too over-aggressive, but Order, they're in great positions to cut that off. They had the intel, they played off it, and they were fruitful in the end. They get their first round here on Oregon. They'll be looking to get a few more. I don't think they'll be content with something like a 2-4 rotation, for example. They want to try and pick off one of these other sites, and I guess that really does start here back on dorms.
5 seconds to insertion.
I mean, you don't have to bring it up. You know how much I value this site. Giants have won it already. They won it in the very first round, which we don't usually see dorms as the opening round on Oregon. But we've seen some funny things tonight, so anything can happen. Order have got to bite back here, though. You don't really want to be allowing Giants to get dorms twice, and then they can head down to basement, and then all of a sudden you're kind of staring down the barrel of a pretty rough attacking half on what is an attacking-sided map thus far in the season. But every matchup is different. Every team and all the players, of course, have got their different strengths and weaknesses. Giants right now are looking to continue their aggressive play style. We've already seen a couple of runouts, a lot of early kills, a 2-minute opening death in round number 1, and a 2:45 in round number 3. Luna.
Oh, surely he doesn't go for this. I mean, the Giants are not afraid to play peekaboo outside the building. We saw Speakeasy lit up early in the round, presumably from a spawn peek attempt, and Luna, he spent the entire round almost looking outside the building, or at least intending to. He is in a great position here. If someone boosts up onto the bulk to swing them with the SMG, but it will take a miss drone, you would think, from Order to miss a player in a pretty obvious location, or at least an easy-to-see location inside of this room.
So a lot of pressure from Giants on this game's room, and we've also got a player with an Addict as well, one down below. It's essentially just covering all of the angles of attack here for Order. But Order's got a bit of work to do. They don't want to lose one earlier here either to Luna. Of course, only a 1 second run out time and now, so Luna can't really just run to the balcony and peek it without being detected. Hippie style again, half health, has been doing this for a while. Yeah, that's just not going to work from that angle. Jack down with the opening frag down to Hysterics.
They're planting. I don't know what has gone on here, but Joker, he's just sticking the play. Oh, they've jumped in straight through the double window. Yazira and Jordan now left in the post plant. They get it to a 2-on-2. Jordan, a triple in this round. Specker needs to hold firm, needs to be mindful of the swing, but finds the pick in the end. Yazira, with half HP, has a lot of work to do here. Specker still hiding in the corner. It's a massive impact nade, though. One more shot will do the job, and he still has 20 seconds to work with, but Cutie is holding the cross beautifully from that double window. I don't think this clutch will be possible. Misses the shots onto Specker, and there we go. Cutie will capitalize and Order take their second round on Oregon.
Well, we totally missed it. At least I did. All the focus was on games, at least from the side of Giants, and then Order are like, okay, we'll just go double window. We'll go for the quick plant. We'll get that opening frag from Jack Dad onto Hysterics, and then the round just turned on its head that quickly. Giants just leaving a bit of a hole there in their defense, and Order able to capitalize. That's full credit to them. And that ties us up 2-2. And as I sort of precluded to earlier, we are going to be heading downstairs to the basement.
Attackers need to locate
But right now for Order, they have turned things around after losing dorms and basement. They win kitchen dining and now dorms. Can they secure this basement site? At least guarantee 3-3 at the minimum for the half Guz, and at best go 4-2.
Well, heading into round 5, the Giants seem to be sticking with what works. It's the exact same operator lineup to what we saw in that second round where Giants took the victory. Remembering back in that round, we saw the strong Black Mirror positions from Luna. We saw some pretty crazy antics over towards Pillar with the likes of Speak Easy. And I assume the Giants will be doing pretty much the exact same here, trying to hold those key locations for as long as possible, make life really difficult for Order as they gain those key locations, or at least attempt to, and drain down that time, forcing a really late execute, which in this case probably would not favor Order.
Well, the last time we played basement, it was one of the slower rounds. So far, a lot of our opening kills in this matchup have been actually beyond 2 minutes at sometimes. Hysterics twice. The last round, of course, around that minute-and-a-half mark, and basement was about 55 seconds. We kind of actually expected some sort of late drop down, but regardless, Giants ended up holding on. A lot of the discussion was around that mirror. Was it going to face Freezer? Once again, it will. And once again, a lot of pressure there on that Freezer side here for basement. Order just cleaning things up a little bit, though, as this match goes on. 4 downstairs for Giants. Wondering where the 5th may be.
That is a good question. Oh, so all 5
no,
are
actually,
down
all
low.
5 are down, right?
Yeah, it's just Jordan playing a little bit more aggressive over towards the blue double door, but I don't think his hands will be full too early here as Order once again try and take control of meeting. As you can see, they're popping the hatches using 4 pallets from the X-Kairos launcher. I assume Spec is also looking at an open hatch above Freezer. For whatever reason, 3 pallets only exploded there. So Order will need to go back and touch that up. So both hatches should be opened in a jiffy, and they Jack Daddy uses a summer, I believe, to finish that off. But now comes the real test. This is where Order stepped up last time they defended this side. It was all about pillars and stairs, and Speak Easy again will go huge over towards pillar. That's a 2k for him in the round, and honestly, that's probably round over for Order. They don't have control of pillar. They're 2 men down. This is going to be very, very tough.
And I was going to say, for Order, this was probably looking all right. Like, no real roam pressure at all from Giants above, whether it be first or fourth. There was just nothing really in way of Order having to worry about any of that. And still, all it takes is Speak Easy to just find a quick double. And like that, the round's over. Like, Order don't even get a real chance at this. They'll drop down, but it's just going to be all too easy for Speak Easy. No pun intended, flawless round. Giants take it back after 2 in a row to Order. They will take a 3-2 lead.
It's a huge round there from Speak Easy, finding so many kills and all in such a critical location, and that is a testament to just how strong Allah is with that shotty. I can't tell you how many times in ranked I have come up against a ranked star and it has just been an absolute pain in the backside. You wouldn't think you'd see it in comp. Normally you wouldn't. Not in NA, not in EU, but this is APAC. I mean, you might see it in LATAM, but this is APAC. Nut stuff gets brought out all the time, and it works. Speak Easy, that's 2 rounds now where he's convincingly helped his team hold such a key location with what many would consider an unorthodox method.
Weepy Star is actually going to go for the 6th pick. We haven't actually seen Order change their lineup too often, guys. In fact, I don't think they've changed it at all the entire match so far, at least from what I can see on our own tracker here. So the IQ from Ippy Style for Dorms, I'm not sure. To find the Valk cams, maybe?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably the main reason you would select IQ. On this map or on this objective, there's cameras can be placed in a lot of positions outside to watch repels on the likes of Master, Kids, even the gen window, for example, and you can actually place them in a lot of sneaky positions in and around the site as well. So a good counter pick there from Order. Ippy Star will have his hands full dealing with that, and it's probably wise that of all players, he's the one jumping on that. He has a great gun to work with, but unfortunately for him, he hasn't been going that hard in the frag department so far, so he'll just keep busy finding those cams, and he'll still be contributing to the team effort.
Bomb located by attackers.
Well, Ippy Star's going to have fun for the next minute or so, playing Sweeper, gets rid of one black eye already. Big round, though. I mean, we joke a lot about Dorms, but forgetting the side itself right now, it's just the fact that it's the final round in the half. Order do not want to be down 2-4 off the back of an attacking half on Oregon. 3-3's a pass mark. We'll give it a par. It's not really a win, but I guess against Giants, maybe you could take a bit of solace in that. Forcing them 3-3 at the half is never going to be an easy feat considering their stature. But the biggest thing for Order really should be this entire round, do not lose a player in the next minute or so.
X-Kairos Rain out. I assume from the sound that Joker to the bottom of screen, or at least north of screen now, opening up Attic. Jack Daddy on Ace will likely be trying to work the games wall soon. Luna in a position to keep an eye on that as the Salma is deployed and opens up the angle. Zero with a very long impact grenade. That may have been enough to disrupt that angle. We'll have to wait and see the breach. And there we go. That's really nice there from Zero. It's a small play, but it could have an impact on this round.
Scanning for electronic devices. Bomb detected.
Still open though by at least one, right? So you've still got sightline play that you've got to be careful of if you are Giants. Joker just taking a big chunk of damage though over in Big Tower. It's lucky he wasn't standing a foot closer, otherwise he might have been eliminated there. Minute 10 seconds though. This is going to be tough for Joker to get involved. He needs help elsewhere. Cutie from below, going to be successful in trying to throw that one through. Epistalo does find the opening frag, even as the IQ onto Luna. Joker from above. He was so low health, but he had just enough to stay alive and take out Jordan. And an opportunity now begs itself in front of Order to close out the half and tie it 3-3. 5-3, 40 seconds left. Speak Easy as well is so low on health.
Yuzuru in a powerful position. He hit that impact, but now he needs to click some heads as well. He needs to try and swing and find Joker. That'll kickstart this round for the Giants. I don't know, Xanox. I think he's pinned down at the moment. This is going to be very, very challenging.
He doesn't even need to click his head either because he's so low health. He could just really hit his arm. Now a quick 3-3. Joker does go down. The Speakeasy still kind of low health here, right? So is it really a 3v3? I don't know what to see. Sarah's got another one. Double kill for the round, but the trade back from Jack Dad does come to fruition. And it does come down to Speakeasy. And it's not going to be easy this time around. It's going to be quite difficult as Jack Dad is going to try and stick the plant. Spec is just watching, making sure he doesn't get denied. Plant goes down. And this makes it even so harder.
It's another post plant upstairs for Order. Surely this one's easier. In fact, it definitely is easier. Jack Dad finds that final pick. And Order get another round on the board. Very well played. And some great late round trading to end out the half.
Just feels like we got a game, guys. It feels like we've got a match.
I was thinking the same thing, man. I was about to say we have a game on our hands. This one's feeling really exciting. I mean, we're 6 rounds in, and you just cannot pick these two teams apart. I think they've both shone in multiple rounds. They've been able to counter one another quite well as well. So that's only going to develop, I think, even further as this match progresses. And I know we haven't had too many OTs in APAC South. In fact, the first was actually today, but this could well be yet another.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
Long way to go. Long way to go, especially with Giants now going over to the attacking half. So I definitely still, in my mind right now, I value Giants a bit more here because they are on the attacking side and they're good enough that they should be able to dictate things quite comfortably against Order. So Order are up against the wall here. They're on the ropes, but they're not on the, they're not close to that knockout blow yet because it is 3-3. But if they're not careful before they know it, it could be something like 5-3, and then they would be staring down the barrel of defeat. Got to start strong. They go down to basement for their first round of their defense half. But I'm so intrigued to see how Giants are going to play this and look to unlock this Order defense.
Couple of key differences in terms of operator selection contrasting Order and Giants. I mean, there's quite a few really when you look at it. Legion being brought to the board. We're also seeing the Malusi and the Valkyrie as well. None of those operators saw the light of day downstairs for the Giants. So that might facilitate some more offside aggression. We didn't really see the Giants roam a whole lot, but Joker, I mean, he's sending it right above. He can use those boom mines to his advantage, cover his own flanks and pushes when required. And if his teammate is buddied up with him as well, that of course will only further reinforce that position. Cutie as well getting aggressive. Keep in mind, this is where Speakeasy was popping off with the shotgun. The MPX, while strong, might be really difficult to compete against some of the high damage assault rifles on the side of the attack at that kind of range.
And Jordan going with the Nomad, we haven't seen, I don't think Nomad at all on Oregon so far. I could be wrong there, but it's definitely not the expected pick. See how that plays out for Jordan and the Giants. I like the Legion pick though for Joker. You can make something work of this and have a bit of that roam game, which we didn't actually see much of from the Giants. We never saw anything like this from their defense. A player roaming around, say, second floor, not even really first floor roaming on basement, right? Does take out 2 drones early on, which was one thing that Order was doing really well on their attacks was their drone economy. But Spectre will be eliminated first by Hysterics, who finds a second one, and Hysterics has just been hysterical.
Well, you can burn time and you can burn drones as much as you want, but if Giants end up winning their ones and finding those picks, cutting off those rotations, that's all that really matters. That is what will convert you the round, provided you still have a reasonable amount of time to work with late round. And I mean, look at the timer, we still do. Cutie getting lit up downstairs. He's very much boxed into this corner inside of Pillar. Again, a key position to hold, but it's going to be ever more challenging as that pressure continues to amp up from the Giants.
Bomb located by attackers.
The biggest difference here, though, compared to some of those attacking rounds for Order, where they many times actually lost a player or two early on, is when you're on the defense. The Giants just take a bit of a misstep, make a mistake. It's easy to kind of get back into the round. Giants, though, of course, aren't a team that are going to make many mistakes. So when they do, you've got to capitalize every single time if you are going to beat them. And they are starting to look quite switched on here. And I'm a bit worried for Order. As Giants continue to attack in the second half, I can see it really blowing out. There's one back at least. Xavier's going to swing out though and catch the trade, as Cutie didn't last much longer. Nice C4 from Ippy but finds himself in a 1v3 now and doesn't last much longer. Giants win the round as expected.
Very solid response there from the Giants, and I think that was all facilitated really by the first 2 picks of the round. They got it into a 3-on-5 with half of the round remaining, and from there they had a lot of freedom to set up exactly how they wanted. With such a strong man advantage and time advantage, you really can just take a breath. You can take 5 or 10 seconds to just relax. I'm sure Luna would have told the team, slow down, chill out. We have the time. We can do whatever we want now. Let's just play the default execute. And there we go, it worked out in the end, very clean. That's a good way to start off an attack.
Well, I think the most clear standout right now for me on an individual level has to be Hysterics. I've got noted down here 4 opening kills. I think one of them I was maybe a bit unsure of, but the other 3 I'm 110% sure, Gus, has been a massive figure in Giants being able to have these early round leads of like 5-4 or 5-3. Order are constantly under the pump. They're just never really getting these opening frags. Only 2 rounds so far. We've played 7. So 2 out of 7 rounds, they've been, well, 2 out of 7 rounds have had some sort of advantage. The other 5 rounds, they've been at a disadvantage. And yet it's only 3-4 on the scoreboard. So if Order can start to have a bit more success in these earlier moments in these rounds, and I think we'll start to see the scoreboard really tick more towards Order's side.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Giants fan right now, you've got to be happy when you look at that scoreboard, though. Speakeasy and Hysterics, 2 players that, when playing at their best, can really carry a team in that frag department, and you could see earlier those stats reflective of that, both fragging out so far. So Order now need to work out how are they going to try and shut down these 2 players. But it's not even just those 2, I guess. You've also got the likes of Ludo, who, despite maybe not having the biggest hit on the scoreboard, is renowned for his strong IGLing skills. He'd be keeping his team nice and calm and making sure that they're going through the processes required to win these rounds. We saw it in that last one, for example, where they just took a breath and got that round cleanly over the line. So far from the Giants, a very cohesive effort. Order will need to continue to just step up round after round.
Well said, as always, Gus. But I think for Order's sake, they should obviously have known this more than enough coming into this match against Giants. Every round is so critical, and every round Giants are going to give their absolute best, and it's going to be difficult. You're going to be in these moments as well. We get down a round or 2. Giants at some point may creep closer to that match point. Keep that mental fortitude. Keep that composure. Back yourselves in. This is your map, apparently. Order keeps saying it. Oregon's is theirs, but right now, and based on some very recent form, it's not looking that way. You got a bit of work to do. Giants just looking switched on here. Minute 40 into the round. Basement sign again.
And it's a heavy stack again here from Giants over towards the north side of the map near Big Tower, indicating to me that they'll try and take Pillar, maybe Blue late, go for that default plan over towards the B bomb site. You just need to make sure they establish that flank watch. Jordan with the Nomad, they have drones. Plenty of drones, in fact, in pocket that they could use as well. In fact, 7 still on the board. Thanks, Jordan, for flicking through them, giving us a bit of a tour of Oregon, if you would. But I mean, if you're Order, how are you going to try and flank this? You can't. You need to just hold firm over towards Pillar and Sight. Make sure your denial's on point, because if it isn't, Giants should be able to get that plant down with ease.
I definitely don't have the best eyesight, Gus, but I haven't been able to spot Joker for like a good 20 seconds here. Not sure exactly where he's being set up. All right, so way more defensive. How great is that observer, by the way? Absolutely top notch tonight. But way more defensive compared to what we saw in the last round, right? Where, you know, pushing aggressively towards Attic. We're going to get the drop in now, actually, through meeting Hatch. 35 seconds left of the round. QD opens it up. Something that Order haven't been able to do many times. Can they capitalize? Yes, they can. They all fall 1 by 1. Although there are a few trade backs from Hysterics and Luna, who finds a second, makes it a 2 versus 1 now. Ippy Style and Jack Dad have their hands full with Luna.
So challenging to envision Luna winning this round as the time continues to tick down. 10 seconds left. Jack Daddy and Ippy Style with plenty of HP in the bank. They could hear that plank go down. They'll move, but they'll fall back as it's faked out. But Ippy Style commits, finds the pick, and Order bounce back for round number 8.
Man, it feels like Luna was going to come away with that at one point. Giants are just so clinical in those high pressure stakes moments. And it's also very chaotic when you've got 3-4 people dropping down a hatch. The other 2 are running down back stairs. It's just all happening all at once. Credit to Order. They were able to get those first 3 frags of the round. Especially when it's Giants that just start charging at you. It can be kind of sweaty moments. Order kept their composure, like I said they kind of needed to do. 4-4, they win basement. We go back up to dorms, where they have been very successful. 3 rounds of dorms, guys, 2-1 in favor of Order.
And I guess just quickly reflecting on that last round, as I guess a neutral observer, it was really fun to watch the contrast between those last 2 rounds, right? Order in round number 7, they just full roamed, went as hard as they could to try and stop the Giants from entering the building and tried to deny as much time as they could, but the attack just steamrolled them. Just got through it really easily, easy to execute in the end. Then, that most recent round, where Order decided to hunker down on site, play a bit more passive, and try and prevent the execute, the Giants, they looked a little bit just disjointed, to be completely honest. In the end, they just said, stuff it. We're just going to drop down the hatch, which was always going to be a 50-50 play. In the end, they just got mowed down. That's what you would expect on most occasions against a team like Order, who are strong on the frag department. So maybe that's the way this map will trend. Maybe Order now will, for the rest of the match, just hunker down, try and force the Giants into that execute play style, if that's the way it's going to play out.
It's interesting you bring that up, because it was actually a round that played out very similar to Giants' defensive basement, right? He keep doing it. This man just can't keep getting away with it. He starts with another opening kill, and again giving a big advantage over to Giants. Going back to my point was that Giants played that, very defensive side of basement until, with a minute to go, Speakeasy pushed up, I think it was backstairs, and got a quick double to win the round as Order were getting ready to execute onto site.
Oh.
So you just saw the head, but he didn't quite go for the shot. Hysterics will make him pay. The round's over before it's even started. We haven't even seen dorms until just that little flick of the player cam there. 2-5. And there's 2 minutes to go.
And this does feel eerily similar to that 7th round, where Order went for the failed roam. On this occasion, sure, it's a different site, but they tried to extend over towards Dining and Small Tower and again prevent that push, bleed time. But they just didn't win there once, gave away free picks. And now in a 4-on-2, the Giants again can just reset. Everyone relax, don't rush anything, drone it out, find out where these players are, and go for the execute. And if they drone it properly, they'll know Jack Daddy is literally the only player on site, and the Giants should be able to easily trade that out.
Yeah, great droning and patience from Giants. Paying dividends in the end. Still a lot of time here, though, right? Cutie's going to come in behind and get a kill here. This is the easiest kill. Oh, he's got Diffuser down as well. He'll get a second. He's got 3 for the round. Cutie, clutch moment, and just turns this entire round on its head, upside down. Giants, all of a sudden, through Jordan and Hysterics, have got a lot of work to do to salvage what surely was the unlosable and may still be winnable. It is going to be down to Cutie. It started with Cutie, and it has to end with, through main entrance. Cutie was not ready for this one. The air tab as well. Oh, what a round from start to finish. It had it all, Guz.
Cutie was in the thick of it. Almost every single explosive moment in that round, he played a part. A fantastic flank there up Big Tower to find 2 critical picks, but unfortunately for him, Jack Daddy on site was unable to hold on. The swinging Hysterics proves too powerful, and in the end, the Giants are able to just get away with that round. They will not be happy with how that played out. They are a team that does not expect to be flanked like that. They had the Nomad on the board. They had the drones on the board. That should not be happening. Yes, they got the win, but they will be looking back at that VOD, scratching their heads how they let that happen, and they'll be breathing a sigh of relief now, knowing that they got away with a round that they probably shouldn't have.
I mean, the thing is, though, Giants had the early, 5-2 lead. It was all Giants' round to win anyway from the get-go, but then all of a sudden, Cutie's like, no, it's our round, and then Giants like, no, it's our round. So I just don't know whose round it is. I feel like it's ours, really, as spectators being able to just sort of watch the chaos unfold. 4-5 Giants lead. It's not quite match point, but it almost feels like it here, right? Because we're getting ever so closer to that point, and if Giants take a 6-4 lead, I feel like they're just too experienced, guys, to throw that away and for Order to bring it back to OT.
Ooh, I mean, I guess that last round you said it could have been either teams. It's going back and forth, and I guess the map feels like that, right? First half was 3 rounds to each team. So far, it's almost even, especially if, of course, Order managed to bring back a round. So it is, honestly, in my opinion, too early to call this match. I do think, though, the Giants, in the long run, should have that experience and the discipline to close this out, but maybe this is the night for OCE. They've already won the first 2 games. This could be the third.
And the other point to bring up, right, from one of the earlier games tonight, Elevate 7th Heaven. Elevate were tied 4-4 with 7th Heaven. 7th Heaven then won 2 rounds in a row, made it 4-6. Elevate then climbed back from that position, winning the next 4 rounds to close it out in OT. The other part throughout all the equations, of course, is that OT. If you send it to OT, great, you get a point, but the other team also can only get 2 points. So you're missing then on all 3 points. So for Giants or for Order, whoever gets that match point first really needs to capitalize, secure all 3 points, and it's going to matter in the long run for the season as a whole for the standings.
Looking into this round, though, the exciting thing that stands out to me is Luna Metal playing on the Ying. We haven't seen her utilized just yet. We did see a counterpick from the Giants on their defense where they jumped onto the Warden, but Order, a team that does actually like playing Ying, didn't bring her at all. So expect Luna to get explosive late round. We could see maybe a double window execute come out here from the Giants, but Order need to be very, very careful. Sure, they have the Jaeger and they have the Wamai, but against the Ying, if utility is cleared well, that can be a massive headache when you literally cannot see what you're shooting at.
Yeah. So Jordan just roaming around, placing those air jabs around that first floor. Good vert defense for... Well, not vert defense, but technically anti-roam, I guess. Specker down below, of course. As you can see, 55 seconds left. Order well positioned. They're going to make sure, obviously, no double window shenanigans like they were able to pull off on their attack. As Jordan and Hysterix have both kind of lined up around this position, trying to just clear out a bit of this utility. A peek from Order, but unsuccessful. No shots landed onto Jordan, who's now going to just spray into double window. 35 seconds left of the round, and it is going to be that opening frag once again, as it usually is, going the way of Jordan's the Giants. I got confused there with Jordan, who is keeping the pressure on that window right now. And right now, the pressure is just mounting. It is overflowing in the face of Order.
I think this round might be over. Specker caught over with small tower. Hysterix watching the rotate, narrowly misses as a 3-speed sprints past, but he jumps in, finds the pick, and it's a flawless round for the Giants. They were methodical, but also measured in the end. The Ying was brought out, they got in towards sight, and to be honest, by that point, I don't think it really even mattered. There was no one left to flash. It was just Specker on the lonesome roam. And look at that, match point for the Giants.
Well, this is the position that Elevate were in earlier. They were down 4-6, match point 7th Heaven. I can't recall if we thought it would play out that way in the sense that 7th Heaven would just close it out. I think you definitely would have thought that having tipped them, but right now it feels inconceivable that Order are going to be able to just claw back these next 2 rounds and force OT against this Giants side who are on the attack and attacking quite well. They've won 3 out of the last 4 rounds. And this brings us sort of back to some missed moments from Order, especially on Order's attack, along with that 9th round where QD almost brought it back, had the diffuser drop in front of him. You make those... You make up for those mistakes, and this is a different storyline. Unfortunately, though, this is the way everything has played out, and Giants are in this match point position, looking to capitalize and looking to gain their first points. Well, they've actually already got their first point now secured for APAC South, having confirmed at least 1. They're going to want all 3.
Back to Laundry for match point. We've seen a lot of it in this second half. It's the 3rd appearance.
5 seconds to insertion.
Sort of round 7, round 8. And now, of course, round number 11, and been a 50-50 split in this second half. The Giants took the first on their attack. There's a methodical roam clear, and then the second was an Order win. They held out and forced the Giants to drop late. So the question will be, what do Order commit to this round? And Specker commits to the spawn peak. Jordan taken off the board means there's no more flank watch outside of drones, and that could prove very costly if Order decide to hunker outside of the site, roam outside of the site if you would. And I mean, look at Joker at the top of your screen. That could be the key player to counter that early pick.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Giants as well. Order's got a 100% success rate when they get the opening kill. So leans very heavy now into the favor for Order, especially on the defense. Makes things a lot more tricky, especially being basement site here for Giants. And if Order just sort of now bring it back, right? We've got our opening kill. We've got that 5-on-4 advantage. We don't need anyone else roaming around. We don't want to be losing anyone else early before the execute stage of this round. It's hard to see how Order lose this unless Giants just get some nutty shots.
Speak Easy going 11-5. Does have a Claymore, so at least there is some flank watch up here for the Giants. Cutie seemingly always holding this corner of pillars in a great position to maybe swing out wide as Specker finds his second in the round. That's the Zofia that has to say goodnight. And honestly, this is feeling like an Order round, Xerox. They've got the 5-3 advantage. The Giants look flustered. And sure, they have time, but I just don't think they have the manpower and the utility to try and get this done.
I don't think Giants would be flustered here, right? Because they've already got that match point sealed up. They've already got at least 1 point secured, even if it does go to OT, right? They've got this round and they've got the next round to kind of play around with and try and get these 3 points covered.
Oh, he's knife peeking. Oh, no. Oh, no. I hope Hysterics wins this gunfight just to deny this knife peek. This is absolutely disgusting from Jack Daddy, and he gets lit up. Oh, no. Hysterics would have been super bad if he had lost that gunfight. But as you can see, the Giants now 3 stacking blue Xanax. This is going to be, again, just another difficult choke point.
Yeah, a bit of a bloodbath sort of beckoning here. Order have played this well. Not overly aggressive peeking, knife peeking only, and then a shotgun to the belly of the Hysterics from Jack Daddy. Yes, Sarah. It's really just all about the formalities now towards the end of this 11th round. And we do head to now round number 12. This has been a title fight that is going the distance. 5-6 match point Giants, but Order are coming.
Bit of a steam train, if you would, here. Order desperately want to get this game to overtime and at least secure 1 point for themselves. And Xerox, it's going to be kids and dorms. It always seems to come down to this site whenever we're casting. The most critical site on Oregon. Again, it's another objective we have seen twice already. But on this occasion, it's 100% in favor of the Giants.
On their attack.
This does not bode well for Order.
Yeah, obviously, you're right. On Giants' attack, 100%. For Order's attack, they won it twice. Giants won it once on the defense. So, was that 3-2, I guess? But the only thing that really matters is sort of what you pointed out, the fact that Giants have won this twice now. Both successive times. Once in a really weird fashion, of course, that 9th round, where it was very much topsy-turvy, and then the 10th was flawless in the end, quite literally, for the Giants. So Order have kind of got to strike a bit of balance here, try and just not get too over aggressive that they lose 3 players inside the first 30 seconds, guys, like they did in that 9th round. But at the same time, they can't just allow the Giants to waltz in and get 5 kills too easily. Match point, the Order have what it takes to send it to overtime, guarantee themselves a point, also guarantee that Giants can't get all 3 if this goes to OT. There's a lot on the line in terms of the ramifications for the entire season here in this one round.
Only 1 operator change here for the Giants compared to their last attack on Dorms. In fact, their last 2, Luna substituting out the Ying or the Yana. And honestly, that's pretty well played. It's a bit of a big brain play, in fact, because Joker has brought the Warden in anticipation for that Ying. Which means that outside of the MPX, and I guess, you know, being able to block the usual flashbangs, he's really not going to be that impactful and hard countering another operator. So keep an eye on his impact this round because it might be a little bit limited.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
I mean, he could just sit back, play back of kids, I guess, right? And just try and play that sort of defensive role without getting too involved. It's a possibility. The alibi's out there as well for Ippy style. So there are a few shake-ups here compared to some of the previous rounds of Dorms. More so on the side of Order, but also some changes, of course, on the side of Giants. As you mentioned, no Ying this time. But this is just already the fact that Order, it's weird to say this, but the fact that Order haven't lost a player already, this is actually a massive win, because the amount of rounds in this series that they had already lost a player before we got into the 1 minute sort of territory was like 3 to 4 times. It's ridiculous.
I should give them some confidence in the late round here that they can hold on. It looks like the Giants want to try and clear out Attic and that pit position. As Cutie gets a big C4 pick there. That's the opener for Order. How did the Giants respond? 2 players below on the roam. 2 players committed to holding pit. Jack Daddy take it down with a nade, but Joker can replace that position. And if there's anywhere the Warden should be playing, it's probably there. But I'm not even sure there's a rotate from kids to pit. In fact, there isn't. I don't think so. Joker can't even get in that position if he wants to.
Cutie does find a kill though onto Jordan. That is going to re-establish this very small margin lead for Order. 4 versus 3 for the round. 45 seconds left. This one is going to come right down to the final seconds. Oh, you Sarah. Hey, it all happens to the best of us. Can't blame him. And also just gives away the position, right? That almost just shuts out that entire rotation up those stairs. 30 seconds left. What's Giants going to do here? 3 on 4.
25 seconds to work with Yazira. It's a big grenade from him. Lunar Metal. Keep in mind, he has the diffuser in hand. I believe he's located outside of that double window, Xenox. How will he get denied? He sends out a hologram. What intel can they play off now?
Gemini's been used. Now's the time to really go in, though. Shut down by Specker. That's the diffuser down. Just got to hold on here. It's Specker in a 1 versus 2. 2 seconds left. He lands the headshot, and they win the round. Order send it to OT. Specker, the clutch moment for Order. No 3 points for either of these 2 teams. It's 1 and 2. And we'll have to see who gets the 2 and who gets the 1 as we head into overtime.
Oh, Specker, he loves to talk a big game in the interviews and on the socials, but he backs it up on the server. That was very losable. All it had to take was for him to move a little bit too much to the right and go for that cheeky pre-fire into the second opponent, and we could be celebrating a Giants win right now, but that will not be the case. We're heading into the second overtime of the night and the second overtime of APAC South Stage 1. I still cannot call which way this game is going to go because it just keeps flip-flopping.
It's very incredible what Specker just did there, though. The trigger discipline and just to sort of counteract the adrenaline that would have been flowing through him to just like wide swing and peek or try and get the kill, you know, especially in a 1 versus 1, but just to hold that position, trust that your position is safe. You got the headshot as well, which you have to hit that, right? Don't gloss over that fact. He still had to hit that shot. If he whiffs that shot, he dies, and they lose the round and they lose the map, and Giants get all 3 points. So huge clutch moment from Specker. Probably a few hell yeahs in the comms. They might be pumped now, especially going down to defense on basement. You win this, and you got overtime match point, and you're attacking on Oregon. It is set up now for Order. They just have to execute, and Giants are now the ones kind of on the ropes here. They got to bite back a bit, throw a punch. They've just lost the last 2 rounds.
And the great thing for Order is they're going to be pumped for sure, but they can also carry across that defensive momentum into overtime. They don't need to worry about switching sides and setting up for attacks and whatnot. They can, sure, it's a different site, but they can still play with the same sort of mentality and game plan here on the defense. And wow, we're going to see the commitment on the roam here from Joker. We've seen really good roam clear from the Giants thus far. So this is pretty ballsy from Joker, to be completely honest. But if he can pull this off, then maybe the Giants, again, will look a little bit flustered in that late round if they don't have the time to work with.
And of course, last time we saw Order on the defense here for basement, they found that early frag thanks to Specker at around the 240 second mark. Cutie's going to get droned out here, so he's just going to fall down backstairs. But I like the aggression here from Order. They're in the game. They know they're in the game, and they know that they are the ones that can sort of dictate the flow of things. They don't have to sit back. But they also know how important it is to find this early frag, because as we've seen in the previous rounds in this matchup already, you get that opening frag. Right now, it's a 95% win rate. If you get the frag first, you win the round. It's crazy.
Cutie's taking a page out of Speakeasy's book, running the shotgun down below as Ippy Style gets that opening pick. And as you mentioned, Xenox, that is key. It's Jordan taken off the board with Buck, an operator that likely wouldn't have had a massive impact in this round either way, but it is still 1 less gun to work with, one less body to throw at this defense. I am so keen to track this gunfight here. What can QD do with this shotgun? Speak Easy is the player taking on this gunfight as well, so it could be a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, Speak Easy's been nuts in this matchup as well. 13, 5, and 6 has just been by far and away the standout for Giants. And QD just walks straight into his sight lines. Gets punished for it, makes it a 4 versus 4. And now this gives Giants, though, momentum going into this execution stage for the round. They no longer are at a disadvantage. QD's gone. He's out of here. There's a minute left in the round, right? So Giants can attack here. They can drop down this meeting hatch if they want to. They're going to nade it out, try and just clear a few of these positions close by to the hatch. Luna's going to drop down as well with those Candelas going out. It's Hysterics with the frag onto Specker. A bit of payback from that last round. Iffy Style is down and now out for the count. In a 2 versus 5, Luna with the diffuser in hand. Joker's still creeping close by. Luna now holding Pillar. Still a lot of time in the round, actually, to maybe salvage things here for Order, but it would be, well, one for the ages if they can win here. 2 versus 4, not going to happen with Hysterics roaming around down in basement. Giants secure the round, and they now have overtime match point.
Beautiful work there from the Giants, and I loved Luna's usage there of the Ying Candelas, facilitated the push, made Order look pretty unorganized there. They had to run around, try and find cover, find somewhere that wasn't flashed, and in the meantime, they were getting mowed down. The Giants, of course, with match point, 1 round away from securing 2 points towards the standings. We're going to be heading back downstairs. It feels like a sense of deja vu almost in terms of these downstairs defenses. They've all felt quite similar from both teams, in fact, and it's really which team can pick it apart best.
This is only the second time, guys, this season so far of APAC South that we are going to, of course, be in an overtime. We had Elevate versus 7th Heaven earlier. It was 8-6. But also, for those unaware, in OCN, in the Oceanic National Region, all of the overtimes have been 8-6. We have not really seen an 8-7. We haven't really seen a team come back when down overtime match point. This is massive for Giants. They've landed a massive blow onto Order. Order have got to attack this basement site, which they were unsuccessful in doing so, if we recall back over to the first half. So not only did they not achieve this feat, but they haven't even attempted it since the 5th round of this matchup. So it's been a long time coming that they're even going to have an attempt at this site. It goes without saying, and as we've sort of mentioned it a few times, this opening kill is still so vital. I know that Ippy Style got the opening frag in the last round, didn't win them the round. It was, you know, the other 5%. 95 to 5 is still not 100%. So now it's 90% to 10%. It's still crucial, and it's still going to play a big part in this round.
Keep in mind, this is a really big game for both of these teams. Neither has won a game in APAC South. Sure, we're only in the second week. They've only played 1 match each out. But it's a short season. You need to win as many games as possible to try and gun for that first position if you want Order qualification to the major, or finish in the top 4 if you want to make it to the playoffs. So this is a big game for both of these teams because they will be eyeing off those positions. They'll be salivating for them, really. They know that they have what it takes to be the best in APAC on their day, but it really comes down to winning these important matches. And Order, being on that back foot, now need to recover. As you mentioned, there have not been many 7-8 or 8-7 results, if you would. So they are not positioned very nicely here.
Comes down to that, you know, the word of the day, mental fortitude, the dexterity of their minds to be able to overcome this scenario. It is way more important for Order here that they don't lose that opening pick, right? You, especially attacking this basement side, you want all 5. If you can't find the opening pick, if you can't make it 5-4, that's all right. You can deal with that. Just go down to the last 20 seconds, frag out, see if you can win your ones. But just don't lose that player early. Giants definitely respecting Order here, not doing anything too crazy on the roam game either. He's going to get thrown out here in blue. And he can just fall back.
I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. Speakeasy at Pillar is going to be so crucial. He's going 16-5. He's holding such a key point of this objective. He's now rotated back towards site, probably feeling the heat over towards blue, but he could still have an impact close range with that shotgun. Try and offer some support to Hysterics, who's being flashed out. Now getting aggressive over towards blue, wins the fight with the FMG. That's huge onto QD. That's the sledge taken off the board. Any nades taken down with him. And maybe now the Giants can just hunker down, hold on, as Order try to set up for some sort of execute.
First Selma charge was denied. Second one, I think, has been successful. Order down a player, make that to Hysterics. Well, if Speakeasy's the fragger, Hysterics has been the fragger in terms of when it matters the most early on in rounds, getting these advantages. Order just getting picked apart right now. 19-4-7 for Hysterics. Giants looking to close this one out. 8-6 in overtime, like the Giants they are. And to get their first 2 points of the season by beating a very valiant Order lineup. Specker down to the last seconds. He won't give up on this one, but it be style. That's a quad. Not quite the ace. Jordan clutching out the last kill on Specker. GG's in chat. Flawless in the end from Giants. What a match. 8-6. They defeat the Oceania side of Order in an absolute nail-biter. Indeed, a very hard-fought victory.
So many big plays there from the Giants. Speakeasy and Hysterics going absolutely huge when it matters for their team. They bounce back after a disappointing week 1 and they get some points on the board. 20 kills from Hysterics.
Oh man,
that is absolutely
35
enormous.
between the two guys. 35 between Speakeasy and Hysterics. That is crazy.
Wow, you don't see that every day, and my word, I think the Giants will be happy with that end result. Safe to say that it probably wasn't their cleanest game of Siege ever played, but it's a start. They finally get some points on the board, and that's what really matters.
Yeah, 100% correct. I agree with you. For Giants fans, I mean, they're going to be happy with that one. One to get the heart racing as well, isn't it, right? Because that went down to the wire. That was Order pushing Giants all the way to their limit, and Giants showed them what they really have. And to the credit, they ended up being deserved winners. 8-6 in overtime on Oregon. And for Order, though, guys, can they still proclaim themselves as the best team in Oregon?
Oh, not in APAC.
It's enough losses in a row now.
Not in APAC, I'll leave it at that.
Look, yeah, definitely not in APAC. I think maybe even they would agree with that one. Although, hey, sometimes it's all about being able to back yourselves in. And Order tried to do that. To their credit, they did get a point out of it. A very handy point, maybe, by the end of the season. But that's going to be us done here. The casters finally going to stop talking. We're going to throw it over to the lovely gentleman on the virtual desk.
So guys, how are you guys going? That was a great game. Our host Rob's having some issues, but that's fine. You know what? Who else had issues? Order. They may have pushed Giants pretty hard, but they couldn't get it over the end, Raven.
They couldn't. You know, that was actually a lot closer than I think a few of us expected, and total hats off to Order. They really put up a good fight against the Giants. But man, that combination of, was it Hysterics and Speakeasy, 35 between them. Oh, that is just crazy.
It's insane. And, you know, for Hysterics in particular, a 3K with the FMG9 on smoke, I really, and that got him to 20 kills at the end of the game. I really appreciate when players are like, look, guys, come on, I'm the best fragger on the team. I'm not getting the shotgun to make rotates. Like, you know, someone else is going to do that. I'm going to take the FMG9, which is, you know, arguably the best SMG on defense. I know it's, you know, some people might disagree, but it's pretty damn good. It's got 1.5 times, and Hysterics prove what you can do with it. But I know you wanted to chat a little bit about Auto, Raven. They brought the fire, but it just wasn't quite enough.
They really did, and look, I think it's something that Xenox highlighted in particular a lot during the game, was if they just held back a little bit on a lot of those rounds and didn't give the opening pick to Giants, they were really giving themselves a lot of chances to be able to close out that match. And again, I think we started to really see some natural order, so to speak, in this match, in that when they found like their rhythm and they found those openings in their classic playstyle, they really abused them. And I mean, a round that I can think of off the top of my head was Cutie getting that 2K flank. He almost turned this like 4v2 round around. It didn't work out in the end, but it's just stuff like that that always keeps Order being a threat against some of these other teams.
Look, to be honest, by the way, hello. It's good to be able to talk once again. But no, I think that it was one of those cases from my point of view. Order kept it, you know, kept nipping at those heels and kept them on the back foot at all times. Dev, what do you make of this from Giants? We saw them a little bit wounded last week against Xavier, and now they've been pushed pretty much all the way by Order.
Yeah, it's a good redemption for Giants, right? Because they didn't even cop a point last week against Xavier. So great to finally get back into the game. If I'm Giants, though, I'm pretty disappointed. Giants have very high expectations of themselves. The question going into this season wasn't, is Giants going to be the top team in APAC South? That was a given. The question was, is Giants going to be uncontested as the top team from APAC South? And I feel like, even though they won today, that has already been answered. And the answer is no, they are not uncontested. There are other teams in APAC South who are holding a candle to Giants, and it is hard for them. Losing that 1 point today is going to be seriously detrimental to their final standings. And of course, that coveted first place, which is the direct invite to the major.
Yeah, would you agree with that, Raven? Would you agree with the sentiment that they are going to remain not uncontested, but contested for the rest of this season now from what we've seen?
I mean, it definitely feels that way. Xavier is one thing, but this close performance with Order, I think, is definitely another. I feel like it should be even more eye-opening for Giants because, Order did have a pretty rough game last week against 7th Heaven, for example, and for them to almost get this win against Giants is probably a concern for them. And like Dev said, I know they hold themselves to a really high standard, so they're probably not at all happy with the way they've started APAC South. I think what's dangerous for other teams is if they convert that back into energy to really excel again and come out on top, it might be a different story. So it's really all about how do the Giants bounce back after these first couple of play days.
Well, you know what? We'll be able to find out from Gig himself. We've got the interview ready, so let's bring him on in. Hello and welcome to the APAC South show, my friend. How are you feeling after that one? A bit of a redemption arc from last week.
It's good to win, yeah. Bit of a shame it had to go to OT. Bit of a shame we couldn't close it out, but yeah, good to win. Better than a loss, so better than 1 point, I guess. So yeah, back to winning ways, but yeah, still lots of improvements to do.
Yeah, I'm keen to kind of pick your brain a little bit. I know that coming into APAC South performance like last week and this week's not quite what you guys were hoping for. How are you guys going to bounce back? What's the next step for you guys to try and reclaim, hopefully, that number one spot that is so coveted in the direct invite to the major on the back of it?
Yeah, a bit of a slow process. We kind of made a lot of changes last week with how we're going to go about our games this season and how we're going to practice, etc. So just keeping that going, making progress. We've already made a bit so far. Keep on doing more. So yeah, we're a lot more confident now with how we're going to approach games, and yeah, looking forward to the last games. It's going to be tough to catch up to Xavier, really. We see them as our main rivals, and obviously they're points ahead. Kind of sucks, but obviously because they beat us, we've got to hope that they drop points. It's not really in our control, but yeah, we'll keep fighting and hopefully catch them up.
Yeah, look, it's good you mentioned Xavier. They certainly do seem to be your most formidable opponent so far. But I'm curious to pick your brains if there are other teams so far in APAC South that you've noticed that you might see as also another strong challenge for that top 3 kind of contender spot.
Not really. Knights look alright, but we haven't really we haven't played against them much in scrims. We haven't watched their games much yet. So it's really when we come to playing them, we'll look at them and we'll figure out what they're like. But at the minute, we're not really concerning ourselves with anyone else. We're just focusing on what we do and trying to improve and cut out the mistakes like the ones we did today and did last week.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough, guys. Did you have any final questions, Raven, Dev?
I'm all set. I'm keen to see what you guys can bring in the fire in your upcoming games. In particular, I'm really keen for you guys to face Knights.
Well, you know what? We'll cut it there. Gig, thank you very much for that, mate. And we wish you the best of luck in the Thursday's matchup.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
So now that we've got the story arc, the redemption for Giants, we can look forward to the future. Obviously, they're talking a lot about Xavier having, uncontrollable factors. However, from what we've seen in the first 2 play days, I think there's still a lot that's in their control, and it is in the way they play. Dropping a point here, they're not happy about that, Dev.
Yeah, and the concern for Giants, I think, is not only trying to get that number 1 spot back from who they believe will take it, which is Xavier, but also just catching up to even hope for the number 2 spot. Because at the moment, you've got Knights, who's on 6 points. They've had 2 great wins so far. And you've got Xavier, who presumably after playing Wildcard later today, may well be on 6 points as well. Giants is going to be playing catch-up all season to even get 2nd place.
Yeah, it's a scary thought. Raven, anything to close out?
Look, I just think after a few things that Geek said, as well as just knowing what the Giants are like, I have a lot of confidence they will bounce back. So I think it's just a matter of riding out the wave, figuring out the changes that they've gone through, and just adapting to the new league. But yeah, I would be quite surprised if we don't see them start to rise back to strength within a few weeks for sure.
Well, that's what we're going to have to hope for, because we've still got plenty more play days to come. We've got one more matchup on the other side of this break, ladies and gentlemen. It's Wildcard and Xavier.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Your offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This floor is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They're tryna
We have had some very interesting results tonight. 2 OTs and what we thought was going to be a close match, but ended up being a blowout. So I don't really know where to lead with that one, but we are going to be coming into the final match. Raven your thoughts on the entire night so far? It has been jam-packed.
Yeah, look, it's been a really exciting night so far. 2 6-8 matches, and then of course, even though the Knights did get the solid win against QConfirm, it was still a very entertaining match to watch. So it's been really exciting, and look, I think this last one's going to be also quite an exciting affair.
That's a very good way of putting it. An exciting affair. It's Xavier taking on Wildcard. Now, Wildcard, I mean, I hate to do it, but we have to talk about it. They are wounded. They aren't looking at their best. So it is somewhat of a wounded roster. However, Xavier are looking ever so strong here, Dev, after their victory against Giants just last week.
That's absolutely it. It's these guys in top form at the moment for Xavier. They've had a great opening to the APAC South League, taking down the #1 team. Well, everyone, I think, was rating Giants to be that #1 team in APAC South. I think they themselves rated it as that. But Xavier has always been their kryptonite. They took them down a convincing 7-3. And, I mean, that's just a fantastic way to be, because you look a little bit further back into history, Xavier failed to qualify for 6 Invitational, losing to Cyclops, just losing to that spot in the grand final. And that was a real significant blow to them, because they were always neck and neck with Cyclops. Now they've come into APAC South, and honestly, these guys are looking like the best team in the league.
They certainly are, and I think, Napew's result from last week kind of shines in terms of what they're able to achieve. They're coming up again against Wildcard, a team that we are, I would say with reservations. We're holding strong reservations for. We know that they're still absolute beasts. Raven, do we think that Silex is so much of a drastic change that we need to potentially look at a complete roster shuffle by the end of stage 1?
It's so hard to say what's going on with Wildcard at the moment. Honestly, I think losing Diesel is more than just losing, a good player overall. He was also a great teammate with a lot of good leadership. That's not to say Silex isn't, but I just think overall it's really affected the mental side of Wildcard. Just saw last week with QConfirm, they started strong. In fact, they got the first 2 rounds, and they just lost 7 in a row to lose that game, and it just felt like they were so deflated. Now, we did start to see them bounce back a bit in Oceanic Nationals this week, but it still feels like it is this very slow climb upwards for them in stage 1.
And Dev, they obviously still have such an incredible roster, such incredible gamers. Do you think that they're going to be able to go up against Xavier, which seems to be a Xavier in fine form?
That's the thing with Wildcard, right? Like, it's the thing that stumps us when we're chatting on the analyst desk or off air. How is it that Wildcard is getting destroyed by these teams when they have some of the most individually talented players in OS and even in APAC? Like, you've got players like Geo, Pat, Ema, Rin, Vinny. Like, these guys are insane. And just losing one piece of the puzzle in Diesel, that shouldn't suddenly make, Emo stop losing all his ones or Geo stop performing. So I totally agree with Raven. Like, it is the bigger picture. It is about the effect that mentally and emotionally that Diesel's departure has put on the whole team. And unfortunately, we just have not seen them muster up courage. The only positive result is an overtime win over Rhythm in OCN, which honestly, they should be dumpstering Rhythm with the wildcard that we know and love. So it's definitely an upwards hill to climb.
Certainly an upward battle. That's a good way of putting it, Dev. Let's have a look at where we're going to be heading. The map veto as it rolls out. We are going to be heading to Clubhouse, a well-known map for pretty much any team that plays. It doesn't really matter where you are, but it does feel like it leans heavily into how Wildcard have always played, methodical and quite slow actually in most of their approaches. Are they going to be able to compete against Xavier here on Clubhouse, Dev?
No, sorry. Xavier is so good at Clubhouse, and it's funny you mentioned Wildcard's methodical playstyle. Xavier are the polar opposite. They are pure chaos, and they take that playstyle to Clubhouse and they make it work. It is crazy the number of like loose, unsupported roams you'll see from them. They just lean into their 1v1s. They try and take as many 1v1s as possible, and because they've got just cracked players, they make it work. Wildcard is going to have to be really, really vigilant and work together flawlessly to punish that. Otherwise, they're just going to get dumpstered like so many other teams have been victims of Xavier in the past on this map.
Raven?
Speaking to the victims that Dev speaks of, I'm looking back at some of these results. Xavier beat Giants 8-6 on Clubhouse in the November Major. They've also got a 7-0 against Fav in APAC North on this map. Just some of the opponents they've beat, it's not just that they have performed so well, they have defeated some very strong opponents that have been in good form at the same time on this map. I'm looking at the stats we have collected here. 9-1 in recent history in terms of their win-loss record on the map. It's a bit of a task ahead of Wildcard.
Yeah. And the flip side of that, I'll just jump in. The flip side of that is Wildcard have lost this so much recently. Like the last 2 times they played it, Order and Elevate, they lost it, and the time before that, they only just beat Knights. So this is not good form for Wildcard.
It is not bowing favorably at all. We're kind of painting a bit of a dark picture here, aren't we? This became very somber very quickly as we found out the veto. So I'm going to ask Raven, what's the win condition here for Wildcard? Because clearly the win condition for Xavier was the map pick. What is it for Wildcard?
I think they just have to figure out a way, again, total mentals thing, just figure out a way to just put last year and whatever's happened coming into the season totally behind them. Maybe just play a different play style. You know, you can play a bit more loose, have some fun with it. I feel like what I've noticed is they've still tried to play with their usual rigidity, and then things fall apart, and then they're kind of just like, oh, well, it's fallen apart now. Yeah. I think they just need to just throw everything out and just be like, we need to play loose, because Xavier's sure are going to play loose. You're going to try and match that. Loosey-goosey.
Dev?
Yeah, I agree with you. My first instinct was, now Wildcard need to like methodically isolate these Xavier roamers and pick them apart. Try and hard counter Xavier, but honestly, Raven, you have me convinced. I reckon Wildcard just get loose, stop getting in your own heads. Because as soon as Xavier finds like one player roaming on a Giri, just finds like a 3k, Wildcard will fall apart. So just Wildcard, take it easy, take it sleazy, just play loose. Let's see how it goes.
Loosey-goosey, I love it. Well, is it going to be Order versus Chaos? Or is it going to be Chaos versus Chaos? We'll wait and see. We're going to head over to the casters, Guz and Xenox.
Yeah. I don't know what you're on about, Manic. It's actually Wildcard versus Xavier, so you got mixed up a little bit. But hey, welcome back, guys. We are, of course, ready to get into the last matchup of the day for Playday 2 of APAC South. But I have to say, guys, I'm going to be blunt. We had an 8-6, 2-7 for our first 2 matches. We just had an 8-6. I'm kind of sensing a 2-7 here in favor of Xavier.
Yeah. I mean, we have to back Xavier going into this one. Wildcard, they are down in the dumps. This is going to be such a rough game for them here against that Thai dominance.
Well, Clubhouse, it's not Oregon. I feel like that's the motto for tonight's matches. Something a little bit different, something a little bit spicy. Well, are we maybe going to see a bit of the old Wildcard tonight? Or is Xavier just too good, too strong? They're not even going to allow a peep in. Players like Geo, Pat, Vinny, are they going to show us what they're made of? There was an interview we had the other day in OCN, Guz, and from Vinny, and the idea is that it's just sort of one game at a time for them.
I mean, I think that's the ethos that they have to adapt here. They know they're in a little bit of trouble, and just taking one game at a time and not getting too stressed looking far into the future is probably the way to go about that. But hey, when you look at, you're one game ahead and you see Xavier in your path, that is a big obstruction that they need to try and get themselves over. So by no means is this going to be an easy task, and I think the analyst desk set it up really, really nicely. Xavier, they are going to play absolutely out of their minds with aggression and just crazy things that no one would ever expect. And Wildcard, they need to try and match that. And when they're down in the dumps like they may be at the moment, that's going to be an incredible challenge. But it's not impossible. Maybe Wildcard can somehow salvage a couple of rounds and at least give themselves an inkling into this game. Just some small chance to maybe do something, maybe edge an overtime. But again, it's an uphill battle. It is going to be incredibly tough.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of done trying to give Wildcard chances here without Diesel. I've done it twice, and both times they've disappointed me. And convincingly too, like 2-7 against QConfirm. In OCN, they lost 3-7 to Order. Here's a not so fun fact though, Guz. Wildcard have now lost 6 of their last 7 games.
Wow.
Like, yeah, in all forms of pro competition that Wildcard have played in over the last couple of months, 3 months or so. So, and that's 4 immediate losses in a row. This is sort of where Wildcard are in. You said they're in a hole. They're in a pretty deep hole. And Xavier, right? These guys are going to be very difficult to take down. They beat Giants last week 7-3 in a match on Chalet, which was just so one-sided that probably 7-3 didn't even do the game justice. This is a team that, from their own internal expectations, would be going for that #1 spot. And Wildcard is just a team they're going to brush aside. The question will be, how much can Wildcard really make this a match? I feel like it's up to Wildcard to come to the table here, because Xavier definitely will.
Yeah, and I think that 4 out of 5 map losses is a very powerful stat, but what makes that even more powerful is when you reflect on their 2020 season, right? Sure, they went out in groups at 6 Invitational, but they came back, and in the online environment, after some of those roster changes, they were absolutely nuts. They went on immense winning streaks, losing an odd map here or there. They were smashing teams in finals, in majors. They were getting the job done and just wiping the floor everywhere. So to now be a team really struggling at the bottom is saddening to see. It's really, really tricky to watch, honestly. As someone from the region, it's really difficult to see these guys fall from grace. But they need to just, like you said, one game at a time. Maybe they're not going to win here against Xavier, right? But just try and take some lessons out of this, test your mental fortitude, and take something out of this match. That's the most important thing.
And those weren't even my words either. One game at a time, straight from the horse's mouth. Vinny himself, claimed that. Because obviously, as commentators, we don't actually know what their thoughts are here. So to get that from him, at least, makes it a lot easier for us to sort of attest to where Wildcard are at here. 2 minutes into the round, first round of this game. It's going to be a marathon, not a sprint though. Wildcard on the defense, Church Arsenal down below. Xavier seemingly have just no contest here on this first floor.
That will allow Angry X on the Maverick to open those hatches quite freely as Wildcard. They just sit in sight. They have shields to work with and cover as well to try and hide behind. It seems like they want to force Xavier into their explosive selves, which could come back to bite them, but also it's probably the play. It's very rare that we see roams now on Clubhouse. Not impossible, but definitely less frequent as attacking teams have worked out how to clear those setups. So Wildcard backing themselves here in this round as Xavier continue to butcher up that floor and get those hatches open.
Yeah, no surprise, Wildcard will be more than happy for like a 20-second execute from Xavier, just dropping down kitchen hatch. That would be ideal for them. Okay, Onigiri, just down in oil pit. Emerin in blue at the moment. 40 seconds left in the round, but as you can see over in Freezer, this is where Xavier are setting up. Drones are out. They'll drone out these final positions, guys, and then it's drop down time and really just sort of see how they go against Wildcard.
I really like this late round droning from Xavier. They're going to set up for a drop down the hatch. Xenox, all yours, mate.
I can't see anything thanks to that flashbang. Hopefully for Xavier, Wildcard wouldn't be able to see much either. That is going to be a C4 kill though to kickstart this round. Onigiri actually picking up a double there, and Angry now with a quick double too, and just like that, the round's over. Well, that was quick. Let's do it again.
Vinny needs to at least attempt the clutch here, as impossible as it may seem. Holding short with Kaid. His own setup from his team being used against him as he tries to retake side. That's a nice shot there onto Onigiri. It won't count for Matt much, really, but, it's a nice stat to have, and it's a good player shut down. Might be able to swing and find a second. Gets lit up, though, and the player down long will clean him up. Xavier, with an explosive execute, will take the first round.
Well, I believe it was Onigiri who ended up picking up the first 2 kills in that round, right? From Oil Pit, pushing into Blue, along with the drop down from Kitchen, ended up just sort of pinching Wildcard. And what did they lose? Like 4 players in the span of about 5 seconds? Maybe 10, right? From the first 2 to the last 2. And Wildcard just had no real answer for that. And I think the fact that it was mentioned as well, the patience from Xavier, their drone game as well, at about the 35-second mark, they just looked clean. That was one of the cleanest executes of, basement on Clubhouse from a kitchen hatch that I've seen for a while.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
We head back upstairs now over to CC and Cash. the operators on the board that we do see. We're probably expecting Xavier to attack that main wall with the Maverick. We've also got Sapper on the Thermite, might be able to open up Garage, even Con if required. And we up the Wildcard to hold key positions, like those cash boxes and the rafters inside of Garage to stop any push from coming through. But again, it's probably going to be very similar across most of these objectives, the way that Xavier will approach it. They'll do their setup, they won't have much time to work with, and then they'll just hit that gear, go bang, enter site, find picks, win the round. So Wildcard need to be aware of that. I'm sure they already are. Like, they know what to expect here.
So what you're saying is open up Kennel's wall, pressure rafters, see how you go. That's how you're doing.
Yeah, and then just send it in, try and go for a plan. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if Xavier... It's actually quite frequent we see in APAC teams just don't even go for the default plan. They'll just send it in and find the picks to win the round because that's just the faster way of doing it, the cleaner way of doing it in some cases.
The expectations for this matchup is firmly that Xavier are going to win this comfortably. Wildcard on the defense here on Clubhouse first need to get off to a good start. It's pretty paramount. If you go down 2-0, 3-0 early on, especially on defense side here, Clubhouse, it is going to spell disaster for Wildcard before really the series even kind of begins. Sapper going to do his job on Kennel's wall. No real pressure here. Most of Wildcard over at top red. Vinny, though, is actually going to find a hole from rafters and does get the opening frag onto Angry on the 2-minute mark as well. So a lot of time here, though, still for Xavier to turn it back. They also just opened up Kennel's wall. By no means is this round over, but it does give a semblance of hope for Wildcard, and I couldn't even finish my sentence, and Gio is dead. Now Immerin as well. Napier just pushed straight in, found the double, and then goes back downstairs.
Bomb located by attackers.
Big work from Napier. In fact, he had a 1.94 rating against the Giants last week. He went 15-3, so if he can't be tamed by Wildcard, he's going to be another huge headache to try and deal with. One man on Ash can do a lot of damage in the right hands. And in the 4-on-3, Xavier have positioned themselves nicely for another round win. Napier, meanwhile, will actually open up the Moto hatch, or the Logi hatch, rather. Link up with Sapper, as well as DCH, and they might shape up for a con push.
Yeah, they've got Kennel's wall open. You can kind of then just leave Vinny over at rafters. Kind of ignore Garage. They've got no pressure on Garage at all, right? So Vinny's just going to be safe over at rafters. They'll push in through Con along with Kennel's wall. Wildcard going to be expecting this. Cache CCTV, we haven't really seen a lot of pushes from Con side in OCN, so they may not be ready for this as Xavier are pushing in with 34 seconds to go. Vinny's key here. If he can get Onigiri, there's a chance.
It's a chance, but it's a slim chance that DCH getting the work from below could find a pick or at least place a lot of pressure on these defenders as Onigiri tries to find Vinny. One shot will do enough damage as Pat gets aggressive at the breach, but Napier gets the triple as Sapper cleans up that kill. He goes deep and he gets caught in the flames. They may have thrown this round. Vinny just needs to stay alive. It's a triple in this round. DCH now needs to stick the diffuser for 3 more seconds. Where's Vinny? He runs forward through the rotation, but the plant gets stuck, Xenox. I don't think he has what it takes to win the round here for Wildcard.
Yes, no, how somehow DCH just missing Vinny's head there. It's been a massive round from Vinny, but I don't think it's going to happen. No, it will not. A chance gone begging early on in this series already for Wildcard, but a chance they didn't necessarily have earlier on. DCH clutch, Xavier 2-0, and a good attacking start here on Clubhouse.
Wow, talk about small windows of opportunity to win that round for Wildcard. Sapper just absolutely sent it into sight through that bolt, the asphyxiating bolt, the flames. Almost, you could say, throwing the round for his team, but it was a good recovery in the end. Discipline from DCH to stick the plant, commit to it, and use every angle possible to shut down Vinny, who was already lit up from that previous encounter with Onigiri. So well played again by the Thai team. And I feel like the more rounds that compound, it's just getting further and further out of the grasp of Wildcard.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Most matches, you probably wouldn't be saying that, but due to the circumstances for Wildcard, you definitely feel they need to get off to a good start here, which evidently they haven't been able to thus far. It is only 2 rounds, 4 more to go in the half, and they've got to get at minimum 2, right? Ideally from here, you try and at least force the half 3-3, call it a day. But not the best start. Xavier, to their credit though, are showing their dominance of what we sort of expect from them, especially after they swept aside Giants last week. If they can do that against Giants, I think a wounded Wildcard should be an even easier task, despite the map being Clubhouse, which is quite structured, and especially on the defense, even a wounded Wildcard you would expect to get a few rounds.
Well, Wildcard have gone back downstairs. We saw Xavier execute an aggressive hatch drop in round number 1 to convert the round. I believe it was left in a 3-on-1, or maybe even a 4-on-1 in the end, with Vinny to try and clutch up. So not very successful at all for Wildcard, but now's their opportunity to try and correct some of those mistakes. Doesn't look like they're committing to a roam, so they're really, again, just trying to play for that execute. They'll need the Plantanar from the likes of Silex, maybe Vinny with a C4, and Pat as well. They do have quite a bit to work with. They just, I think, really need to get that timing and communication down pat, because when things get crazy from Xavier, it can be a lot to track. When you have 5 players running around, you're trying to find every single one of them, trade effectively, and you're not in your finest form, that can be really challenging.
The trick for Wildcard here as well is they need to be aggressive. They need to look to find some early kills. Maybe not so much basement. I think they're more than happy to just sit back and kind of let Xavier do their thing upstairs and just kind of hope that they can win the frag game towards the end of the round. Pat, looking ominously here with the nitrous cell, is going to misfire this one though. Patch is going to remain open. He wasn't able to stop it, and by the round, just again slipping away from Wildcard, not really offering much in way of competition to Xavier. Again, allowing them this free control over in kitchen very early on. No defense of the first floor, no sort of roam, nothing. And that's fine as long as you can win towards the end. But as we saw last time out on basement, guys, it was a clean sweep. The round was over before it even began once Xavier had their way with jumping down.
Once again, we see the likes of DCH droning in towards the site. Xavier still with, I believe, 6 to work with. A lot of intel can be gained. Silex, the coach and now substitute for Wildcard, getting very aggressive over towards Dirt Tunnel as Emorin finds the first pick in the round. It comes with 45 seconds left on the board, and that's one of the key fraggers of Xavier left to sit out as they try and push through Moto into Church, and that's a great pick from Vinny, again on so low HP, but will get away with his life.
30 seconds left into the round now as we really need to see something here from Xavier. Down 2 players. No Onigiri to open up this time around like he was able to do in the last round. Caught by Pat. Medusa's down. DCH with a nice angle, but it's all too late. It's fallen apart for Xavier. They ran out of time. Gio with a double, which might be good as well for his own personal beliefs here. Big round for Wildcard. They get 1 on the board.
All right. That wasn't too bad there for Wildcard. I mean, they held on like I said, they needed to. They prevented anyone from really dropping the hatch and having an impact, and those that did were shut down quite effectively. Really big from Vinny. I think he's been stepping up massively already in this map. I know we're only 3 rounds in, but it's felt like every single round he's at least had an impact, right? First round, he was left to try and clutch. Second round, he had a lot of presence over towards Rafters and narrowly missed the 1-on-1 at the end. And then in that third round, he was a pivotal player over towards that Moto position and preventing that pinch from really coming into fruition there for Xavier. So props to Vinny, and hopefully he can continue that form and try and lift his teammates around him.
Long way to go though. It's only 1 round. How much do you really put stock into that 1 round? I guess that's the problem. But if Wildcard are 1 game at a time, I guess they're also 1 round at a time too, right? It's the same sort of philosophy. You can't look too far ahead, especially against a team like Xavier. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Now head over to Cash CCTV, where, well, it was quite hectic last time out. Vinny found that opening frag. We thought maybe there's a chance Wildcard would be able to secure a nice, strong defensive foothold. Xavier turned it around, and it was just chaotic, really, towards the end. Vinny ended up getting, what, 3 or 4 kills in the round. Nate pushed into storage and found 2. I mean, it was a round that had it all. And we will see now if Cash and CCTV can do it again.
I love that 6 pick from Onigiri. It's not the first time he's whipped out the Finker when he feels like the team needs it. In fact, he did it against the Giants last week, and that's when they ramped up. And I don't think they lost a round from when he decided to start playing the Finker. So, look, a lot of people, again, from other regions are looking at that, scratching their head and thinking, that is the worst pick ever. You're just going to stuff up your teammates' recoil. But look, for whatever reason, Xavier love it. It works for them. Let them be. They'll be just sending it in now, trying to find these picks, and it does, of course, facilitate that with the HP boost, the recoil boost, etc. So Wildcard will need to try and shut Onigiri down if they don't want him to have that presence on the round.
Yeah. Obviously, for Vinny as well, is going to be looking and seeing, can he find another pick through one of these map holes? Again, not much pressure on Garage from Xavier. At least for the time being. A lot of time still, of course, left in this round. Silex top red, Pat and Cash. Wildcard may also look to put a bit more pressure and defense over towards Con. Expecting Xavier to play a similar fashion to the last time out in round number 2. Vinny's going to be doing that for the next minute.
Angry X might be doing this wall for the next minute. It looks like he might have cheesed it up a little bit. No, he does get it, but Vinny! Oh, that's sharp. The second that reinforcement gets dislodged, he hits the shot. Again, Vinny is activated right now, going 7 and 2. Geo gets in on the action and finds Napier. Again, that top fragger from last week for Xavier. And Wildcard, they are really putting their foot down here in the 4th round.
Another opening frag for Vinny, and as you said, going big. It's all about the team. You can find these frags, you can get these opening kills, but if you can't win the round, it's kind of all for naught. Onigiri just a bit quiet since that first round in Church Arsenal, and as spoken, finds a nice headshot onto Vinny. The adrenal surge activated. Is it time for Xavier to start making their position towards CCTV and Cash in a hurried manner? Onigiri with a second. Never mind, I will no longer doubt you. Sapper finds a 3rd for the round, and just like that, guys, in the space of 20-30 seconds, Xavier have the advantage.
I'm not quite sure how they've done it, but Xavier are back in this round. It's Silex and Geo left to try and clutch up. Onigiri boosts himself and just swings the main breach.
My God.
Geo drops as well in the meantime. I don't know what that was from Xavier. I don't know what that was from Onigiri, but they get the round that probably should not have been theirs.
I mean, I don't know if you can say that. There was still a lot of time on the clock. The deficit wasn't really that bad.
I mean, it was a 5-on-3, man. If you're
5-on-3.
If you're Wildcard,
5-on-3, but then you find that next kill, it's a 3-4, and especially when you're Xavier, like, you got to back yourselves in. Onigiri finding that extra gear, able to get a couple of clutch picks, especially after going kind of quiet in the last 2 rounds prior to that one, and just sort of says, Xavier, like, hey, we're still here, don't worry. Okay, they got 1 round, we're not going to give them 2. It's 3-1. But Guz, you know, I'll be nice to you, I guess, right? 5-3. Wildcard probably should have done a bit better there.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the second pick, but it did feel like Wildcard were just over-peaking that. I don't know why you would continue to try and pick Onigiri, who's one of the top fraggers and can Finker boost himself, so a little bit peculiar. Maybe they felt the need to try and reposition because they had that entry in towards the site. Unfortunately, we won't quite know, or at least I didn't catch it live. So we'll just have to ponder on that, but either way, it goes down as a loss for Wildcard, to win for Xavier. I mean, we can't deny that. Look at the top of the scoreboard, 3-1 the lead, and Wildcard now feel compelled to change up their site, electing to go over towards Jim, its first appearance in this matchup. And I'm loving the Frost. I've been loving playing Frost in this objective personally. I know we've seen it in EU, for example, a couple of months back, and Emo bringing it to the forefront of APAC.
And you can love it, but is it going to be effective? We'll have to wait and see. I don't mind it, though, for Wildcard to try and just change things up a bit. All right, you're down 3-1. Defensively, haven't looked that great. It's Jim bedroom, so 2 traps on the Jim window. Is it going to be the play there? Just one each? Okay. I mean, nothing too special there, guys. I mean, but we'll see how it plays out. A little bit stock standard with the Frost, but hey, as you said, it's nice to see something a bit different.
Angry X will look to open up
Attackers have located a bomb.
the CC wall. Pretty typical these days in the attacking meta, try and take control of CC and catch and prevent any rotations from the defenders, I guess, then transition that into the Moto control and the Logic control and pinch from Jacuzzi if you want to make some angles there or open that wall up. So nothing standing out from my point of view as being too crazy here from Xavier, but Onigiri has yet to use his Adrenal Surge, so I'll hold my breath until
Vinny
that
up to?
happens. Oh, Sapper. That's a lot of damage. Was that a run out from Emo?
Yeah, Imorin, yeah, on balcony. I think he must have ran out. Well, Onigiri has found that gear and ran with it, catching Pat. A lot of time in this round. Sapper still low from that run out earlier. Jacuzzi wall going to get opened up. DCH with another frag. There's one back from Geo.
I think this is winnable.
Yeah, it is.
Both Sapper and Geo are low though, so you could say in theory there's a little bit of a 2v2 if those players with low HP are shut down. Vinny, he's on a rampage already. He is on a rampage already. 4 rounds in, or 4.5 rounds in. He's going absolutely huge, and he could do even more damage from below here. Needs to be careful though. Angry X is lurking just in front.
Mentioned it before. I think he was just hanging out in storage, but this is big all over the place. Angry though catches Vinny. Angry though is in a 1 versus 2, so it gets a bit more difficult from here. You catch the roamer, but now you're going to go towards the site. You've also got to somehow pick up the diffuser as well safely, but of course, Imran's not going to allow that, not that easily. Watching those sight lines. And Wildcard do bite back here. They've got 2 rounds to the 3 of Xavier.
Nice angle there from Imorin. Not sure that his Frost mats necessarily had much of an impact in that round, but I guess the added benefit of playing Frost these days is you have the secondary ITA shotgun, you also have a deployable shield, so there's a lot you can do, and I mean the 9mm as well is an absolute beast of a weapon when you chuck an angled on it, so maybe we'll see that come out from Xavier if they elect to defend Jim later on in this matchup or potentially in OT. Of course, keeping in mind that that site's now locked out for Wildcard for their final defense, and it looks like they're going to go back downstairs. So again, a site they have a 50% win rate on. They lost it on their first attempt and won it on the second. So if that form continues, we could well see a 3-3 scoreline. And I think for many, or at least some on the desk, maybe yourself included, thought Wildcard were probably stretching to get 2 or 3 rounds in the entire map.
I mean, I definitely agree with you there, but we are on the defense side. I don't think it's too out of the question here that Xavier clutch this up, make it 4-2, then go on defense and just kind of run away with it. That is definitely a massive possibility. But for Wildcard's sake, right, they are in this position. As you mentioned, there's a chance they can now make this 3-3. They, of course, have to perform once again as they did on Church Arsenal in round 3, which really just came down to that last 30-40 seconds in the round. It was all happening towards the back end of that round. Will they put pressure, though, elsewhere on the map? Are they going to put anything towards this first floor, anything towards kitchen? Or is it once again just going to be shut up shop, go down below, and just bide our time?
I mean, surely you've got a turtle. I mean, Wildcard didn't bring anything to indicate a roam. They won't commit to it. I just think that off the back of their success in round number 3, where they did get a defensive win on this site, they're just going to try and replicate that as best as they possibly can. That said, we are seeing some variation here from Xavier, at least in their lineup, bringing the Capitao. And I really like that from Napier, running the secondary hard breach gadget. It's not every day where you see that run, particularly in competitive. So something a little bit different there to enjoy. And that, of course, means that they won't be as heavily reliant on a Hibana. I mean, they're not even bringing on the board, so that's probably wild to a lot of people, because some would say that if Hibana is not banned, you have to bring her every round. But Xavier, they don't listen to the conventional rules of this game, and they just do whatever the hell they want.
Certainly so.
Attackers have located
We've had 2 overtime games tonight. 1-7-2. And it kind of feels like where this match is right now is going to go in either direction. Xavier either win this round, close out on the defense, or we are going the distance. I guess you could say, guys, it could go either way. That's one way to phrase it.
I just want to pitch in here. I am really perplexed as to why Xavier are not bringing Hibana. You can see it's causing them some issues at the moment, and Geo from below could impact trick the second charge, but he doesn't actually commit to it. Instead commits to the peak at the bottom of the stairs as Pat finds his mark on the Angry X. So at least they've gotten the Maverick off the board, but again, that hatch has been opened, and that is where Xavier have been looking to push every single time.
Yeah, you probably don't really need that Maverick anymore. It's not that imperative with a minute to go. As you said, kitchen hatch is open, so especially from here on out, 4 versus 4. I don't think Xavier is sweating that one. I don't think losing Pat either is really that big of a deal, so both teams kind of even here towards the latter stages of this 6th round, final round of this first half. The final game tonight. Now, everyone just chilling in blue. It just feels like the eye of the storm. Everyone's just waiting out to these final moments. DCH is going to make the push in through dirt, or at least peek it. Got stuck for a second. That's going to actually waste a bit of time. 2 kills though on the board for Xavier. Sapper's down. He's actually going to get this plant successfully. Doesn't get interrupted. And this is going to be really difficult now for Wildcard to secure the round from this position. Silex in dirt. Only 1 kill for this entire first half. Will he be able to get anything from this position? Probably not, Guz.
Vinny's still on the board though. We know he's been hitting his shots so far tonight, but it's a tall order with 25 seconds left to try and retake above, which they'll need to, and hit the diffuser.
Sapper.
They can't do either though. Sapper's just too good, and Xavier will close out the half with another win on the attack.
Well, I mean, I guess it sort of sets our storyline now for the second half, guys. 4-2 Xavier attack on Clubhouse. Statistically speaking, we have only actually had, believe it or not, 1 Clubhouse earlier in the APAC South, which was our very first opening match of the season, 7th Heaven versus Order, and it was 7-3 in favor of 7th Heaven. And in that matchup, defense won 7 out of the 10 rounds. So I don't know if there's probably too much that we can take away from that just one match. We'll have a bit more statistics now, of course, off the back of this second one that has played out tonight. But it is looking like it's going to be a difficult time for Wildcard. And I don't want to harp on their issues too much, really, moving forward. Because they themselves have said it's about 1 game forward. It's a new Wildcard. They have to do what they've got to do. It is what it is. They're in this situation. You've got to fight it out. You've got to stick it out. There was a chance there that they could have really tied up the half, and we would be saying completely different things here. But Xavier looked the goods. They looked the goods not only in this match, but they looked the goods for the season. As they're up 4-2, and they're just getting the job done, and that's what the best teams do.
So we're seeing a bit of a different lineup here from Xavier, electing to bring the Mutant Mozzie combo. Now that would suggest to me that they might commit to some sort of roam. Some would call it a soft roam, where you sort of half commit and are willing to fall off pretty quickly. Also an interesting bulletproof inside of Kitchen there from Snapper. So we might see Xavier play a little bit more aggressive than Wildcard. We saw them on every occasion basically just sit tight, hope for the best, and wait for the hatch drop. But Xavier, they're playing the way that they want to. Nice and aggressive, nice and proactive, and just try to prevent Wildcard from really gaining any confidence on what is, of course, their first attacking round here on Club.
Pretty similar positions, at least for Xavier defensively. Will they show a bit more aggression, though? And I think the answer is yes with Napier on the Legion.
Oh, it's for a C4. This could be very, very cheeky. He's going to ping out that C4 on a gear. He'll say to a teammate, call boom, or something to that effect when a player's on that position. So keep an eye on that. I don't know whether Wildcard will be aware, but they will be aware of that, of course. Aim over and dropped Napier on the top 4 to find a kill. It's a big one at that, and Angry finds another onto Vinny. The star for Wildcard on this map thus far. And honestly, at this stage, this round's basically over for Wildcard. Xavier need to throw this for them to have a chance. They've taken down 2 of their top fraggers.
But this is the difference firsthand between the two teams, right? Like, we didn't see any sort of aggressive roaming playstyle from Wildcard on their defense for Church Arsenal. Heck, really on any of the sides, if I'm going to be honest. And immediately Xavier get his first go. It's Wildcard really just going to have to send it down, blue, but whatever. The round's over. As soon as Xavier get this first chance, they've already got 2 players looking to find kills. It's a flawless round because they made it a flawless round themselves. They did the work early on. They punished Wildcard, and they didn't allow Wildcard to just have that first floor, that kitchen site all to themselves for like a good 2 minutes.
That's got to be frustrating if you're a Wildcard player or Wildcard fan. Not the way you would have liked to start your attacking campaign, but there's nothing you can do about it now. Eyes turn towards CCTV and Cash, a site which might see some roam below, but without a bandit on the board, that's unlikely. I guess maybe with Kaid if they want to try and deny impacts, but we are seeing 2 interesting operator picks. Warden and the 6th pick onto Mirror. Now Mirror's an operator that often doesn't get a whole lot of play on Clubhouse these days. A couple of common positions include maybe watching Blue Generator downstairs or Church Triple, maybe back in the olden days when that was pretty popular. Now, more modern Siege, you might see it in Bathroom, for example, to try and hold Jacuzzi once that gets breached. But in terms of a Cash CC, it's not overly common, right? You don't see it every day of the week. Maybe... I was going to say maybe Napier was playing to put it on the exterior wall, but surely that won't happen. It would have to be, I would hope, maybe top of the stairs and maybe another one con wall. I'm honestly not too sure. It's Xavier. It could be anything, really.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
he's
main wall. Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
no. Well, I was about to say, really, we don't usually see a Wildcard, say, pushing in from con. A lot of the time, you would expect, say, garage pressure onto rafters, obviously Cannel's wall. This is sort of in your face, top red as well, which just sort of fortifies that position. This is very in your face defense from Xavier. This is something also Wildcard wouldn't really be going up against too regularly in the national region.
It'd be a headache for Silex to deal with as well. He's playing on that Maverick, and it's likely he'll be tasked with trying to open that wall, and that Black Mirror does throw a little bit of a curveball and can make it really annoying. That CD move in from below does clear any potential utility, maybe destroyed that Electro Claw as well, and they should be able to get line of sight onto that mirror window, I think, to be able to shoot it if they so please. Keeping in mind, of course, that Napier's holding that and could get aggressive. I like this work, though, from Pat. He's used the XRS to pop a line of sight below the mirror and taking it out. Napier, I don't know why he was playing Statue. That was really not the play there in that scenario. Wildcard doing a really good job to shut him down.
Yeah, that was intriguing. Almost sort of like baiting, like, right, you're going to blow it open, but I'm going to be the one who gets the shot. In the end, Pat wins out that sort of trade, but I don't think Napier was really ever in that right position compared to, say, Pat. Pat always gets a free shot at that. Can Wildcard capitalize, though? They haven't really been able to do so in this matchup. Xavier have always been the ones, usually with a leg up. Opening frags haven't also really meant that much in this matchup.
Attackers have located a bomb.
4 opening frags have not turned into a round win, whereas only 3 have. So that's not a really good rate either. It's not very indicative of where this round in particular is going to play. Pat, though, with a second. Now that will make things more interesting and more viable for Wildcard pushing forward. Sapper still has that mirror window to his right-hand side, so they can play top red pretty safe. And they're fully expecting Garage and Kennel Walls to be the play here from Wildcard.
It's not every day of the week you see a Warden flashed. Never mind, killed whilst flashed. But it's good from Wildcard. Good timing so far. With 40 seconds left, they can set up for a default plant. Keeping in mind, though, that Xavier, they still have a C4, I think, to work with inside of DCH. 3 C4s, potentially, in fact. This could be very, very aggressive late round here as they try to stop Wildcard from getting in position to plant and then denying it when they do, but they're just going for picks. Pat finds his triple in the round. Sapper's left swing and not traded back, though. Oh, Xavier, they're just going to go deep, but it's a quad from Pat. Geo to get the final one to round things out, and Wildcard, pretty much out of nowhere, managed to take that round in what was a pretty good amount of time.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly if the mirror worked, guys.
Yeah, look, I don't think its impact was massive on that round. In fact, it probably hurt Xavier more than it helped them.
Yeah.
But props for trying something a little bit obscure. I'm all for that.
Props though for Wildcard for also dealing with it in the end quite easily. A lot easier than we were sort of hyping it up to be. So Xavier tried something, didn't work. Fortunately, when you're up 5-2, guys, you can kind of try those things and, well, it doesn't really bite you back unless Wildcards get on a roll here. Not going to hype them up too much. It's still 5-3. It's still a while to go. Xavier firmly, in my opinion, are by far still in control of this matchup until maybe they lose Gym Bedroom. If they lose this convincingly to Wildcard and all of a sudden it's 5-4 and Wildcard have won the last 2 rounds in a row, then we've got ourselves a game on our hand, and what maybe Wildcard evolved just making a brief appearance here in APAC South, which I think for many would love to see that, except for Xavier fans.
And again, credit to Wildcard so far in this map. We've said that it's a tough situation that they find themselves in and they needed their players to step up. And I mean, you can look at the stats. Vinny, Gio, and Pat, they've all stepped up. None of them are really lagging behind. Sure, Emarin's having a bit of a hard time, but he's not lagging too far behind either. And that's great. That's what you really want to see. There's been a couple of matches so far that we've seen already where just no one was stepping up. So that's already a stark difference, and maybe they'll be able to produce something special here. It will be something special if Wildcard manage to push this game further than most expect. Xavier putting up a really good fight as well, right? They're, you know, obviously the favored team, arguably after defeating Giants and now potentially maybe Wildcard, the strongest team in the region, at least early indications. So they can't put their foot off the pedal too quick either here. They still have a lot of work to do themselves.
And just sort of touching on Silex, right? Because you touched on basically everyone from Wildcard except Silex. Yes, he's 1-1-6.
I didn't want to put him under the bus.
No.
That's your job. I didn't want to put him. I didn't want to put him under the bus. That's your job.
He's 1-1-6, but at the end of the day, he's got the big brains. And I don't doubt that if you put him in a good position late round, he could easily find a kill. It's more than just the body. He's more than just the number, and he does still bring something to this roster. So you can't count him out. Yeah, he's going to have some tough games throughout stage 1, especially when you're going up against Xavier, and he's a bit rusty having not played competitively for so long. So as the stage goes on, I think you'll find Silex will actually have more and more of an impact each game he gets under his belt, and obviously he's always going to have those brain plays. For Xavier, though, just a couple of players is going quiet again in the last couple of rounds. Feels like a roller coaster from them. Some rounds, they're just flawless. They look clean, like they're going to just sweep Wildcard aside. Other rounds, they kind of just let Wildcard in, and they allow Wildcard to have these sort of important rounds go their way. That's why it's 5-3, because Wildcard keep finding around here or there. What? But then Onigiri steps up, and guys like Sapper will stand up every other round. The rounds that Wildcard don't win, Xavier look very, very convincing.
Well, apparently you only need a pistol to find kills in competitive play. Who would have known it was that easy, as Napier gets one onto Pat as well. Xavier just being cheeky at this point, but they need to be careful not to give this round away. Emarin gets one back and could well hold the cross onto a player inside of Logi. It's DCH. He needs to win this swing. If he doesn't, Xavier could be in a lot of trouble, but angry, he steps up to the table, and now Emarin's left all alone in the 1-on-3.
Yeah, there's no trouble at all here for Xavier. They've just got all of the answers. All 5 members have had a moment individually at some point in this matchup. And why not just let Angry finish it off there? I think he gets a triple kill to finish that round off. They get match point. And that's the difference right now, is they've got 5 amazing players that have all had different impact moments throughout this match. No one's lagging behind. And that makes Xavier such a mammoth team, such a force to be reckoned with. 6-3. And they're going to do this to a lot of teams this season, guys. This is not a wildcard only thing. We already saw it last week where Xavier beat Giants 7-3, and they may well now beat Wildcard 7-3.
It's really a tale of two sides, isn't it? Xavier looking so strong early in stage 1 and only fortifying their position at the top of the standings, whereas Wildcard are having a very disappointing run early in the stage. Just trying to salvage whatever they can, but Unfortunately, it looks like they won't be able to salvage anything out of this match. It'll take 3 rounds straight to get at least 1 point. And to be honest, I'm not really convinced from what I've seen so far they'll be able to pull that off. That said, they'll be attacking below. Unfortunately, my memory's not amazing, and I can't remember just how close the first attempt was, but look, if it's not staying in my mind as being memorable, it probably wasn't that amazing. So
yeah, it was completely flawless. The roam game caught Wildcard. They found 2 early kills that round, and shaping up, you know, looking at the lineup here for Xavier, they got the Mozzie, they got the Vigil. I mean, they'll be aggressive again. You would expect. First floor, look to find a kill. Look to put Wildcard at a disadvantage, which is probably the right way to sort of try and play this site. Make it really difficult for the attacking team. Force them to take a bit of time to get into position. If you can remove a member or 2. I mean, we saw it in the last time we came basement. That's why it was flawless. You had 2 kills within the first minute of the round. What's Wildcard really going to be able to accomplish down 3-5 as the attacking team when they haven't even walked into kitchen yet? You can really just spell it out that way. Match point. And Xavier themselves, what a way to close it out. Why not close it out with an exclamation mark?
as we reach the 2-minute point in the round, Wildcard consider their options, and it looks like they're going to commit to a top-down take. The likes of Geo and Jacuzzi Balk, and I believe Emarine on Rafters, will need to be mindful of the player inside of Con. I think it's Napier.
It is.
On the Vigil.
Yep.
Just sitting, waiting, trying to drain time. Maybe we'll be able to find a cheeky pick. It looks like Wildcard are wary, but tracking down a Vigil can be so difficult, especially when that ability is activated at the right moment.
And this is the difference. As Napier might just find the first kill of the game. He definitely will. Again, twice now it's happened here on this basement site defense for Xavier. You know, you talked about this top-down clear. It's something Xavier didn't have to do because the new Wildcard just weren't even really contesting. But because Xavier have been playing this roam game, especially on Church Arsenal, it forces Wildcard to make these plays. Minute 20 seconds left, and Napier's going to get a second one onto Geo. All credit where credit's due. Xavier have deserved this win. This win that is about to happen here. A third one. Why not? Napier goes pew, pew, pew with 3 kills in quick succession on this match point round for Xavier here for APAC South. And Wildcard. Why not just make it 4?
He's looking for it. He wants it. Napier tore Giants to shred last week, and he's doing the same to Wildcard. It's a quad to try and win this map for his team. I think they're going to do it. Salix is left in the 1 versus 5. Angry X meets him at the top of Secret Stairs, and there we have it. Xavier will close it out. I don't think Wildcard ever stood a chance. Xavier 7-3 in the end. A very convincing victory to lead APAC South.
They certainly do. They are looking like the team to beat right now. At least until Giants really click into gear. Knights being really the other option at the top end of the standings right now. But 7-3, so convincing from Xavier. Wildcard, they showed us a little bit, but they didn't show us enough. And when we got to that halftime section, we really did feel like it could go one of 2 ways. Either a Xavier sweep or an OT close game. It was the sweep indeed. 7-3. Much deserved from Xavier from start to finish, guys. The way they played in the matches themselves, in the rounds, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, props to Wildcard. I think they put up a decent effort, again, considering everything they're going through and the fact that Xavier are shaping up to probably be the or one of the strongest teams in APAC South. It was an okay effort. Unfortunate that it sort of unraveled in the way it did. Giving away 4 picks on a roamer like that is something that would never happen last year with Wildcard. It might have been the 1 pick and then immediately traded, but you could just see the disconnect in the attack. Again, disheartening for them, but I don't want to harp on that too much. Xavier, wow, they have come out of the block so strong this year. They are looking absolutely incredible. They've taken down what we would have thought a couple of weeks ago were the top 2 teams in APAC South, which is absolutely nutty, and they are setting themselves up really nicely. Again, keep in mind, if you finish first in stage 1, you automatically qualify for the major. You don't have to worry about playoffs.
Yep.
You'll be there. You'll be getting points towards SI. So this is huge.
yeah, that top spot is something that these teams are obviously going to fight very, very hard for. And that's why, you look at the Giants result earlier this afternoon where they went to OT. They didn't get all 3 points, guys. So they're lagging a bit behind here, behind Xavier and Knights. But Xavier, they're looking like the team to beat. They, of course, will be the hunted, really, going forward, I think, for the remainder of the season. Regardless, though, that is going to be us done for the night. Thank you all so much. We are going to throw it, though, of course, over to our virtual desk to continue to break down this final round.
Thank you very much, Xenox and Guz. By the way, have a good night. We'll see you on the flip side. So, gentlemen, once it's all said and done, Wildcard just struggled to get across the line. Do you believe that what Guz is saying is true about the disconnect, Dev?
For Wildcard?
Yes.
Yeah, look, Wildcard definitely haven't quite got back on that horse yet. Pretty tough to watch, especially if you've seen Wildcard at their peak. 2020 was amazing for them, and they just look like a completely different team now. So yeah, very much disconnects. I had a bit of optimism at the first half. We were 3-2 at one point in favor of Xavier, and I thought, hey, if Wildcard make this 3-3, maybe it's possible. But no, it's just not happening.
No, and Xavier looked like they were having a lot of fun, Raven. Did that come off to you, or was it just something that I was seeing?
No, absolutely. Xavier did look like they were having a lot of fun, and I mean, all reason to. They seemed like they were in pretty much control of that match, as well as they're in pretty much control as a league at this stage. They toppled Giants last week. As Guz was saying, Wildcard coming into the league were perceived as the other potential top 2 team. And they've just taken them both out in the first 2 play days. So, yeah, why not? I'm sure they feel comfortable. I'm sure they feel like they can just have a lot of fun. And it's a bit scary what they might be capable of.
It is honestly terrifying considering what we've seen from them so far. We have Onigiri ready for us for an interview. So let's say hello and welcome, my friend. What a performance. 7-4 or 7-3 victory it was. How are you feeling?
Yeah, we feel like we play very good today, and like our communication is perfect for our team.
I'm interested to hear, Onigiri, you guys made a roster change coming into the season. You've brought on Angry X and Red Sun sitting on the bench. How do you feel like this has affected you guys? Because you guys look even stronger than you were before.
Yeah, we feel like our lineup is pretty strong right now because Angry X can replace Layson position very good, and his like gunfight skill is he's a young blood, and that's the reason that his gunfight is very good and versatile.
Yeah, no, look, you guys are going from strength to strength. We're just talking, you've beaten Giants, you've beaten Wildcard. So you're sitting pretty at the top there. Who is your next big challenge to take on?
I guess it's gonna be Knights, I guess, from our opinions, because they look pretty strong against QC and the other teams.
And what do you think actually about QC now that we're in the APAC South Division? Of course, you've played them before. What are you feeling like in terms of competing against that?
We cannot underestimate them, to be honest, because they are our rival in the Thai League too. And we like in the Thai League we're not doing good against QC, but we will do our best to to fight them.
No, of course. Yeah, Deb, go for it.
I have a question. Now, if you guys come first place in APAC South, you guys get a spot straight to the major, and I believe that would be the first time we've ever seen a team from Thailand go to the major. Is that what you guys are hoping for?
Yes, we all hope for that major slot.
Well, I think everyone here is backing you to the hills, Onigiri, and you've played incredibly so. Do you have any final words for the friends, family, fans out there?
Okay, thanks for supporting us. We will try our best to keep our performance, and we won't let you down.
That's a perfect sentiment. Thank you very much, and congratulations on your victory.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Sweet as pie, and gracious in their own victory. What a performance from Xavier. I think this is some really scary times, Dev, for a lot of the other teams in this league.
For sure, Xavier's a scary team, but Onigiri is such a sweetie pie. Did he call you sir on the interview?
Did he?
I mean, that is so respectful. I love Onigiri. He is a demon in the server, and I never ever want to play against him. But he is just such a cute little sweetie pie on the interviews as well. So yeah, Xavier is scary for their gameplay, and don't be deceived by their pretty faces.
No, don't be at all. Before we move forward, let's have a look back at the results of today. We started what seems like only mere minutes ago. Elevate and 7th Heaven, a huge win on the board for Elevate. Obviously, Raven, 2 points versus 3 points. It will definitely affect the standings when we start to get a little bit later into the entire league.
Yeah, it will. That's the beauty of this change with the overtime points is every single point usually matters. And towards the end of the season or end of the stage, we always saw a few teams neck and neck, but that's not going to be the case anymore. And that even more emphasizes that every point matters. So certainly Elevate, they're not going to be too happy with only getting 2 out of 3 points. Likewise with the Giants, we already heard that in Gig's interview. But regardless, at least they are taking the majority of the points and not actually losing their matches.
Dev, thoughts on this?
I think there's 2 teams that I'm really looking at right now. That is Xavier from Thailand and the Knights from Australia. Those are the only 2 teams who have gone flawless so far in that they haven't dropped a single point, both on 6. And when we finally get to see those 2 teams clash, I think that's really where we see which team is going to come first place in the league.
No, fair assumption. Let's have a look at predictions. Let's have a look at the fun little game we love to play. Who's currently sitting out on top? Oh, is that how do you say that last guy on the right? Jeez, he is
maniac.
He is a shoo-in, I tell you what. But maybe you boys want to justify Dev, Raven. I mean, I'm going to give this to Dev. What on earth, you boys you're on par with with Xenox.
I guess I didn't have enough faith in the Knights today. And yeah, honestly, the worst part of it is just being on par with Xenox. I don't think I've ever been on par with Xenox in anything in my life, so I'm sad to have sunk to that level.
Oh, Raven, anything to back that up?
Oh, no, just the same as Dev. But no, look, to be honest, I think the same. I felt like I almost feel really bad that I doubted the Knights. I just think, I don't know, maybe put too much into their OCN performances, and just regardless, I just think, again, over predicted how that match is going to go, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
it's still early season. We're only 2 play days in. There's still many to go. So yeah, we'll catch up.
Look, I think
we'll leave Xenox in the dust.
Yeah, please. Look, to be perfectly honest, I think Knights still have a lot to prove, regardless of their performances in OCN. They need to be bringing their A game to every match that they perform in. So it's definitely something I'll be asking questions about as we get later into the season. Let's have a look at the standings as we're talking about the season and the overall impact there. You're going to see for the first time the effect of the draw, or at least in the APAC South Division. We've got 7th Heaven. Look, I think you'd be pretty happy if you were them, would you not, Dev?
No doubt about it. This is the team that I think across our, we did some power rankings. We didn't post them anywhere, but, we all did them privately. And 7th Heaven was the bottom team for all 5 of us, I'm pretty sure. So pretty amazing that they're sitting at 3rd place. And honestly, with how they've been playing, I think that they can, if not retain 3rd place, definitely stay in the top 4 or 5. I think that you're probably going to see teams like Wildcard in the bottom end. So it's great for 7th Heaven after almost being relegated last season.
Yeah, and Raven, how much weight would you put to Giants and Order at the moment?
Oh, look, I think Giants will definitely climb their way back up. It's like I was saying before, I feel like they're starting to really awaken to where they need to be in APAC South. And we did hear from Gig in the interview, they did change some roles and they reworked a few things that they've been doing. And that just naturally takes some time to grind in. It is only stage 1. Again, we're only 2 play days in. I feel like there will be some changes. But regardless, I am excited about 7th Heaven. I think they've been playing some really good Siege.
Yep.
And likewise with Elevate, they're another team that I'm really excited to see how they stack up against some of these other Southeast Asian teams, for example. They've started to play some really good Siege as well.
Yep. Yeah, well, now that we're finished looking over our shoulder, let's look at what is to come for next Thursday night. The first matchup, Order and Knights, what seems to be a bit of an El Clasico. Elevate have a chance to back it up against the Giants. And of course, I would say, arguably, the big one is going to be Xavier QC. Dev, would you back me up in that?
I was thinking the same thing. At first, I was looking through from top down. I'm like, oh, Order Knights, that's definitely going to be the game of the day. Oh, but Giants Elevate, that's going to be good. Oh, Xavier QConfirm. There's just so many matches of the day. We don't know how these teams are going to stack up against each other, and that is really exciting. Obviously, it's going to be a tie bash at the end of the day. Both QConfirm and Xavier have a fierce rivalry, which Onigiri referenced in the interview, so I think that's super exciting. And of course, games like Giants Elevate could have a massive shake-up on the standings if Elevate can muster the courage and play, step up their game, play as good as they did today against 7th Heaven or better. I think they could really give Giants a run for their money, and Giants need the 3 points there.
Raven?
Totally echoing that. I feel like my eyes were initially drawn to Giants Elevate. Again, like I was saying before, I feel like Elevate is starting to climb into a good level with the siege they're playing. And likewise with Giants, they're playing well, but they can certainly play better. So I feel like both teams are kind of on the rise at the same time. I think that's going to be a really exciting head-to-head. As well as, of course, the tie derby at the bottom there, a bit of a rivalry, as Dev referenced. I think Xavier QC will be a great way to close out next week's Playday.
It will be an absolute banger. So you will not want to miss it, ladies and gentlemen. For now, that's everything we have done and dusted. We're going to go pack it in for the week, but we'll be back next Thursday with all those matches. Take care.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your grave. See, I finally opened up my